Everybody, my name is Jason Edwards and welcome to another SimplyMaya tutorial. This time round we're not going to be modelling in characters or any vehicles as such. What we're going to be doing is something a little more deadly in the form of this Heckler Koch carbine rifle. This actual rifle in real life is actually made of plastic. So we're going to be making this particular object in several different modules, and if I just run you through the references that we've got in store for you. So we're going to build it like this. We're going to build each of these 5 parts, and hopefully we're going to get some nice detailing going on in there. We do have an exploded view of it. If I can just run you through the reference. We have this exploded view, but we won't be building the actual inside of the sort of trigger mechanism and the hammer and everything that actually makes the gun fire, because the detail really isn't clear enough when you start to enlarge it. So we're going to be leaving that out, but we will be creating some nice looking areas of this gun itself. So we've got plenty of reference to go by for that. So as you can see here, we've got the safety trigger mechanism, if you pardon me there. And also, you know, we've got these nice little bits and pieces going on. But to build the inside of this would be a bit of a mission to do. So we're going to leave all that out, as I keep saying. And we're just going to stick to the outside. More reference going on here. There's a nice colour picture of it, so you can see it is actually made of plastic. So yeah, we're gonna crack on with that. So I'll just finish running through this reference, and then we can get on. So I'm going to end this chapter here because it was just purely to introduce you to what we're going to do. And in the next chapter, we'll begin to set up the primitive shapes for what we're going to need for our model itself. So I'll catch up with you in the next part. Okay, so here we are into Maya now. First thing we want to do is set up our image plane, and what we're going to do, if we just jump into our side view here, and what we need to do is go to View, Image Plane, Import Image, and what we need to do is find our way to our folder where our reference is, and I've actually kept mine on my desktop for now, and carbine rifle references, and this is the profile that we want. Okay, so that's all ready for us to go. And if we just jump into our perspective view here, as you can see, it's on the world axis of 0. So what we want to do really is just move it across slightly, so when we create our objects they're not intersecting with the image plane itself. And the way you can do that is you can go back to your side view. If we go View, select the camera, and press Ctrl-A to bring up the attribute editor for it when Maya decides to catch up, and there she blows. Click on the image plane tab at the top here, and if we just have a scroll down, and as you can see we've got the coordinates here, so I'm just going to zero these ones out for a minute. Okay, so that's all zeroed out, but what we want to do is move it across in the x-axis. So best way to do that, you can either numerically type it in, so we want to push it across to the left hand side of our screen here. So that will be a minus value in the x-axis, so you can put -10, and that just moves it off center. And if you jump back, you can now see our grid has appeared over the image now as well. And another cool way of doing this is with the image plane selected once again, you can just put your cursor in there, hold the control key down, and just left mouse button drag while your numbers change. You can do it that way as well. So you might not want it that far, you might want it a bit closer, but I chose -10 as a sort of like just a value really, just to sort of keep it just on the grid, if you like. So carrying on, so we'll go back to what we need to do, and first of all we're going to create the basic shapes for this object. So we're really just going to bring in some cubes and obviously a cylinder for the barrel. So all we're going to do is just get those in and line those up. Okay, so I'm going to hit 5 on the keyboard just to highlight that a bit better. And just going to rotate that around the X, which is going to be 90 degrees, I think. Yep, so there we go. And then we'll just scale this down slightly. Let's just jump into our side view. Okay, like so. And all I'm going to do is scale that guy down until it sort of matches up in a roundabout sort of way. Okay. And just going to bring those parts together, and what we'll do, we'll just pop that inside of the front end of the rifle there. So that's all cool, and we're ready to go with that. So the next one, we're going to create another poly cube this time, and what we're going to do is we're going to line up the trigger receiver area. I've got all my reference laid out in front of me here, so I'll be checking that through as we go, and I'm just going to create that as a square at the moment, and leave it sort of around that kind of area, sort of there. Okay, so it's not overly complicated for us at the moment, but once we start moving points around, we'll start to sort of probably move things up here and shape stuff out from that. So okay, so again, I'm just going to hit 5 on my keyboard. So I think what would be a good thing to do now is just name some bits. So we'll call that the barrel, okay, and we'll call this the trigger receiver, okay. Right, so if we just move along, and what we need to do now, so as you can see, this is all sort of like one piece, so I'm going to duplicate this, just going to center the pivot. I've got a shortcut on my shelf here, but if you go to modify, center pivot, and that will bring your tool to the center of your object. So I'm just going to hit Control D, and I'm just going to hit rotate, and all I'm going to do is just pop this into position, scale it back a little bit, okay, like so, and then just move that to like sort of there. That's pretty cool. And then again, I'm just going to scale that as well, and just move that back, and I'm just going to hit 4 on the keyboard, and that will suffice for now for us there, okay. And then what we can do is, looking at this at the moment, we can actually, once we get into the modeling process, we can start to cut these areas and extrude them out and create all these other shapes that are going on in there. We'll probably use a poly plane for the inside by the look of it, which will probably be quite ideal really. And so moving on, so I'm going to hit Control D again and move this across and zero the rotation out for that. In fact, we shall go 90 degrees, okay, just so it lines up with the back of the buttstock there. And I'm typing W's in there when I don't need to. Okay, so we're just going to line this guy up and just pop that across there. Okay, so that's one of the cushions done, and I'm going to hit F8. Let's go back to my object mode, Control D, E, center the pivot, and then I'm going to hit J this time on the keyboard, and which will constrain this to various angles. So I'm just going to do that. Let's constrain that to 90 degrees, and all I'm going to do is just grab this and just move these over into a position here, okay, like so. So these objects are just being placed very, very roughly for us to sort of begin creating the shapes for our model anyway. Okay, so we're going to try and make it a nice, highly detailed model, but obviously, as I said, we're not going to put the insides and stuff in, so we'll just concentrate on the exterior for this time round. Okay, so, whoops, I've moved that across, so Control D to duplicate that again, and just going to center the pivot, and I'm just going to move that now. And pop that across to about there. And we're just going to move that up to that sort of area. Okay, so roundabouts there, that's okay there. And again, I'm going to hit F8, center pivot, and I'm going to hit Control D. And I'm just going to move that up there. Okay, and once again, just scale some bits in. Okay, so I'm going to make this in separate objects at the moment. I may change a few bits as we go, just to sort of liven things up a little bit. So that's all done. So that top part is actually called the upper receiver, which would be this whole thing here. So actually, I will change that right now, actually, as we go. So this is the upper receiver with barrel. So we'll just call that the upper receiver. and because we've duplicated the trigger receiver object, we've just got to rename a few bits. So this is part of the buttstock. We'll call that buttstock cushion _1. And I shall check my spelling. There's another T in there. Okay, and then we want this one. Let's just grab that, copy that, and put that on there. Okay, and then that's the actual buttstock. That's done. So this is all good. Upper receiver, trigger receiver, and lastly all we need now, Control D, and again just going to rotate that around, is the actual magazine. So we'll just move that into play. Like so. Okay. And there we go. So we'll just nip over here into our perspective. As you can see, we'll just call that magazine. Okay, so as you can see, very, very rough outline of our rifle. Let's go shading, wireframe, light shaded. There we go. So you can see what we've got there. So we've got our basic objects all ready and waiting to go. And I think the first little section we will do, as it's quite intricate in here, we'll get the difficult part, I think. Well, for me, judging by the look of it, it looks quite a difficult little thing to make. We'll get the trigger receiver out of the way first, and then we can work our way sort of round this way and then back to the barrel, which is going to be very simple to do anyway. So I shall catch up with you in the next section, and we'll go from there. So cheers for now. Hey everybody, welcome to part 3. As you can see here on the right of the screen, I've begun to put in the objects into their own separate display layers. I've only got one to do, so I thought I'd leave that and show you how to do that in case you are a little bit unsure how to do it yourself. First of all, I'm just going to turn off the grid, just going to see what we're doing a bit more, which is good. Okay, so each one of these objects is relevant or connected to these display layers in one way or another. So you can see here the barrel, the upper receiver, the trigger receiver, the buttstock, and the buttstock cushions. So what we want to do is we just need to add the magazine to this now. So just going to create a new layer. So we just hit the create new layer icon there and add selected object, which is selected already, which is our magazine. So that's done. Then all we need to do is name that layer. So we're going to call that magazine layer. Oh, sorry, not layer, beg your pardon. And _DIS, and the DIS just stands for display layer. Just so it sort of organises your workflow, keeps it nice and tidy. Okay, so we're going to be working on the trigger receiver now for this particular part. We're going to begin to sort of block in the shapes and stuff for that. So we're going to just jump straight in. And what we can do is I'm going to add just a couple of extra loops, which I can't do because I've already done the thing for that, so that's that out the window. So what I will do is I'm just going to divide these up now, okay, like so, and also I'm going to put one at the top there, okay, so that should suffice for now. Okay, so what I need to do is we're going to concentrate on the front end here, so I just want to add another sort of set of loops in here and also just here, okay, like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to extrude in this molded part here of the gun. So I'm just going to jump over to our perspective view here, And first of all, before I do, I'm just going to hit F8 and delete some history on that object, so I don't want to be bogging it down. Also, just to let you know what we're going to do, we're going to model this in 1/2, so we've got to keep repeating ourselves on each side or worrying about instances and stuff like that. We're just going to do 1/2 only. And first of all, we're going to cut in sort of like the basic shape, and then what we'll do eventually is just cut this in half and get rid of that particular half that we don't want. So let's extrude this guy in. So just going to select that face and hit the extrude tool. I have a shortcut on my shelf. You can find yours in your polygons, and I think it's edit mesh and extrude. Second one down. No problems. Sorted. Okay, so that one, I've hit the command for that. I'm just going to push that back ever so slightly, say about there, which is good enough. Excuse me. As you can see, we've got extra faces going on here from the extrusion where it's gone inwards. So just going to delete that one. And also we're going to delete this one as well. It's leaving us with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-sider there. So what I propose we do now is add in extra loop there just to connect that up. Okay, like so. And then in our front view, just jump across here. And what we need to do really is align those points. Okay, so they're all straight, and then what we can do is just merge those verts together, just there, like so. Okay, so that's that little area sorted there. Excuse me. I think what we can do as well is, I'll just go back to F8 on my keyboard, delete some history, and I think what we'll do, we'll cut in an L shape now for this particular area. Because what we want to do, we just want to do a little bit of extruding for these parts as well, and I'll just cut that in there. Okay, and I think we'll add another one just there before we start to sort of really get stuck in. Okay, so that's that part done. But what you notice with this area here is if you look on your reference, it actually extrudes in. So what I intend to do is actually delete this whole area, but because we've got these loops in here, we're going to use these anyway. So getting rid of this at the bottom here is really not a problem. And all we need to do now is grab mesh and select your edges. Okay, and you want to go to edit mesh, I think. Nope, beg your pardon. Go to your mesh menu and go fill hole. Okay, again, I've got a shortcut on my shelf up here, so I'll be using that in future if we need to do any more of that. And then just engage or invoke your split polygon tool and cut that area back in there like that. So that's all good to go. Okay, and then just want to do the same with these parts here. Just lock those down so the polys are of the right amount. Okay, so that's that bit done really. And then what I'd like to do now is just grab these, and I just want to angle these back really. So I'm going to grab those first, move those back to about there. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing here with these guys. I'm just going to move those backwards as well, and move those up. Okay, so it's a little bit messy there, not a problem. I'm just going to grab these, move these ones up as well, and move those back just to sort of help those out. And those as well. Okay, so that's that, and then all we need to do now is just align these top few points like so. Just grab those, just align those up. Alright, So it should have something like that so far. And then I'm just going to grab these guys just along the bottom here and do the same. And move that one down. And then just got to sort these out along here. Okay, and we'll move that one up. As well. And just make that a little bit thinner. I'm just going to push that back to about there. Right, because what we'd hopefully be able to do as well, we're going to model another piece of this so we can extrude out that little hook that's going over the top there. So I'm just going to grab that and just pull that up a little bit more. Okay, so you should have something that resembles, well, that really. Okay, so that's all good to go, and I do believe we need to add in a little bit of geometry just in here as well. So I'm just going to use the split poly tool while it's there, and then we'll just align that stuff up in a minute. Okay, so this is all going to help us with this area here as well. So I'm just going to quickly jump into my front view and just align the verts again after that. Okay, so just doing that, and I'm just going to move it across just a little bit, and we're just going to grab these whole bunch of faces as well, because it's not actually that sort of wide. So we're going to cut out 1/2 as well when we need to. Okay, so F8 on the keyboard just to go back to object mode. I'm just going to delete some more history there. Okay, so you should have something that resembles this particular object. Okay, so now set that face under there, and all we want to do is grab this guy and extrude him outwards. Okay, and hopefully you should have something like that. Okay, so just want to pop that guy there. I want to grab that face that's been created in there, just delete that for now. And then, excuse me, just grab the verts there and just merge those together. Okay, I'm not too concerned about how messy it is at the moment, because I'm just going to go and jump straight into my side view and align everything up once again using the scale tool. Okay, and also let's just double check all of that's okay. Yeah, that's looking good. Good, and then all we need to do is move this guy down to about there. Okay. Right, so what we'll do now, we're going to start to concentrate on this back half. Excuse me. And what we're going to need to do is grab our edge loop or our edge ring tool and just put that in there like so. And then what I'm going to do now is just grab this guy. I'm just going to move him across to around there. Alright, so that sort of area. In fact, we can probably just lower that ever so slightly and may need to just tweak that front end. Okay, so we'll use that one there. And that's not looking too bad there. So just kind of get that angle looking about right there, so that's good. Just delete my history there. And then what I need to do, so we should now have this object looking something like this. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to grab these, I think. Actually, no, we won't. What we'll do is we're going to just put in another edge there, just for this center part here. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll push that inwards, so it gives us a starting point for our curve there. Now I've got in front of me, I've got the more high detailed version of the trigger receiver. I'm not just using the image plane that we're using here in our viewport. So there's a little bit of extruding to do with this particular part, which we'll do right now. So we're just going to extrude down these polys here, and then going to extrude down just one or two more times just there as well. And then a bit later on we can add the detail to that. Excuse me. Okay, so just going to extrude this down. Alright. Oh, in fact I've got the wrong polys there. Let's just grab these dudes. That's the ones we want. And just going to push this down, this area here, like so. So I would say to about that kind of area, alright, and then just going to push these backwards there, and then just going to select some verts up here, and I'm going to push these back inwards until they're kind of straight, and then pull those up so they're sitting inside of that area too. Okay, so it should have something that looks very similar to that. And in fact, we'll push that up. So that meets there. And then once we start adding the extra geometry there, that should all line up quite nicely as well. So just adding a slight bit of detail, although we're not going to see a great deal of it. Just want to put that in there just so we know that we're modelling this all okay. But also the thing is the actual trigger guard actually comes off of this particular piece that we're extruding out now. So those are just sort of like little things that will help us to model this gun, make it look a bit more highly detailed. Okay, in that sort of area. Right, so moving on, let's hit F8 and hit delete history. And now what I'd like to do is, if we can add in some more geometry, hopefully you shouldn't have any problems in this area now. Okay, so just going to align all those guys up, and we're just going to shove those across to around there, I think, for now. Okay, and we're going to grab these faces and we're going to extrude that down. Let's have a quick look at that. Excuse me. Actually, I'm just going to go back one step there. Okay, let's just have a look at this. I'm just looking at the reference here. And what I can do there is actually grab that edge and push that forwards to about there. And now, hopefully, what I need to do is cut in another loop through here, because what happens is the trigger guard comes off of here, and looking at my reference, there's actually another slight little indent or a bevel, if you like, just there. So we're going to need to add in that geometry there, just so we can allow this next part to be cut in, and then that will enable us to extrude out the trigger guard, and that should all fit exactly into place just there, and that will be pretty good if we can achieve that. So I'm just going to run that in to about sort of there, I think. I'm just going to check my reference, so excuse my rustling. Yeah, that's about right. Sort of around there. Yeah, that's good. It's a good distance there. So I think we'll let that go to there, which is great. Okay. And then all we need to do now is extrude this 2 more times. So I'm going to go 1. And just going to jump into my side view here because we don't want it too low down. So I'm going to go 1 there. Just a bit more. And then the next one to about there, which is a little bit shallower. Okay. And that's that bit done there. But what we need to do now is extrude this face out here. But first of all, what I'm going to do is just jump into this view here and just align everything so it's all nice. And that one there. Okay, so you should have something sort of very similar to that. And then all we need to do is grab this face here, and all we need to do now is extrude that guy out to around the same width as that there. So I'm just going to jump into my front view, and I'm going to convert that to points, and I'm going to snap that back using the V key if it lets me. There we go, just there. So that's now all the same depth in between that part there, which is really cool, which is exactly what we wanted. So now let's have a look over here, and we'll grab some shape onto this now, I think. So let's just go into my side view. Okay, and F8 once again. I'm just going to delete some history. Okay, so around there. So just going to throw in a little bit of geometry. It's going to help us cut that hole as well if we keep it this same sort of roundness here. So I'm just going to put that there for now. I'm not too worried about the angle at the moment. Just going to drop that there, and I'm going to drop this next one just above it for now. Okay, so we've got something like that. And then all we're going to do is we're going to grab this and shape these guys about. I'm just going to straighten that out, and just going to move that one to there as well. So we've got a nice little bit of detail starting to appear now. I'm just going to move this one down because I want to do something a little bit with that area just here around this hole. And again, just going to bring that down just to help that out. Okay, and you should have something that looks very similar to this. And again, just need to align these areas up with the rest of the reference underneath. Okay, so I'm just going to push that back to about there. That one can come forward now. Okay, so that's we're going to start some roundness going on in there, and then this one as well, and then we're just going to drop that to there. Okay, so that comes round off of that and round off of that, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, right. So we've still got this area here to sort out as well, and here as well. Don't like that, this sort of point occurring just there. That's not good for me. But anyway, we shall move on, and we'll get there and sort that out in due course. And again, I'm just going to delete more history. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add some extra geometry in here now, so we can add in the rest of our trigger guard, which comes down to about this sort of area here, and then we can extrude off of that, and then hopefully join all that area up there. And that's where we'll conclude this area of our modelling. So let's just grab that point there, which is cool, and we're just going to move these across ever so slightly because we want to keep the thickness, all the same. We want to make it look good. And again, this is one of those details we're not necessarily going to see but it will make sense when you come to do your model. You'll see exactly what I mean from the reference that, again, we have supplied for you. It will become a lot clearer. So I'm going to do one extrude there, and hit G on the keyboard, and I'm going to do another one. So that enables that for the thickness of the trigger guard, and I'm going to do one more just to finish that off, and that should just sort of come to about there. Okay, and then I'm going to go to grab our verts and just move those guys over, making sure we've got a fairly decent alignment all the way down on this part, and also on there. And I think what I'll do is just thicken it up ever so slightly. I think I could do with it, to be honest. And then I can just move these guys just to make it a little bit tidier. Okay, so it should have something like that. Now let's move that up a bit actually, and we'll push that back to about there, and the same there. Okay, so you should have something like that. Let's just have a quick look in our view here. So this is what we got. It's all clean and tidy, still fairly boxy, no concerns. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to grab this face here. Okay, and I'm just going to delete that. Okay, and then we're going to jump back in to our side view, and I'm going to go and grab the CV curve tool, and I'm just going to place in a rough sort of curve for us to sort of have an edit with in a bit. Okay, and then just sort of end that there and hit enter. So that's all ready to roll for us. And then all we need to do is going to grab this face, and I'm going to grab this curve. If I can just grab that now. Let's hit F8 again. Face, shift key, there we go. Okay, so we need to just extrude along that path, and let me just center that up a little bit more. So just grab that and pop that about there. So let's just see what we're doing. Yep, that's good to go. That's pretty good. In fact, let's just nudge it over just a tiny bit more, and that's better. Spot on. Okay, and then all we're going to do is extrude down this path. So it's not enough at the moment. So what you want to do, go to your channel box, and you'll find your smoothing, your extrude and smooth options down here. So we want our divisions to increase a bit so they match up with the rest of the trigger guard. So I would say around sort of there for now. Okay, that's adequate enough, I think, at this stage. And then all I'm going to do is get rid of this face. Okay, and I'm just going to point snap these guys together. I could use the bridge tool, but I don't want to, because it's probably more hassle than it's worth at this point. And then I'm just going to grab that and just pop that onto there, and pop that onto there. Okay, so by the time I'd used the bridge tool, I would have done it anyway in just doing it manually like this. Okay, so then we want to merge our points up. And there as well. And that pretty much is that area done. We're going to conclude that now for this particular section. The next section we will carry on and begin to add some nice sort of little beveled edges and stuff like that. Get some more geometry into place to add, to begin to add the extra details that we've got going on as well in here, and also seeing how far we get within the time that we have, we'll start to add the little hooks over the front here and everything else. So hopefully this particular section's got you through quite well, and you should have something that resembles this. Again, we've still got little bits to do on the back end here as well, I've just seen. And but yeah, hopefully you followed this alright, and you should have something that resembles this. And we'll carry on in the next section, so I shall see. Okay, so welcome to part 4, carrying on from last time. We've just got a few little bits to do first before we can sort of really proceed with adding any detail. First of all, what we want to do is begin by adding some edge loops, and first I'll get rid of some history. So I'm going to grab this edge here and I'm just going to split that right down the middle there, and I'm going to do the same with this one here. Okay, so we're all ready to go in those areas. Because we're going to allow this to, we're going to cut this in half actually, and also let's get a little bit more shape going on in the back here. So we're going to grab this edge here. So I'm going to grab the split poly tool there, the split edge ring. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to hit F8. Get rid of some history. Also, I'm going to get rid of the history on the edge loop split that we ran through the middle on the top and the bottom there as well. And the best way to do that, if you go to your hypergraph, and if we just bring up our, I think it's the input connections, it is, yes. If we just bring those up for the mesh with the mesh selected, you'll see you've still got these little loop split bits of info or history, if you like, left on the mesh. Even though we deleted history, sometimes they don't pick it up and it gets deleted. It's just purely because of the script itself. But we have a cleanup script for that, and there you go. Just hit that, and I'll supply that with the DVD and stuff as well, so you haven't got anything to worry about looking around for that. So, okay, so we've done that, and what we need to do is just really give this a little bit more shape, I think now. So I'm just going to move these guys up. Probably going to need a little bit of tweaking on the front end again with all this moving about going on. So it's not too bad there. I'm just going to push those back in. Okay, like so. So that's pretty cool. And then all we need to do is grab that there, push that to about there. Let's just make sure we get the thickness looking pretty good on here. Okay, and all we want to do is just straighten this guy up just here. Makes that a little bit more sensible for that. And also I'm just going to push this one back just a little, and that one in just a little there, because what that happens is that comes off there and it's actually quite round there, so just going to up that there as well. Okay, so that should suffice there for now. So that's all looking pretty cool. Okay, so next thing I think we need to do is if we just jump into the side view again and begin to I think we need to actually go into the perspective view actually, and if we can grab these points here, or faces rather, and right through there, just make sure we haven't got any undesirables there that we need to keep, and just delete that half. Okay, and then all we need to do is just jump into the front view, hit your vertex, right click and X, snap those to the grid, and then that should sort of cover that area for that for now anyway, and all is good. Okay, so we want to get rid of that curve that we used to create the trigger guard. We don't need that anymore, which is cool as well. And I think what I do need to do is, looking at the geometry here for the trigger guard, just need to sort of tidy that up, get things a bit more level looking. So let's grab that one and those guys as well. Hit R on the keyboard and move that down, and do the same here. And I'm just going to move these guys up as well. Okay, just to add to that, and then actually we'll push that back, get a bit more of an angle on there. That's not too bad there. Let's just push that up just a little bit, and I think that can come down. And that one, and these guys we can level up. Okay, like so. There we go. Okay, so that's that bit done. Right, moving on. So now, let's go into the front view, or the perspective view at the front. And what we need to do is we just grab these faces here. Whoops, don't want to be doing that. We're going to grab these faces, and we're going to extrude these back and inward. Okay, so we don't want that one selected. So all we need to do is if we go back to our poly menu on my shelf and we go to extrude, and we'll just push these backwards like so. Okay. As you can see, we've got some extra faces that have been created, but I'm not too bothered at the moment because I need to first of all delete those, and then what we're going to do is add some extra geometry afterwards to fix it. Okay, because of the way it is on the top here, you can see we've got that edge going on. So just a little bit of a tweak to follow through there, and that one's done as well. And I'm just going to grab those points, I beg your pardon, faces, we'll get rid of those. So as you can see, we need to add that geometry to that. First of all, looking at my reference here just in front of me, this bit is actually quite sloped. So we're just going to grab these guys and we're going to rotate those. We'll move them forward and then rotate them back. Okay, like so. So just going to move those forward and just going to move the pivot point. Okay, to there. I'm just going to rotate that back ever so slightly, just there. Okay, easy. Just jump into the side view, have a look, see how we're doing. Okay, so I think we need to just move these guys up. Okay, so that's all done. Right, so what we need to do now is just add a wee little bit of geometry. Okay, so just going to join some bits up here. So I'm just going to grab the split poly tool on this occasion and just snap that there as best possible, because this actually just runs down at a bit of an angle, so just want to keep it fairly loose without having too much to do, and just going to get this to meet around this area. There we go, not too bad, pretty good. Okay, and then all we're going to do is get these points here to meet up. So we're going to grab the new set that we just created, hit W, V, and snap that to that there. And then I'm just going to merge those together. And the same at the top here. Hopefully using the new one that I just cut in. No, not that one. So we just do that one there. Okay, and then all we need to do is just grab those again and hit points, merge. Okay, so that's done. Okay, so now all we need to do is grab those edges here, and we're going to sort of finalize the little area just there, and just extrude. Okay, you don't have to do it all the way. And then all we need to do again is just grab the points, V to snap them, and there we go, they're done. And again, we'll just merge those up. And again there, whoops, grab too many. Oh my god. Okay, and hit G on the keyboard, so that should merge those as well, and those as well. Okay, so that's good. That's again, we're building up a bit of history again, so try and keep your mesh clean and everything else, and it will look after you as well. So there we go, that's pretty good. We've got the roundness going on there. Let's have a look in here. What do we got? So we want to keep this area quite sort of tidy as well, so we should be okay to run some decent geometry through there. Start sort of getting those sharp edges and stuff going on in there as well. So this is all looking okay. Okay, right. So what we'll do, we'll start with this area and we'll begin to sharpen the edges of our model up now. So as you can see, the other edges are appearing, as you can see, in that moulding area, which is fine, which is what we want, because all the loops are sort of connected in that way. So that should be pretty cool for that part. And then we want another one just in there as well. Okay, so that's good. In fact, what we should do, if we just go to our object mode, just delete history there, and we just undo that. What we need to do is grab these edges, actually, to enable us to be able to round that front end off first, before we jump into the realms of adding more geometry. So my mistake there, I do apologise if you've watched that and gone and done that. Okay, so that should actually help there, like so, and I think that will be fine. Just in there, and I'm just going to hit 3 on the keyboard, see what we've got. So that's not bad at all. We may add some geometry around this area as well, just to sharpen and pick those edges up. I'm just going to be a little cautious at the moment, so I don't want to get overkill on those areas. So let's just bring that back ever so slightly, just on there. Just pop that back a little bit there, and also about there. And I think we do actually need to level that back out with the rest. So I'm going to bring that back in. Let's see where we're going with that. Okay, so I'm just going to hit 5 just so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm just going to move it back ever so slightly there. Deselect that one. Move that dude back a bit. And same with that one. Deselect that. Just move this guy down and push him back just for a little bit of alignment just in there. Okay, so it's nice and tidy now. That's good. Okay, so we can get on with where we were, and let's just run down the back here. Just want to check where we're going to be sort of putting geometry and stuff as well. So let's go again with that, and we'll just nip into here, and once again just put in those loops as we were going to do before, like so. That's good, and we can just check these on here. I'm just looking at my reference, just want to sort of sharpen that up a little bit more there as well, and also sort of around that area. We're probably going to come in and tidy that up as well shortly, because I don't want the next set of loops to sort of cross over there like that. I want to put in like an n-gon just to help that. And then we want another one. Let's just have a look. We want one in here. Keep that nice and sharp in there, and we'll add another one just in there as well. Okay, so you should have something that's sort of resembling this so far, and we'll just have a quick look in our object mode. So I'll just turn these the wireframe on shaded off. So as you can see, that's really beginning to take shape. That's probably a little bit too sharp there for me, so I can probably just sort of sort that geometry out in a fair bit. But at the moment, just trying to get those shapes in there, making it look sort of more and more like a hard surface model. This is all looking great. You know, all these nice edges going on here. Not too happy with that at the moment. We can sort that out shortly. So let's just have a look at the front here. So yeah, these guys here can go back, so let's grab those. In fact, let's have a look. In fact, does that end? Where does that end? That comes right around there. Okay, let's have a look. Can probably get rid of that set of edges just there that we've got. Let's have a look. Let's see what we can do with this. So we should be able to get rid of the edge on. I'm just trying to see where it goes because it goes right around. I'm just wondering if we can get rid of this one just here. Let's see if we can do that. Just want to keep that edge nice and round. If not, we'll just have to push that back ever so slightly and just fine-tune that. Let's just see if I can get rid of that. No, it's going to cause that triangle up there. So we'll push that back instead. Okay. Let's just jump into the side here to see how the geometry is looking. Let's just pull that forward. That's good. Okay, that's all looking fine. Okay, so this little area here, as I was on about previously, we'll just grab that. Now I'm just going to run a loop through and around here. Okay, now I don't really like what's going on here, so what I intend to do with that is if we just grab our split poly tool and we run that through there, I think like so. And that one can go there, I think. Let's just have a quick look. I might have to put that back, but I'm determined to tidy that area up because I don't like it looking like that at the moment. So delete those edges and we should be able to, I'm just trying to look at this, it's going to be that one there, I think. So if I can get rid of that one. So again, just sort of thinking on my feet here, there we go. I think if I'm right, we should be able to sort this geometry out just so we get a better corner there, so I'm not happy with that corner. And just run this one all the way down here. And again, we can fine-tune this afterwards. I do like to prefer to keep the mesh sort of, quite nice and tidy, because we want this little area here as well to be quite rounded, so, you know. But I may have gone too far. Let's have a quick look, and just keep that there. No, I'm going to get rid of those. Let's have a quick look, see how that's looking. It's not too bad there. Okay, we'll come back to that. Just undo that. So let's get rid of all that geometry that we just did. Ding, 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 ding. Let's take that back. Okay, for now, I'm just going to leave that for now. I will find a solution for that, because I don't like that at all there. Yeah, I just need to add in probably an extra something in there just to pull that up, and that should make the shape a lot nicer there. Okay, so I just want to jump on the back here, and I'm just going to add another loop. I just want to sort of give this a bit more of a sharper corner on here, like so, and we'll just add another one just to finish that off. And also, let's have a quick look at that, see how we're doing. That's better there, and we could probably get rid of this top section of faces now, although we did all just put in this lot here. I think I'll probably get rid of a few of those, but what I'll do is I'll add in some edges there just to keep that straight, and just delete some history. So, and then we'll hit 3 on the keyboard, see where we're looking, or how we're going rather. So it's all looking pretty good. It's all heading in the right direction. And what I think I need to do now is if I just jump over here and begin to add the geometry just for here and here. Okay, if we hit 3 on the keyboard there, and also we just begin to add some form there as well. And again, hit F8, just have a quick look, see how we're looking. It's not looking too bad. Obviously we've got to bring that right up to the top there. So we're going to need to add in some geometry somewhere for that. Most likely, let's have a look here. 4 on my keyboard. So this is too far back. So I'm going to grab those verts, and I'm just going to move those. And I think we can probably begin to sharpen everything up a bit as well. Okay, so let's just grab these, pop those there. Okay, it's not looking too bad. So now we need to go into these areas now. Begin to sharpen these up. Quite a few of these, I think. And this area here looks a little bit sort of weird at the moment. And all we'll do is just have a quick look at that. I think that's going to be one of those cases where I will be able to run some geometry around there. And actually that's pretty good. So all I need to do there is just lower that geometry in that area. And then that will sharpen that up. And then this area here in particular as well. So everything needs to be sort of sharpened accordingly. Okay, and we'll run this one about here. Okay, like so, and again we'll just double check that. Okay, so it's all looking pretty good. And now we need to just do really the inside of the trigger guard. I'll just add a little bit more just in there, and also just around this area here, and also we'll add some in the middle there. Okay, and then what we do need to do is just have a look at it here. There we go, as it moulds back into there like it does on the model, on the reference rather, and a little bit more up in here as well. Okay, so it's all beginning to feed back into that area. And just delete some history. So it's beginning to take shape, as you can see. It's looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Okay, so all we need to do is just have a look at this guy here, because he's looking a little bit round. And what we'll do, we'll just pop that dude a couple of edges there. And anything else to go? I think that's all okay. And just going to jump into my side view and just sort that area out here that we were talking about a couple of minutes ago. And all I'm going to do is just hit one on my keyboard, and we're going to just align these ones here. Just hit R, hit W just to move that down. I'm not too concerned about it at the moment with the goings on over here. We just want to get everything sort of ship shape. Okay, so that's okay, and that's not very straight there, is it? So we can bring that back. Okay, like so. And let's have a look, see how we're doing. Oh, I think we need one in there, don't you? So one on the keyboard, and definitely want a tight one just in around there, just to keep that shape as well. And I'm going to hit 3 on the keyboard, see how we're doing. There we go. So that's looking okay for this. So couple of little bits to sort out just up here. I think that will be down to just moving some points and stuff around as well. And let's just have a look, see what's going on there. Now I think let's have a look, see if we can add anything into here, just to keep that sort of sharper. Now let's undo that for a minute. We do need one though, we needed one here, that's for sure. And that's going to run round through there. Okay. Okay, so I think what we need to do is, by adding some more sort of geometry in this area, it's going to enable us to get rid of that ugly goings on in there. It's going to add a little bit more in here as well, a bit closer to that part. Even though this part is slightly rounded, it's not as rounded as this end. And we're just going to pop in a loop just around the middle there as well. Again, keeping it sort of almost optimized as well from the point of view of doing when it comes to texturing. You want to do your UVs. Obviously, there's going to be a few little tricky parts to do, but overall, it's not a bad resolution in terms of meshes. So let's get the history off of there, and we'll do a quick smooth. And as you can see, that's become much better there, and especially around there. So that's great. So it leaves us this little area here to do. And what I propose to do is we'll end this little piece here. I can go away and actually have a look at this area here, and then because I don't want to be wasting time on the recording for you as you do your tutorial. So I'd like to have a look at that in my own time. Usually we don't plan stuff out, we just go for it with the SimplyMaya stuff, but because this little situation's a little bit tricky here, so I'm just going to have a quick look at that, see what we can do with that. It might be very, very simple to sort out, but when I come back we shall be able to do that, and we can jump right in and get on with it and finish this particular piece of the model off. So I shall see you in the next. Okay, so welcome to part 5. As I said before in the previous chapter, we're just going to look at this and finish this little area here. So I said I was going to have a look at it off screen, which I did, and the problem was all we needed to do was just add in an extra edge loop just down this section here. So we're going to do that now. We're just going to pop it in around that sort of area. Now we'll just jump into our side view and have a look. So that's not too bad, and we'll just smooth this off just to see how we're doing. And we're just going to move that along ever so slightly. So that fix wasn't too bad at all, but you never know, and I didn't want to waste anybody's time with their video, because there'll be plenty for you to be getting on with, and you don't want to be worrying about little things like that. So just for that occasion, I've sorted that out off screen and shown you exactly how to do it back in this particular part of the tutorial. So moving on, we're going to be looking at these parts here. So this one here, we'll just check the name of it in my reference. That's number 6, so that's the safety selector lever. And this one here, which is number 5, which is the bolt catch. And this guy here is the magazine release lever. So I'm going to be having a look at these guys and this little sort of bit of positioning of geometry around this area as well. So I'm just going to jump back into our sort of rough version of our model. And just going to hit F8, okay, and I'm going to delete some history, okay, and also just going to jump onto our wireframe unshaded. Okay, so we're ready to go there. So first of all, we're going to jump into the side, and first what we're going to need to create is a poly cylinder, and I'm just going to move this guy along, and we're going to rotate him 90 degrees. Now I'm going to keep my finger on the J key just to keep him constrained. There we go. And then we're just going to move that up like so. And we're going to scale that down like that. Okay. And then we're just going to jump over to our view here. I'm just going to move that to around that sort of area there. And then what I think we need to do is add some extra divisions. So if we go back over to the channel box, and so we've got subdivision axis of 20. Let's see what we got with 24. That's not too bad. And what I'm looking at doing is actually extruding out the lever part, or the lever handle, from sort of this point and this point. So I think we've got an adequate amount of geometry there to begin doing so. So we'll jump straight back over. And also what we'll do is we'll just grab this guy and we'll just push that right back in like so. Okay, to about there. Let's just bring it out ever so slightly. Okay, and then what we'll do is we go right click and select your faces, and I think we'll choose that one there as well, and actually we'll grab that one just for good measure, and we'll extrude that out. So all we need to do is just grab these guys Now we'll just straighten them up as well. Okay, like so. And then just going to jiggle these around a little bit. And just pull that to about there. Okay, so you should have something sort of that vaguely resembles a very rough version of the lever there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the trigger receiver, and we're just going to work on this part by itself now. And I'm going to be sort of backwards and forwards looking at my reference here. So what I think we need to do first is if you hear any rustling, you know it's just me with my reference. And just looking at this now, so what we need to do, I think, is to add some loops in there. So if we just go to about there, and we'll just jump into the side view, and we'll just tune those up now just by moving a few points about, like so. Okay, it's a fairly straightforward procedure, and we'll just move these guys down just a tiny bit as well. Make sure we're on the right track. And there we go. And we'll just put that there. Okay, so that's good for now. Okay, so looking at my reference, this area here looks like it comes out a little bit. So we're just going to grab that, and we're just going to pull that out ever so slightly. So around there. Okay, and we'll do the same with this one, but just a little less. So that's about there. Okay, and now what we need to do is we need to just grab this, and we're going to extrude this out very carefully because it's not harsh and it's not smooth. So we need to just sort of pull that and just bring that back in on itself there, like so. Okay, so you should have something like that. And then all we'll do, let me just check this out, is we'll just bring that in, and we'll do the same with the bottom one as well. And we'll do those guys there. Just have a look at that. So we need to add some bits of geometry here, just to get some bit more sharper edge look on there. Okay, so I'll just go back to 1, and for the back part, all I'm going to do is just delete those faces because we're not going to see anything else past that. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to grab these guys here and just make that a little bit sharper. So if we just go to our smooth mode and just hit F8, there we go. So as you can see, it comes out quite well. As I was saying, it's not smooth and it's not very harsh either on those edges there. It's sort of like a plastic mould. So that's not looking too bad for that. So what we need to do now is just quickly switch to face mode. I've gone for the selection tool here, and I'm just going to highlight that, and I'm going to extrude that out like so. Okay, and there. And I'm just checking my reference, and what I think we could do is another small one. Just bring that out ever so slightly. Okay, about there. Now we'll do one more, just to bring that edge back, give it a little bit more shape. Okay, so and we'll just turn off wireframe, so that's not looking too bad at all. And I think we could actually add another edge in around this area, just to make that a little bit more defined. Okay, let's have a look at that. So let's see where that's going to go. So just a tiny bit. I've got sort of two versions actually here looking at it, and we'll just add that one there. Just see how we're looking. That's not too bad. Okay. And I think what we can do, if we just jump into our top view, okay, about there, and I think we should be able to straighten these up first. Let's grab all of these, just straighten those. Now we'll just push these ones just here. I'll just push those back ever so slightly. So we've got a bit more, sort of like a bit more of a slope coming back into that. Actually, it might not be such a great idea, too much. There we go, that's better. Okay, so that's that part done. And we'll just have a look at that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so you should have something that sort of resembles that. And let's just see if I can... Nope. Let's just go back to F8. Okay, delete some history there. And let me just check the reference. I think that's pretty good. It's not too bad at all. And in fact, what I will do is I'm just going to sharpen that up. So I've got two lots of reference here of the same gun, and each one of these is slightly different. So I'm just going to sharpen that just a tiny bit, if that lets me. And that one there as well. Let's just have a quick look at that, see how that looks. I may actually take it away. No, I think I preferred it without. Okay, great. So one of them's right and one of them's not. So whatever reference we give you, it's up to you which one you decide to go with for that. But what I will do is add a loop just around that area, about there, and we'll just check that on the smooth. And again, just need to move that ever so slightly to about the middle. That's better. That balances that out a bit more now. Okay, so that's that one done. So let's see that against the actual trigger receiver itself. So that's looking pretty good. Okay. You may wish to either tidy those edges up there. I'm not too concerned about it at the moment. Or what else? You could probably just delete the inside and just create a flatter looking piece of poly, but it'll be probably oversighted. So you could have like 24-sided polygon in the middle, which isn't really ideal. So we're going to move on. Okay, so we're going to jump over to the bolt catch area, which is just going to be this part here. So what we're going to do, we just grab a polycube, like so, and I'm just going to jump into the side view, have a look at that. Now I'm just going to shift that guy up. And there. Now this little area here, although it's not really that clear on this particular piece of reference, there's a little dent there, and through here is a pin, and that actually holds that sort of into place. Okay, so I'm just going to bring that back to there, and I'm just going to check my reference here, and what I think we need to do is move this back as well, so it's a little bit far out. Okay, so we'll go from there, and then what we'll do, if we just add a loop through there and one through there, and all we're going to do is I'm going to switch to face mode. Relatively easy, and I'm just going to extrude those outwards to about there. Okay, so you should have something that resembles this. Okay, and then all we need to do is, because we're going to again sort of give it like that sort of smoothed kind of molded look, so if you look at that, it's not really ideal, so you need to add some edges to that as well. So we'll just add some there and some there. Okay, just keeping everything close, and if we hit 3 on our keyboard, you can see it's starting to take shape. So by adding a few more around here, like so. Okay, and there, and let's just see where we got to go. So run some around the back, so they'll go all the way around. See, I'll start to square that off now. There we go. And also, let's just do here. Need one more round here, just on this back area, and that's done. And then I'll just hit 3. Oops, what have we got going on there? And I think we need one through there. Okay, so now it's looking pretty good. Let's have a quick look there. And we need to run all the way through on that side there. And now that should be complete for that. I've missed one out again, have I? Let's have a look. Yes, I have. So run around the front of this. Okay, there we go. Ta-da! All done. Okay, so that's great. So that's that part done. What we need to do now is just get rid of the history on that. And then what we're going to do is duplicate this. So Control D, and then we're going to do -1 on the actual X, oh sorry, I beg your pardon, the Z scale. Okay, like so, and we'll just center the pivot on that. And we're just going to move that over. We'll do the center pivot on that one as well, just for good measure. And we're just going to pop that back into that area just there. And just double check where that's sitting on the gun. It's very close there. In fact, it's the same on the actual model itself, the actual gun here in front of me, so that's not bad. Let's do a smooth on that. Yeah, that's exactly the same. Great, so that's that part covered. Okay, so what we need to do now is we're going to actually build the bolt catch lever itself. So we're going to start with another poly cylinder. Okay, so grab that, going to hit J just to constrain that while we rotate that, and there we go. And I'm going to jump into the side view, and I'm going to press R, scale that guy down, there we go, like so. And then again we need to sort out the actual depth of this. Although essentially this disappears inside the gun, we're not going to model the inside of this, so all we want is this outside rounded sort of cylindrical area, none of the mechanism that goes inside. In fact, I'll just undo that and we'll just hit F8 and we'll just add a few more divisions to this, and we'll just move that across as well to about there, and we'll see what we get. That's 24, that's not too bad. So I think we'll deal with that, that's a good one. Okay, and then all we need to do is we're going to grab our verts and we're just going to move this guy across to about there. Okay. And that one there. And I think we can now grab these, okay, and just jump into our side view. I'm just going to scale those flat, like so, okay, and then what we're going to do, we're going to extrude those down. So we're going to do one there, then I'm going to hit G, do another one. It's sort of a strange looking shape, this one, so it goes in and then comes back out on itself again, and then we're going to hit G again and pull that one down all the way to the bottom there. Okay, so now hopefully we should be able to grab these guys here, okay, and pull those out to about there. In fact, it's a little bit further to about there. Okay, and then these guys actually go back in even more. So you've got something that resembles that. Okay, and that's that bit pretty much covered. So what we need to do now is we need to just create, let's make that a little bit rounder now that we've got that bottom. So now we can push that shape down a bit more, just so it's rounder, okay? And if we just right click, go to our faces and select these, because this has got a few little bevel edges on it, just to finish this area off. So we're just going to go extrude, and we're going to center that up, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to add one to about there, and then just pull that out a little bit, okay, and then hit G, and just going to scale that down to about sort of there, about that area there, and hit G again, and okay, this time we're going to come out, okay, there's just a little bit of moulding that's going on there, and once again I'm going to scale this back inwards to about there, and then I'm going to grab this and go to about there. I'm just going to check this in the front view, just make sure my depth is the same. Which it is, which is good. Okay, and then we'll do another one. So we'll go G, and grab that, and we're going to extrude that to about there. Okay, and again, I'm going to hit G, going to come out once again, just going to check the depth. It's about there, and again, just going to take that in to about there. Then I'm going to hit G, and the last one, just going to push that back to about there. Okay, so that's that bit done. So you should have something like that. Okay, so you should have a strange looking object like this, and then all we're going to do now is just going to check it on the smooth. So it's not great at the moment, and so what we're going to do is I'm just going to add some more edges just to finish this off, and I'm just going to pop a couple on here and just around there, one on there. It's kind of like subdivision surface works, modeling rather. When you're working in sub-Ds, you know, if you want to sort of harder edge, just add in the extra loops or edges wherever you need to go, and it should give you a better result. So it's basically looking pretty good. I'm just going to run some edges there and there. Oops, we don't want that one. Just going to grab that one there, take that off, get rid of that. Tool doesn't want to work properly. So we shall grab it again. There we go. Okay, and there, and just repeat that all the way to the last two just in there. And that should be done for that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is add another one there, and that's gone all the way around, which is great. Okay, so now if we hit 3 on the keyboard, show something that's half decent. Still may need to tweak it just a little bit. Yeah, we do. So I think by adding a couple of more splits just around these areas, one there, there, and around there. Okay, so that should do it. And what we can do is get rid of some history. So we've got a bit of a build-up going on there. And then let's just hit 3. So obviously we want that nice moulded sort of look to it. And there we go. So that's looking pretty good. Okay, so I think what we can do now is we can add a pin to that. And it's not a lot of shape to the actual pin for this part. So all that is, we're just going to create polyprimitive, and I'm just going to use a cylinder once again. Okay, and this time we're going to rotate it around our X axis, and I'm going to constrain that again, pressing J, so just get the right angle without having to worry about going up here. And I'm just going to shrink this down. Jump into my side view, and all the way down to about there. And we'll just take that back a little bit more. Okay. And all I'm going to do is just grab some verts. Whoops, wrong one. Just jump in over here. Okay, and just bring that forward. And I'll just pop that through to there. Okay, something like that. Now I don't want to leave it looking ugly and rough like that, so all I'm going to do is just going to round those edges off just a little bit more. And just hit center pivot just to bring that back to the fore. And then I'm just going to grab the faces on the end of that, like so. Okay. And we're just going to extrude those. So it's going to work for either end. So just pull those out there and scale those in ever so slightly. And we're going to do another one like so. Okay, and that should be that. Okay, so we're going to conclude that part here. In the next section we will finish this off, and we'll add these little pins and stuff, and we'll even add the extra little lever there coming down, and following that we can then get on with the rest of the gun. And I think what we'll do is we'll move on to the buttstock and the sort of the buttstock cushions and stuff there. So we'll conclude that there, and I shall see you in part 6. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 6. We're just going to carry on from where we left off. We're going to be doing the magazine release lever for this section, and also the trigger, and also we're going to just add the little pins that we have in here. We're just going to use those as surface detail. I've decided not to really worry about cutting holes and stuff in the geometry, so we're just going to keep it nice and tidy and just put a few little surface objects on there with a little bevel on the top. So we're going to jump straight in, and the first thing we're going to look at is the magazine release lever. With the reference that you've been given, you'll see the shape of it. So what we're going to do, we're going to do sort of like a rough outline of it, and we're just going to insert it into here. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a cube. So there we go, a bit big. So I'm just going to move that over, okay, and I'm just going to scale this down a little bit to about there. Okay, so something like that. And then what we need to do is going to jump into our side view and line this guy up. Now we're going to keep it straight for now, so as you can see it's on a slight angle. With the reference that you've got, you'll see in the exploded view of the gun, you'll be able to see the shape a bit more. So as you can see here, very roughly, you can see there's a slight curve on that. So we're just going to sort of emulate that curve. We're not going to add the detail on the inside of the actual thing. I mean, if you really want to do that and have a really good proper exploded view of the gun with all the gory details, that's entirely up to you. But we're just going to be doing the basic shape here. So I'm just going to scale this guy in just a little bit, and all I'm going to do is just grab some verts and just going to move those up to about there, I think, and then we're going to do an extrusion. So I'm going to select faces, and I'm just going to extrude that top face, and do that once and again twice. So that's all we're going to use for that. Nothing super complicated. So and then all I'm going to do is, as we have been doing with the rest of the gun, I'm just going to pull these shapes about a little bit, and that should just really kind of just give us a sort of smoother transition going into that area of the gun. So I'm just going to move that across a little bit more, and I'm just going to pop another loop through there. So just in there, and I'm going to hit verts again, and I'm just going to move that into a bit of a curve to about there. So that really just is going to finish that area off. I'm just putting this up into here just because it's excess, I beg your pardon, geometry, and that should suffice for now, and we'll just leave that as is. And what we need to do now is we're going to just jump around into our perspective view here. And on the actual exploded view, there's a slight roundness to this. I mean, I could have modelled this from a polycylinder and then cut one half off and then just extruded this up. But because it's not that round, we're just going to add in about another 3 loops here. So I'm just going to grab my edge, and one there, one there, and one there. So that should just take that all the way around, like so. And then we're going to jump into our front view. One second, just highlight that, and I'll just hit F in the front view. There we go. And all we're going to do is we're going to pull these guys down just to slightly round that out, which is about right if I just look at my reference here. So I can probably make that a little bit lower, and that one as well. Okay, so that's all done. So if we just look at it in a smooth preview, it's not very good, is it, like this? So we need to add some edges. So all we're going to do is just going to use our edge ring tool and just going to add a few little bits around here. Now I'm not actually going to use smoothing really for the whole model. I'm probably, when we come to the final render, I'm going to put an approximation node on it, as you would for a displacement map in Mental Ray. Because we're using Maya 2008, we don't actually have the ability to enable the smoothing in the render without adding the approximation node, but which is now available in Maya 2009. So we're going to be adding an approximation node to help us smooth our model out during render time, to save dividing it up with lots and lots of over complicated geometry. So again, just going to hit 3 on the keyboard. That's looking quite good. And I'm just going to add another one in there just to bring that back out a little bit more. And I think if we just have a quick look, that should suffice quite nicely. Okay, so all we're going to do now is move that into a position that's feasible for us to use. So let's probably center that, probably about there for now. And we'll just have a quick look, and we'll just rotate it. Let me just center the pivot point. Excuse me. And we'll just rotate that back a little bit there. So that's pretty good. So just move that a little bit more. We've still got the holes and stuff to sort of cut out underneath here, but we'll do those at a later time just to finalize the model itself. So what we want to do now is we're going to get on with the trigger, and again I'm using reference from my exploded view, and what I'm going to do is create another cube. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to move this into position. Now the trigger's a little bit more complicated. There is a slight bit of detail in this because it's like a sort of ridge at the back here. So we're going to try and get that done as well. So I'm just going to scale this guy down and just move it into position. Okay, like so. And what I will do first is I'm just going to grab these and just pull those straight up, because what I want to do is add the center of the trigger, the dent at the back. I just want to add that now. If I do that now, then it's out of the way. We haven't got to worry about it later on. Excuse me. Okay, so just going to hit to object mode. I'm going to hide everything. So I'm going to hide my unselected objects like so. And first of all, what I'd like to do is, if I grab some edges, and all we're going to do is just this. And also, I think what we can do is just pop that one through there, and then all I'm going to do is just delete faces here, 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 and here. So I'm just going to delete those, so we've got this kind of shape. Okay, and then just by selecting one edge, I'm going to fill the hole with the fill hole tool, like so. As you can see, it's not very good. We need another edge in there. So I'm just going to use my split poly tool and normalize that again. Okay, so for the fill hole tool, you want to go to your polygons, and it usually is in edit mesh, I think, if I'm right. I haven't been in here for so long because I'm so used to using, there it is down there in the mesh menu, fill hole, and edit mesh, split poly tool is there. Okay, so because I've got so many icons on my shelf, I tend to use those more than going into the main menus here. It's just one of those things, as you get used to using Maya, you tend to forget where things can be in terms of menus. As like so many of you, I have a lot of shells with my commands and render settings and stuff like that. So okay, so moving along, so we just pop in some edges here, because we want to keep this edge sort of fairly sharp while we're doing this kind of area. And also, what we can start to do, actually, if I take those two edges out that I've just created, let's take that one out as well. Okay, what we'll do is we'll actually just split these and begin to create the curve for the actual model itself. So we'll just rough this in to about there, and I'm just going to start pulling it around like so. Again, very, very simple box modeling technique. Again, it's a bit like creating a character. I tend to use the box modeling technique a hell of a lot. I just find it easier, a bit more intuitive as well at the same time. So we're just going to move these around, and I'm just going to give these a slight pinch to taper that off, and the same with this one. Okay, and we'll just move that one across as well. Just move these into position. Okay, and we'll just rotate this guy just a tiny bit. drag those down. Just round this off a bit more. Like so. Okay. And then again, what we want to do is we're just going to add in another split just there to give us a bit more roundness as that goes off into the inside of the gun. And I think we could do with another one there actually as well. So again, very, very basic techniques here to create, you know, quite a technical looking object. But you know, it's really very simple. You know, if you break it all down into these little parts and stuff, you know, take your time, and it will. I'm sure it will all come together eventually. As long as you don't rush and just think about what you're doing, really. But, there we go. Just my useful insight tip of the day. Okay, so that will suffice, I think, for there. And we'll just pop that to about there as well. Okay, so if we jump to our perspective view, just have a look at what we've got. So we've got this, which is kind of a cool looking shape. So what we need to do now is, again, just going to hit 3. It's not a bad shape. We just need to add a little bit of edge just to take out this sort of rubbery looking feel to the object. So again, we're just going to add in some splits. So I'm going to put one down there. Okay. And one in there. And just going to run a couple sort of around these parts as well. Again, I'm just looking at my reference. It's not looking too bad. And again, if you want to create a high detail model, by all means just go for it, go for broke. As with a couple of the tutorials that have been on SimplyMaya lately, especially the sand speeder, there's been some really fabulous looking models coming out of the forums from there. People just adding their own parts to the actual tutorial itself and doing an absolute bang up job on that, so well done to those guys. Some very, very good stuff there. But again, do the same thing with this. If you feel you want to, add the extra detail when you get this tutorial, if you get this tutorial, then go for it. Okay, so there we go. So that should cover that. Whoops, F8 I want. That's it. So that's okay. That's looking good there. This is rounded here. I'm not too concerned because all I want to do for this is get rid of those faces on there, and all we're going to do at a later stage is mirror that across, because we were still on one half of the gun, if you recall. Let's just bring that back up. So we are going to want to just sort of squeeze these just across ever so slightly. Just go to my front view here. So I'm just going to need to squeeze these dudes across ever so slightly. Just get those on the center point there, and we can mirror that across later on. And just hit back to F8 and hit 3 just to see how nice it's going to look. So you can see we've got something pretty cool going on there already. So that's looking good. So anyway, we're sort of almost at the end of this chapter. So all we need to do now is just add some pins, these little black pins that you can see sort of scattered around on the trigger receiver. Obviously they all coincide with these particular parts of the gun itself, and obviously something for these sort of pieces to hinge around. So all we're going to do is just going to grab this one here, and if you recall, we did actually put a bevel on the end of these ever so slightly. So we're just going to use those. We're just going to modify them a little bit as well. So press Control D to duplicate that, and I'm going to hit E on the keyboard, and by pressing J I'm just going to constrain this so it locks off at 90 degrees. Okay, so you should have something like that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the split edge ring tool just to add that in there, and right click for your faces, and we're just going to delete that lot there because we don't need that. We don't really need it at all. Okay, so I'm going to hit F8, I'm going to hit F to jump straight in there, have a quick look, and I'm just going to grab some faces here because looking at the little these little pins on the front of them, they are slightly indented, so we're just going to add a little bit more geometry to those as well. So I'm just going to grab my selection tool and just going to press the B key to shrink the brush size down, and just going to select those very quickly, and I'm going to grab some extrusions, and just going to push those in a little bit, and I'm just going to scale that as well. So that you should have something like that, and I think that's pretty much the entire shape for those. So what I think we will do as well is just add an extra loop just on there, just to keep that looking good. Okay, so that's all we need for those, and we'll just get rid of some history on those. Okay, and just jump back so we've got a bit of a bigger view as well. Okay, so just going to jump into the side view. So all we need to do now is press R on your keyboard, hit for the scale tool, and just going to scale these up. Going to move that across and down, okay, like so. So you can see, you know, I could have sort of balanced all this geometry out so we could have cut holes and stuff in these and stuff, but I think for the sake of this tutorial, you know, we've really just sort of like cut that down. If you want to cut the holes, just say you've got a slight little bevel on the actual body of the trigger receiver, by all means go ahead. But just to keep these sort of time scales down and just to give you the feel of how the model looks, you know, we're not going to cut the holes in on this particular occasion. So, right, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to do Control D again, and we're going to create another one. Okay, like so, and again. Okay. Yeah, just pop these all into position, like so, and Control D again. How many have we got left? And we got that one there. Okay. So that's done. So one last thing that we do need to do for this particular model, once we've got these into position, we shall just select these and move these back into the gun itself. So we'll just keep those on the surface just there for those, like that. In fact, we can probably take those back just a tiny little bit more to about there. And this guy here can go back as well. So just zoom in and have a quick look. And there. Okay, so we've got a slight little bit of surface detail going on. Okay, so that's all good. So there's one last thing to do before we move on to creating the buttstock for the gun. And that's the little hook thing that goes over the front here. If you just zoom in, you can just about make that out. It's actually moulded onto this part, but I've decided for that actual piece itself, we're going to use it as a separate piece of geometry and pretty much just blend it in as best possible as a separate piece. So what we're going to use for this one is we're going to create a polygon cylinder. Ta-da! Okay, so just going to rotate this around like so. Now what I like to do with things like this is get rid of pretty much everything. Okay? And then what we can do is just concentrate on the parts that we're actually going to need. Okay, so I'm just going to scale this guy down, jump into my side view. Oops. Okay, so just going to move that up to about there. So hopefully you can see where I'm going with this. Okay, so just going to hit my verts, and this actually goes straight along the top here. And in fact, let's just undo that and just get the right amount of polys that we're going to need for that. So what we're going to use there and there, just zoom out just a little bit more. That's about the right place. Good. So first of all, before we do actually straighten that out, which is what I should have done in the first place, is we're going to extrude these guys to there. That's all I'm going to do for that, and that's pretty much it. We don't need to do much else. And now if we just hit F8 and just move this guy over just ever so slightly. And we'll just move that in like so. Again, I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible for you to model, because, you know, looking at the geometry here, it'd be very be a bit too tricky and fiddly for this particular tutorial to actually get this geometry to extrude out from there. So just by doing this, it's a really cool and very simple exercise to do. Again, just making the most of primitive objects and stuff like that. So I'm just going to move these up now just to start to give them a bit of more of a straighter look. So we can push this up there, and that one can go there. So yeah, so we're just keeping it as simple as we can, so you can get your teeth into sort of modeling sort of these kind of things. You may choose to want to extrude out, but sometimes it can prove quite tricky at times with these little bits. So sometimes it's just best to grab an object and sort of reshape it up a bit and just blend that in. I mean, now there's certain things with mental ray shaders that you can do just to blend in parts of the model so they do look the same. So that's another feature we can look at when we come to the rendering as well. So some useful parts. Okay, so that's pretty much that. Okay, so there we go. So let's just jump into our perspective view, and what we can do, just need to edge that forward just ever so slightly, just so we're out of that little dip there. Okay, like so. And then all I'm going to do is just move these guys just back ever so slightly as well, like so, just towards the edge of there. And then all we need to do is just hit F and zoom in. Just make sure that we've not got too much overlap coming out of there. There we go. So that's that bit done. And again, all we're going to do is just add some extra edges in, just to keep it nice and tight and not rubbery looking. And again, just add one in there and around there. Okay. Let's just have a quick look. There we go. So again, that's all come together rather quickly, looking good as well. We don't need these faces on the inside here, so we can probably get rid of those. Let's just hit 1 on the keyboard, and just going to hit faces, and just get rid of these guys all the way down here. Okay, so again, just keeping the mesh very minimal. And there we go. So that's all done. So really that concludes that part on the actual part of the model, and I hope you've survived this far with it. And what I'm going to do so we're ready for the next chapter, I'm just going to colour these up with a black shader as well before we jump into the sort of buttstock area that we're going to do, and we're going to carry on in the next part. So yep, I hope you've enjoyed this piece, and you've managed to build these like this, or even better, which is always a good thing. And so there, yep. So I'm going to see you in part 7, and so take care. Okay, so hopefully you survived this far, and you should have this in front of you. What we're going to quickly do is just grab these guys and make these a different colour, just to make them stand out from the existing grey. So I'm just going to assign a new material, just going to choose a blend, and hopefully once my attribute editor catches up, I'm just going to darken those ever so slightly, and just drag these guys down, and we'll just call these lever parts underscore M meaning material, and we'll just take W out because you don't spell parts with a W. Okay, so this section we're going to sort of start blocking out the buttstock area, and if we just jump over to our side view here, and there we go, and I'll just turn my grid off because we don't need that, bit too much confusion. So we're going to be looking at the rough out area of the buttstock and the cushions. What I propose to do is we're going to build it from this side upwards, and then what we need to do is make an extrusion here because it actually gets wider here. If you refer to your reference that we've supplied you for the rifle, if you refer to that, you'll see that it does actually jut out from there, and it gets wider as it comes back and round again. So we're going to do that because this is all going to sort of be sort of like slightly molded. So we're going to jump straight in and just going to grab these guys and make sure that they're all added to the trigger receiver display layer. Okay, except for that, we don't want that. Remove selected objects, so hopefully that's all done. Good. Okay, so we can move along. And the first thing I want to do is we're going to actually not going to create a cube. I'm going to open up the buttstock layer, which we made earlier. And I'm just going to turn that trigger receiver onto a reference layer so we can't select it, which is great. So what we need to do is jump over to our side view here and just have a quick look at what we've got. We've just got a general bit of shaping to do, and we're going to do that now. So I'm just going to hit R on the keyboard, and what I need to do is hit F8 and just freeze the transformations on this. And now I can just move these guys into position. Okay, so I'm going to go about there. Now I'm just going to leave that just on the edge there because I don't want to get rid of the sort of detailed areas that we have there. If you see in there, that's a nice bit of detail. So we're going to sort of try and leave that sort of there without having to add too much, because we're not building an overly detailed rifle, we're just building enough so you get an idea what to do, and then the rest is down to you as ever. Like we did with the sand speeder tutorial, we left you to do whatever you want with that, and there's been some fantastic looking models on the forums. So yeah, so we hopefully you'll continue to do that and keep SimplyMaya proud as ever. So just straightening these guys up, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut in a loop just through there, so to about here, and I'm just going to straighten this one up as well. It's just gone a bit wonky, and I think what I need to do is just bring that out ever so slightly to about there as well, and we'll just grab that guy and move that one up just ever so slightly as well. So we'll grab that, and then all we need to do now really is we're going to extrude up and around, and we'll do this really, really roughly for the moment. So I'm just going to grab a face like so, and I'm just going to extrude. So I'm just going to move this about, just get it up into position, because again it's going to have to fit flush in with this around this area, as you can see there. Okay, so we're going to probably need to make this just a little bit thinner as well. So we'll do that very shortly, but first we'll just get some blocking out done. Okay, so I'm just going to extrude this up, and so I'm going to hit G on the keyboard to repeat the command. Okay, like so, and I'm just going to push that up just a little bit more. Now I'm just going to have a quick look at my reference that I have in front of me. So we want that really to sort of come to about there. And then what we'll do, make it a little bit straighter on the top, but we need to keep this sort of arc going all the way around. So I'm just going to hit G, just going to move that up, and G again. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to start to straighten this area up. Okay, like so. Just going to move that down to about there. And I'm just going to push these around. Again, it's all this section is just going to be blocking out these little parts, and what we will do while we're here is we'll begin to narrow everything down as well. So again, we're going to cut this in half towards the end of creating this area, and also get rid of those faces so we can just mirror that across, so I haven't got to worry about doing two sides every time. And let's just have a quick look at my reference again there. That should just kind of fit almost flush with that. In fact, that just needs to be a little bit less. So about there for now, and we'll just move these guys back as well. Just want to keep that minor detailing going on in there. Okay, so sort of around that area, which is good. Yeah, once again, once we get the rounding going on and things like that for that area, that'd be really, really cool as well. So I'm just going to now add a loop here, and then we're going to pull that up because I think it needs to be square with that. Actually, I might actually bring that right back to there and that one up, and we'll have a look at that in a second. Okay, so we'll just jump over to the side view and we'll straighten those out. That's about there. So I'm looking at my reference here, just trying to gauge what's going on. Okay, so we'll do that there, and then what we can do now is make a nice extrusion back up to this part here. So we're going to push that, let's just straighten that out, and we want to go to about there, and just scale that to around there as well. But this time, I'm going to grab that, and that one's going to replace what we did from before, which is great, which is exactly what we needed. And so, what we'll need to do now, I'm just going to straighten that guy up there, and what we'll do is we're going to grab these faces here, okay, like so, and we're going to extrude those up to around that kind of area there. And if I'm correct in looking at my reference here, we need to be around that kind of area just below the top of this part here. Okay, so we'll just have a look in our perspective view. That's looking pretty good. Okay. So you should have something that resembles that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab these guys and we're going to push these outwards this way just a little bit, like so. I'm just going to pull those, give them a little bit of extra thickness there, and this one here I'm just going to push that straight up to about there. Okay, so it begins to give us that kind of lip that's up there as well. And if you refer to your reference as well, you'll see that. And now what I'm going to do is, this is just going to, again, it's going to be very rough. Just going to make an extrusion here. Just going to push that out to about there. Okay. Again, just using my eye to just sort of gauge the depth. See where we're going. Okay, so you should have something like that. And if you hit 3 on the keyboard, it's going to be kind of messy at the moment. It's not going to be super great or anything like that. But again, as I said, this is very, very rough. So, okay, so what we need to do now is we need to grab these guys here, and we're going to make another extrusion. And what we'll do before we do that, I'm just going to move that up ever so slightly and just give that a little bit more shape. So it's going to help us round that area out there as well. And we need to do those guys too. So we'll just round that, and that should seat that quite nicely. Actually, we'll keep that one straight for now, because I think that will round itself out once we hit smooth and stuff. Anyway, so just going to push that to about there. That's about right. And I'm just going to grab these guys here. Okay, and we're going to extrude these along as well. So just going to do a massive extrusion all the way down to here. Okay, like so. So you should have something that resembles that. Now just double checking my reference here. See where we are. So we've got that nice little bit going on just there. And what I can do is that hopefully we should get an extra little thickness on there, so we can cut in that part there. So just planning just slightly ahead of myself there to allow for this piece of geometry to fit onto there, because that's actually going to need to extrude out ever so slightly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do that now. whoops, I don't want to extrude that. So I want this piece here and this piece here. And I'm just going to do a rough extrusion to about there. So hopefully once this comes down, we'll have the geometry already set into place and we'll be able to sort of align everything up. So that's really, really cool. So I'm just going to leave that there for a minute. And again, I'm not worried about the shape because this has all got to be rounded off anyway, which we'll cover in probably the next section. As I said, this is just for blocking out purposes only. And it's looking pretty good so far, I think. Okay, so we'll just jump back to our side view. And what I think we need to do is another extrude. So I'll just pop that out to about there. Okay, and then I think what we'll need to do first is just grab the split edge ring tool and just make some divisions. You can do as many as you like. I'm just going to keep them to about 4. And all we're going to do is just shape that up into this kind of area, just up in here. Okay, something like that. And then we'll straighten that one out there. And we'll just straighten those guys out there. And there. And I think what we can do, just give it a little bit less depth. Let's just take those down ever so slightly, just to about there. Not too concerned there because it's going to be round anyway. And I think we'll just push those up along the bottom there as well, which is good. And I think I do need to actually raise those ones there as well, so we'll just push that up ever so slightly there. Okay, that's all shall suffice for now. Okay, so I'm going to grab these guys, just going to grab these top ones, just on there, and just going to extrude those up to about there. Again, I'm not too concerned about how high it goes. Again, it's all going to be smooth and stuff like that, so I'm just going to push that back a little bit more. Okay, and then we're going to grab those guys, just going to straighten those out. It's a little bit wonky there. Just push those back. Okay, and then we'll just grab those faces just there, and just going to push these guys all the way down to about here. And again, can do another extrude, just so we get that nice little corner bit going on there. Okay, so again, just blocking in. Whoops, and I want to hit G, and I'm just going to take this all the way across to here, and we're just going to pop that to about there for now. Okay, and once again, edge ring, and just make a few little divisions to pop into there. Okay, so we're going to push that up, and push that there as well. And what we'll do, we'll just try and ease that up in there a little bit more. Although I do think we will probably be alright. In fact, what I will do, we can use the bridge tool for that. We'll get rid of those awkward faces just there. Let's just shape this up now, and I'll just leave that gap there for now. Okay, so you should have something like that. Let's see how we are in perspective view. So we've got sort of rough shapes going on. It's looking pretty good. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll just go back to object mode and get rid of that history that's going on there. So it's building up quite a lot. And then what we can do, let's just jump into a top view. I will actually now refine that lower area there. If I can just find it. Where are we? There we are. Okay, so we just grab those verts just there, and those ones just around here. Just straighten that up, and that should all look pretty good. Hope I've not grabbed the wrong area. Nope, good. And we'll just line that up ever so slightly just along there. Okay, so you should have something that resembles that. Okay. And I think what we will do is widen that once we come to that part anyway. So what we're going to do, grab your faces on the end of there and just delete those. Okay? And do the same on this side. Okay? And what you need to do is grab the edges on here and also grab your edges on there, so we don't need those and we don't need those. And just double check what you've got. Okay, so you should have something like that. And then I'm just going to bridge those together there, like so, using the bridge tool. And the bridge tool you will find up here in the edit mesh menu. And that gives you the options of how many divisions you want between the gaps. I just left it on the default that I have here. But what I will do is just grab those edges just there. And I'm just going to delete those because I don't really need those. And that bit's done. So that really, whoops, jumped there on my graphics card. So yeah, that's pretty much that bit roughed out, which didn't take too long. And so what we will do now, we're going to block in the cushion parts for the buttstock, and we'll end that episode just there. And in the following part, we'll start to add in the extra little bits here, using a polyplane most likely, just with a bit of depth on it, and we can go from there. So we're going to create another cube, polygon cube, there we go. So if we can find that guy, there he is just there, and we're just going to push him across to here, and we're just going to line that up in the side view. So again, it's a really simple episode to follow, I hope, and hopefully you shouldn't have any trouble. But help is always on at hand at SimplyMaya.com. If you need assistance or you need to PM somebody regarding a tutorial, we're always around, watching in the background or lurking. So here we go. I'm just going to grab these guys and I'm just going to make one massive extrusion again. So just going to drag that right across to there basically. And then again, we're going to use the split edge ring, and I'll just line those up with those parts there, and we will do another one just there. Okay, so I'm going to grab those verts just there. Okay, just going to push those up, and once again just going to push them up just to sit on top of there like so. So you should have something like that, and we're going to grab these and push those down as well, and those guys too, and then all we need to do is just really shape that bit up as well. Okay, so you should have something that resembles that, depending on what version of a gun you're making. Okay, so you should have that. And now what I'm going to do is just going to give this a little bit more shape now. And what we're going to be doing is just going to grab the edges off the side of this, or the points rather. And I'm just going to pull these out ever so slightly. Okay, just to about there, just so we've got a bit more shape on this guy. And I'm just going to grab those as well. So we just got a little bit, just makes it a bit more interesting as well, plus it is what the rifle looks like, so. And just pull those out just a tiny bit. Okay, so you should have something that resembles that. And again, what we will do, we will get rid of this half and just lop that across later on. So that's looking good. And what I will do actually is just sign an existing material. So lever parts, we'll just make all the black parts. We'll just use that shader for that, just so it separates that. And I'm just going to jump into the attribute editor, delete some history, and we'll just give that a bit of specular, just so we can see what's going on. That's better. Okay, so that's the rough sort of top part. Okay, and what we'll do now is we'll just create another polycube, and we're just going to throw this on the back like so, and we'll just line that up And all I'm going to do is just grab those and just pull those down to there. And once again, using the edge ring tool, just going to mold those in. In fact, we'll just grab those in one go and just push those to about there. Deselect the top and bottom, move those in a little bit, then deselect those, and that's done. Okay. And again, just going to assign the black material there, and there we go. So it really covers like the basic blocking for that kind of shape. The reason I started this end here really was to determine the possible problem that we would have here. I mean, I could have started on the bottom here and just extruded and gone round, but for me this area was a sort of slight concern really, just up here, just because of the nature of the shape, because it comes up from there and it goes up from there, and then there's a little bit sort of jiggery going on. It just saves time as well on just trying to sort the geometry out and stuff like that. So I kind of thought about it in between the episodes and stuff. I didn't really plan for it, but I think that was actually the best way to go for that. And plus that really did come together nicely for the lower part of the butt or the handle here, which is really very cool. And it's going to enable us to have some nice little shapes and stuff going on in there. So hopefully you've gotten on to this far with this tutorial, and you haven't had any problems. By all means, please try and if you can get a better way to do that area, that's absolutely fantastic. As I said, with the previous tutorials of the sand speeder and stuff that we've had on SimplyMaya.com, there's been some absolutely outstanding models going on there with just models and the texturing themselves, and it's great to see people grasping different techniques and stuff like that. So if you do have a different way of doing this, then please go ahead and do it, and also feel free to share it as well on the forum, because we'd love to see it on there. So let's just grab that missed out part on the shader there. Okay, so that will conclude that part, and hopefully what we can do in the next section is begin to fill in this like fin part, or the sort of like the extra parts of the structure that supports this overall part of the buttstock as well. And we'll probably most likely be going using a polyplane from that as well. So I shall see you in the next section. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 8. We're going to finish blocking out the rest of the buttstock now, and what I'm going to do is jump into the side view, and we're going to create a polyplane. And if I can find it, there she blows, just there. Okay, so just going to move that over into a decent position, and I'm just going to rotate that 90 degrees around the Z axis to there, and I'm just going to drop the subdivision levels down to about 2 at the moment. Okay, so what we want to do is create this kind of sort of support or bracket sort of area for the buttstock. And all we're going to do first is I'm just going to start to just block this guy out, really, like so. And as you can see, we've got a couple of little holes in it as well, so we will deal with those accordingly. And as you can see, I'm just going to rough this as much as I can just by using the shapes that I have. And what I think we need to do is just really push it as far as you can. Do it with any mesh that you do. Just push it as far as you can before you do actually add any extra geometry. So that is as far as I'm going to push that, and so I'm just going to extrude these down a little bit more. You could use your split edge ring or split poly tool if you want for this as well. There's no reason why you can't. I just chose to do it that way. I think I'll put that one there, and again just going to push this as far as I can. I think that's going to do that for there for now. In fact, what I will do is bring that back to there, and we'll just extrude that all the way down. So again, on the fly, just looking at it and thinking about it, just extrude it where you can, and I'll do the same with this side, and I'm just going to extrude that as well to about sort of there. Okay, so that we'll deal with that quite nicely, and then just going to grab the split edge ring, and we're just going to quickly shape that in as well. I may add some geometry from there to there and redirect that across there on that one, and do the same with this side as well. So we'll just quickly shape that up to about there, and in fact I think I will do that right now. So I'm going to use the split poly tool. Again, I've got a shortcut for it on my shelf, so as you can see, a little bit messy going into here and across here, not a problem. All I'm going to do is right click and delete those edges there and those edges there, and where's my shortcut? There it is. So we'll delete those from there for now, and then I can continue to cut in some extra geometry around this area. Whoops. And we'll go from there to there, and there to there as well. Okay. Now just push those as far as you can. So to around there, I think. And just push that back up. And we'll just line everything as best we can here. Now I'm just going to try and keep it on those edges as well, on the actual buttstock framework there. So I'll just try and line everything up as best we can. Okay, so just shaping it up as best I can at the moment, and I think what I'll do is start to refine it just a little bit now on the shape, just a bit more, which is going to be better, and we'll do another split edge all the way through there, and again we'll just pop that just above that hole there and try and square that out. And what I intend to do is extrude those holes in, and then we'll add the rounder geometry to that afterwards, which hopefully should work out quite well. In fact, I'm just going to move that one to there at the moment, so that'll be a good place to begin that roundness for that edge, just on there. And I'm just going to push that all the way across into there and there, and now we can concentrate on this part here. Okay, so that actually sits in there quite nicely. So I'm just checking my reference, so just want to grab that there, and we're going to sit that flush into there, because obviously you'd want that quite nice and smooth as it is on the actual images themselves. The edge actually just goes and fits in nice and flush there. So I'm just going to take that up, and I'll just push that up, and then we'll just cut an extra loop into there. Oh, so I beg your pardon, so just one edge rather. And then we can shape that. So that's kind of cool. There we go, to around that sort of area. And all of this is going to round out anyway once we get to smoothing that off and tweaking that as well. So I'm just going to move that up into there for now. So we're going to be adding some loops and stuff when we start adding a little bit more detail to that. Okay, so again, just going to go over here grab the edge, and just going to extrude that across. I'm going to do that once, and then again, and then we're going to grab the verts there. Okay, and we're going to grab both of those. I think, let me just check this out. Yeah, let's see what we do, see what we get. Okay, so we're going to round that out to about there. And I think what I will do, if I run an edge just down there, okay, we can do that. And then what I will do, excuse me, is we'll grab that edge there and that edge there. We'll extrude that up just one, okay, to about there. Then we'll just zoom in, grab that. In fact, we'll V-snap that to there, and we'll just merge that point there. So that's done. So that's great. And then what we need to do is straighten those guys up so they're all level. And then we'll grab those just there. And grab the edges and take those all the way up to there. And again, you can see it rounds out ever so slightly. So what we'll do, we'll add a little bit of geometry just there, and we'll just move that across to there. And we're going to have a look, see how we're going. So it's all looking pretty good. Again, we will add the thickness and stuff to it. But what I want to do now is just going to cut some holes. Okay, so I'm going to grab these. Whoops, don't want that part. So faces, I'm going to grab those. Just going to cut a small hole. I'm not too fussed at the moment about the actual shape, because as I said, we're going to add that like circular sort of nut and bolt Allen key fitting that you see on the actual buttstock area itself, and I'm just going to delete that out. Okay, and actually I will just move that over ever so slightly and into there, and we'll just move that one to about there. So that should suffice for that one. And again, we'll do the same up here. Let's grab that, and we're just going to extrude that to about there, and we'll just give it a quick little bit of tweaking, because the hole's going to go through there, and we've got that outer part that's going to fit flush to this, but we'll add all that in the next section when we come to detail everything. So it's just going to be a very, very short section on this. Okay, so you should have something like that, and there we go. Okay, so I think what I will do is just move that up, and we'll just grab our faces, and we'll get rid of that, and we'll just get this one. Just move that into there. And I think what we will do is begin to just add a little bit of geometry just in there, just to start to smooth things out a tiny bit. Okay, about there and there. I didn't really want to go too far down the road on this bit, but sometimes you just can't help yourself. So that should cover that area there. Okay. So the only real thing that's bothering me at the moment is that there, and I may change that actually looking at it now. So I think I will do that whilst we're here, because I don't like this bit here. So it's like this pole area. So I think I could have actually done that better from the offset looking at it now. So we'll add that one there, and we'll do the same with this one here as well. And again, it's a similar sort of thing to what we just done, just a case of deleting some edges. I think that's right, we'll do that one. Let's have a look. Yeah, that will suffice a lot better, I think, there. Whoops, wrong one. So we want to grab that one and that one. We still end up with 4 sides. That's actually a lot tidier, which is good for me. Again, I'm very particular. That did actually bother me when we started doing that, but now that's a lot more pleasant to look at, and it'll probably manage a bit better as well. Okay, so we're just going to double check. We can get rid of our history. Okay, so that's that bit done, and let's just quickly give this a little bit more shape now. We've got that bit more geometry going on up there, and we can shape that to there. This can go here. Okay, so it's just very, very simple stuff on this area here, and we're just going to jump in over here, and I think we'll help that out actually with as we did with the other hole. As I said, I didn't really want to, because we're going to add that extra little gizmo that goes over the top of that, and we'll just shape that out just a bit more. Okay, to about there, and we'll just round that to there, and that's pretty good. So let's just have a look in our perspective view. There we go. So you should have something like that, and I'll just stick on the old wireframe. Just see how we're getting on, and I'll just get rid of the camera. There we go. So overall, that's our blocked out buttstock area, which is looking pretty good. And hopefully, the next section we'll get that finished off. We'll get some nice little roundness going on, and we'll get some thickness on this inner part as well. And we'll add those little sort of brackety Allen key bits or whatever that are used as attachments. So hopefully you've got this far again, and well done if you have, and I shall see you in part 9. Okay, so we're just going to jump straight back in and just carry on with the buttstock. What we need to do really is just add some extra geometry to sort of smooth things up, so we get something that looks as nice as this kind of area. So first of all, I'm going to start off with the sort of more simple areas of the sort of cushions of the buttstock. So I'm just going to switch over to my polygon shelf where all my tools are, and I'm just going to delete some history on that. Just double check that one. That one's okay. So first of all, I'm just going to get the split edge ring tool, and I'm just going to add some geometry just down here. And I'm going to hit 3 on the keyboard as well, so you can see how it's going to affect everything. So we want to keep it round, but not too round. This thing needs a few sort of softer edges, if you will, like that. So I'm just checking my reference as well that I've got here in front of me. So again, if you do hear rustling of paper, it's just me. So I'm just going to add one there as well. And I think what I will do is just move that across ever so slightly, just there. Again, we don't want too sharper edges because these are cushions. But we don't want too softer edges either because it's not actually coming from a jelly mold. So yeah, so just something to keep an eye on there. Okay, so what I can do as well now, I'm going to hit back to 1 on my keyboard, and I'm just going to right click over this, and we're just going to get rid of these faces, just there, so I'm just going to get rid of those. Looking at this and the reference, I think at the moment we're going to need to just make this a little bit thinner, although I did compensate this to actually be the full size thing, but we'll actually take this back and just get that to the sort of halfway point like on the rest of the buttstock body. So we can do this in 2 halves as well. So, and we'll do the same with the top bit. So just jump straight over to here, and first of all we're going to do another loop split. I'm just going to put one on the edge there. Okay, so hopefully when we through on our keyboard again, you can see the sort of shape that it's going to take. And we're going to put one just in here. So this one's going to need to be a little bit sharper because it's going to sort of the edges are going to get a little bit closer up to the actual buttstock bodywork itself. And I'm just going to switch over to my vertex mode, and I'm just going to push these across. Okay, just so they sit nice and flush in there. Okay, so you should have something that looks like that. Now I'm just going to go back to my 1 on the keyboard, and I think what I need to do is, looking at the shape of this, we just need to sort of just pull these points around, just so really it matches the shape of the framework here. Okay, so it's a fairly straightforward task. There we go. Okay, and then once again what we'll do is we'll select our faces, so it's right click with your mouse button, and we're just going to select all these faces down there. Whoops, just going through the image plane there. So I'm just going to grab these guys, I'm just going to delete those as well, and I'm going to grab the points, and we're just going to move those across to about there. Okay, so it shows something like that. And again, I'm just going to double check, see how we're looking. So as you can see there, it's still a little bit too soft on this edge here. So we're going to jump straight back to our loop split tool, and I'm just going to bring that as close as I can to there, and that's looking pretty good. So that covers those, excuse me, the cushioned areas for that. And again, I'll just go to F8 and hit 3 on the keyboard for that one. So as you can see, it needs a slight little bit of modification, and we'll just jump over to our side view for that, and we'll just hide that ever so slightly. So we'll leave that to about there, and the bottom one will drop down ever so slightly as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good so far. So now we're going to get on with the framework for this, because obviously, as I said, with the cushions here, these haven't come out of jelly or jello molds. I mean, these are coming out of proper sort of hard surface molds, and the gun really doesn't look like this at all. So what we need to do is we're going to do the same principle. We're just going to cover those areas only really for this particular section before we sort of move on to doing the upper part of the rifle here, with the extra details and stuff that go in there. So we're going to look at this, and what I will do, I'm just going to hide the unselected stuff. Again, I've got a keyboard shortcut, shell shortcut up here, HUO, which is hide unselected objects, and you can find all of these in here. And you can put these all to your shells just by pressing the Control and Shift key and just clicking on the appropriate command that you want. And the same goes for any other area of Maya as well. So I'm just going to hide those. So hide unselected objects, that's okay, that's cool. I'm not too worried about the image plane at the moment, because it's not really of use while we do this at the moment, although we will come back and refer to it in a couple of minutes or so. So again, just going to have a quick look in the sort of poly smooth mode, and the first thing actually I do want to do is get rid of all these inside faces. So I'm just going to jump over to my front view here, and again just going to do a quick right click, grab all those faces just down that one side, and I'm just going to delete those, and then we're going to convert that, right click to vertices or CVs or points, whatever you want to call them. CVs are actually nerve based, so we'll call these vertex and points. So we've now snapped that to the center of the grid in Maya, as you can see here, and that's going to give us a bit more leeway as well when we flip that across, so it's not going to actually be too thick. Okay, so you show something like that, and all we're going to do now is just do the same thing as I said before. So we're going to start off down the back here, I think. And we'll start off in the simple area just up here. So again, I'm just going to add some extra geometry to that area, and I'm going to do the same here. And if I just go back to our reference, and here's a little bit rounder, if you can just make that out there. Let's go into our side view and just hit 4 on the keyboard so we can see through it. Maya's not letting me look through there. There we go, it's there. Okay. So as you can see there, it's quite rounded off. So we just need to move that a little bit, just up a little bit there, that edge we've just cut in. So we'll leave that about there. Okay. And again, it will be the same for the inside bit just here. So we're going to grab the loop split tool, and again, to sort of leave it about the same distance as the one just above it. And you see something a little bit sort of rounder there. Although we've got this part ready to go, as you can see on the inside here, we've got to extrude that out a little bit, which we'll do a bit later on as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So what we'll do, we'll move down to the bottom area here, and we'll do the same thing again. So again, there's a few little repetitive things to do, but these need doing, so I can show you throughout the tutorial, just in case we do get into any sort of sticky and complicated areas as we go along as well. It's not just a case of click and cut, click and cut. So there will be a few areas that I think we will need to address, kind of like around here, looking at this area here as well, and I have a feeling we might have to be a little bit more sort of vigilant up here as well. So just things to bear in mind anyway. So okay, so we've done that. So those small areas there are looking pretty good. And what I think we need to do is come down to this area here towards the actual handle area of the buttstock. And I'm just going to put in a loop split just sort of around there. As you can see, it is still slightly rounded. So what I may do is just undo that and just move that to about there, so we still get that nice little sort of curve there going on up into the actual handle from the framework. Even though it's all joined together, we still need to add that kind of detail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move down to here. This area is just here. And we need to sort of address this really, because there's a bit of a lip here, as you can see. So what I will do, I'm just going to pull these areas out and just go into our edge mode. In fact, I'll go to 1 on my keyboard and just see if I can. Which way is it normal going? No, not that way. Okay, so I'm going to have to do this. Was it local? Nope. So I'm going to have to do this normally, and I'm going to have to do it by eye, because I've frozen out the transformation, I think, for that particular area. As you can see there, if I just go back a second, you can see it's not quite level. So we're just going to pull that into place. I'm just going to pull it out a little bit further. To about there. Okay. And also, we're just going to grab the verts on this one. Just straighten those out. I'm going to grab these guys as well. So we want everything to be sort of as flush as possible. Keep it nice and tidy. It should hopefully save you a bit of time later on if you do run into trouble with any other areas. So the more you can keep tidy in the earlier stages, the better it's going to be for you later on. Okay, so that looks like it's done a pretty good job there. It's not too bad at all. Okay, let's just have a quick look in our smooth mode. It's not too bad. So what we need to do now is cut in the extra edge around here. So again, I'm just going to quickly check that reference just there. And I'm going to add that just into there. Okay, so you should do something like that. Let's just go up here and check here. Okay, that's not too bad. Could do with being a little bit sharper there, I think. So what I'll do is, I'll just undo that for a minute. And what we'll do, we'll hide these guys. And that one there. So I'm just going to press Ctrl H to hide those. And what I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm just going to make that a little bit closer just here, just so it picks out more of a sharper edge for us in the long run. And also, I'm just going to add another loop in this area. That's a bit too rounded there for me, so I'm just going to take that back ever so slightly. Okay, so you should have something like that. And then also, this area is going to need some geometry to sharpen that out. Okay, and also the top area here as well. Okay, so that one's looking pretty good. And also, excuse me, the culprit just around here really. Is this going to be this guy here? So we'll need to add, I think, some extra geometry in that area around there. Now let's just check where that loop's actually going, because that's going to be going right around here, and that's going to sharpen this area a little bit too much, more than what we actually need. So if we just hit 3 on the keyboard, actually it's not too bad. It's actually a happy accident there, I think. So I may actually keep that just for this stage. So it's not looking too bad at all. So that's good, so we can keep that. That's really, really good. And also we'll just go back to 1, and we just need to add 1 in there, in this area here. Now, judging by what I've done in the past with various models, just be careful on curved areas, because sometimes, just around here, because this is all curved, so more geometry you add, you may actually get a stepping effect in sort of curved areas. So it's just something to be aware of, and we can actually check this while we're here. Excuse me. So that's actually not too bad. So if I deselect that, that's actually okay. And we get a nice sharp sort of edged area up here as well. And I may just add 1 more into there. And let's see if that does what I'm talking about. It's not actually going to do it because I know where I'm sort of going with this, and having dealt with things like that in the past, I don't think it's actually going to do it for me. And let's pop 1 in just up there. There we go. So that keeps that all nice and sharp, which is exactly what we want for this area. So again, we're just going to hide this guy. Okay. So we can concentrate on this area here. Let's have a look, see what we've got. So we need to just add in some geometry there just to keep that nice and sharp as well. Okay, so that's not too bad at all. And I will add another one just in here. Now I want to be very careful with this part because the rifle itself is a little bit more sharper in this area. So I may actually add that around here. Okay, so that sort of gives us a bit more of a flattened effect there towards the front of that. Okay, so far so good. So the other area I want to do, that I actually want to look at, is just on the inside of here. And we're going to add in, oops, wrong area. This one here, this area here. Now we want a sharp edge, but we also want to keep this area quite rounded. Because if you look at the reference that you've been supplied, you will see that this is quite smooth. So we're going to do a bit of a cheat. Well, it's not really a cheat. We're just going to move the geometry ever so slightly here, just to keep that area kind of soft, really. And by moving the actual edge across, you can see that it makes it a bit rounder in that area. So, but also it will keep this area nice and sharp, which is exactly what we want there. So if I just deselect that, we can have a quick look. Hit F8, back into object mode. And I'll just quickly turn off wireframe unshaded so we can see what we're getting. So we've got quite a nice looking object going on there, and we'll just show all at the moment, so you can see that's come along quite nicely. These areas here just coming through there, but that's not too much to worry about. We can adjust all that a little bit later on as well. Okay, so I'm pleased with that. That's looking very cool. And what I think I may do is add an extra loop just through here, and then it gives a little bit more control for this area. In fact, I think we will just add that through there. I mean, this is such a low resolution model, it really doesn't matter where we put it as such. You know, we're not cramming it all in. So that's pretty good. In fact, I may actually add a loop around this area, just here. And then we can actually sort of tidy this a little bit up here. my reference. It is a little bit round. It's not too much though. So that's okay. Let's just drag that across. Yeah, that's fine where that is. So this area here will tweak very shortly. It's gone a little bit too thin in that area. And as you can see up here, this is sort of pulled away. So because we've gone to smooth poly, so this is working very similar to subdivision surface. So it's like the more edges and stuff that you add, it pushes and pulls and stuff like that. And as you can see here, we need to get something in this area as well, because that's become very, very rounded as well. So just those little areas to sort of think about sort of straightening up. So just put that in there. There you go. You can see that that's already started to pop into place. And if we just jump over to our perspective view, you can see now that actually by adding that extra edge, it stopped this from going over the top, being too rounded, which is great, which is what we need. And I'm just going to bring this forward just a tiny bit more. Just make sure that we're not moving too out of reach of the main shape of our gun. And that's pretty cool there, so I'm happy with that. And we can now move these verts pretty much right over to here. And grab these guys and move them over as well. So just a few little areas that will need tweaking. I won't go into every minor area, but I'm sure you get the idea of what we're looking to achieve. And also, I think all of this stuff here needs to come forward a bit more. Oops. So these guys need to move forwards. So we want to keep the detail there in that area. So just going to quick play around with this for a second. Like so. Okay, that's pretty good. And I think we just need to move that there. And that one there. So I'm just checking my reference. Okay, so I just need to get that into a suitable position, just in here. And I think what we need to do is make that a little bit wider in that part as well, just so it fits nicely. And because also we've got, actually let's take that back. And what we need to do grab those, I think. We grab that one, and that one up there. And we'll just move those across ever so slightly. That's better. Okay, cool. Well, we're not actually cutting any of this in anyway around this area, so that actually works out quite well. And what I will do is just have a quick look there. Let's put something going on with the mesh there. Yeah, so I need to grab those verts, make those a little bit, get those a bit tidier in that area. As you can see, because of the poly smooth, it's become a little bit complicated there. So these are sort of like issues that you will have to look at. But let's just jump back into the side view. Let's see what we've got. That's the back. Okay, so bring those up, straighten that area there. And that one there has gone astray. So let's put that back into side. So on there. And it looks like I got a similar thing going on just here. Okay, so those need to come forward. For a minute. And it's because we move those across, so we can actually put those back for a minute. And just hit 3 on the keyboard, see how we're looking. Okay, so we need to sort this area out. And we'll do that now. Okay, so we've got all of this going on, so I'm just going to hit to the verts, and I'm just going to move this area back because we do want to see that detail just in there on that sort of trigger guard area, which is what we put that in there on purpose, so we do want to see it. In fact, we can pull that forwards just ever so slightly there, and as you can see we need to come forwards a little bit more here. And I'm just going to grab these guys as well. I'm just going to pull that lot forwards as well. Just there. So it's a bit better. Okay. Okey doke. And we'll grab these, I think, on this particular part. Just pop those there for a second. Okay, so if we just jump to our side view here, just going to go back into the low res unsmoothed version. I'm just going to pull this about a little bit more just to get these all a bit more straight and a bit more user friendly, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so that's not too bad there. Okay, just pull these guys down. Shouldn't take us too long. Okay, so that's okay there. And just quickly check these guys up here. So that's okay there. Just drag that back just a slight bit. Okay. Ooh, what's going on there? Let's just quickly check those edges. Okay, so there we go. There. Okay, let's just check the roundness on that, see how smooth we're looking. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to add another loop straight through the middle of that lot. And hopefully we should be able to get a sort of bit more sort of control for this area up here. Because I want to see this detail just on the inside of this handle. So let's see how we get on with that. And I think also we'll have another one just in there, because when we do our UVs as well, we don't want to have two little UVs, otherwise you'll end up with nasty stretching, kind of like you do on some sort of very, very low-res games characters that you may have seen. So that really down to lack of UVs and stuff like that. So just something to take on board. Okay, so we're almost done. I'm just going to grab those guys and just going to push them back just a little bit more. Okay, like so. Okay, and now what we want to do is to have a look, see if we can get that detail to pop just there. In fact, I might be able to cheat that and actually move those forward themselves. So let's have a look there. Let's have a quick look. It may not work. So that's when we need to just really... Okay, so pop those to there. Let's have a quick look. So what it needs to do is if we just take that back, and I think, as I mentioned before, it does actually just need to be wider in this area. So what we can do, we'll actually make that wider when we come to actually put the two halves together. But for now, what I'll do as well, I'll just move these back just ever so slightly. So we've got that coming through there. Just coming through there ever so slightly there, and what we can do is just make that, just check the roundness on this, so all of these can be a little bit rounder. I'm just checking the reference as well, so we can grab these guys all the way up to the top here. This is actually looking a little bit skinny, and it isn't. Just going to grab all of these just around here. Okay, like that. And just see what we've got. And I'll just grab that one as well. So it is a case of adding just that little bit extra on the width there, because I think that's too thin there as well, this area here. So what I'm going to do is grab, let's just hide these. Okay. So going a little bit jiggery, just to get it looking how we need to. Let's just have a look down here. And those there as well. Let's see what we got up here. Don't need, oops, don't need those in our selection at all. So all those, oh sorry, we do need those, beg your pardon, and those there. And let's just grab that, don't want that one. And we don't want that one, and those either. Just make sure we've got what we need. Okay. So we're going to, the outside of the framework hopefully shouldn't be affected as we move this. As you can see there, that's fine. So just going to bring that across and just get that lip just a little bit thinner just there, which is good for me. Let's just pop that back a little bit more. And also we'll grab these guys as well, just to give them a bit more roundness. And hopefully, if we jump into the front view, we'll just straighten those out. It's not too bad. Let's just have a look there. And then we can grab these guys, because we don't want that to be too thick. I'll just pull those across. There we go. And just make the shape there. Just checking my reference. So it goes in just a tiny bit there. Let's just grab these guys all the way across. So a bit of shaping to do. And we shall grab them there, and around there, and there. So just a small bit of tweaking to do. And the front of that cushion, we'll leave that area because the front of that's got to stay thicker. So we'll just move this inwards to about there. And just hit through on the keyboard, see how we get on. That's much better there. That's much nicer. So hopefully more like what I want. So just a slight tweak, I think, there, just to bring that forwards, which we'll do on that area, as I was going to do before. So we'll just grab these guys all along here and move those outwards. And we'll just grab these there as well. So hopefully those are all sticking out ever so slightly, just to show off that little bit of detail that we've done. And that should fix that area up really nicely for us. So that, let's just show everything, really concludes that part of the model. And what we can do is, on the next section, we'll leave this here. So we've overcome a couple of problems. So on the next section, we'll extrude that out, and we'll give these some final tweaks. And as you can see there, these do need to go back ever so slightly. So that's all looking good. So we'll give these some extrusion, and also we'll add the little sort of Allen key fitting as well, and we'll just get everything into position. And then what we can do, we can move on to the upper area and the barrel for the next part. So hopefully you've got through that like I have, as again on the fly with everything as we do here at SimplyMaya. You know, we don't plan it out. All we do is plan out what we're going to make, and then we just go for broke. And so you get to see and overcome problems as you go along, because not everything is perfect, and as you could tell as we were going through some of that. So hopefully you've enjoyed that and got through that, and I'll see you in the next section. Cheers for now. Hey everybody, welcome back. In this section we're just going to finish this part off on the buttstock, this sort of framework support area. It's going to involve a little bit of an extrusion and the extra Allen key parts around this sort of area here, and also a slight tune-up for the cushions as well, just to get them to fit into place a little bit better. And while we're there, we can get rid of some history on that one. Or is that okay? And that one's okay as well. So it's just this guy with a little bit of history on from last time. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to just grab all these faces like so, and what I will do actually before we do that, let's just jump back to object mode, and we'll just hide the unselected objects, and so we can see what we need to work on. And I'm just going to hit face and like so, and by going up to edit mesh, I'll make sure I've got my faces kept together, and then I've got a polygon extrude shortcut on my shelf, and all I'm going to do is that. And so we're just going to push that out ever so slightly to about there. Okay, like so. And what we will do is we're going to hit 3 on the keyboard and see how it's looking. It's looking a little bit rubbery, but we can sort that out. And just go back to commands, and which I have on my shelf, and show last hidden, so we can see what we need to do here. And it's not too bad. I'm just going to pull this guy out just a little bit more there, and then what we'll do as we've done in these previous parts, we're just going to add a few more edges, stuff like that, just to make sure everything's looking nice and sort of sharp and sort of machined, if you like. So we're going to do that now. So I'm just going to jump back to F8 and that one there, and again just going to hide the unselected stuff like so. And just looking at this, actually what I haven't done, which I think I do need to do, is if I go back, I'm just going to go back a couple of parts, there we go, just for our extrusion. And as you can see on this one here, we've got the extra loop just going around the edge there. So I think what we'll need to do is do the same on that one, just before we do actually go ahead and re-extrude this part of the buttstock. So what I'm going to do is just going to grab my split poly tool, which is just down here, and I'm just going to pop in an extra set of edges just around here. In fact, I think I can do that even quicker with the edge ring tool, and we'll just do that straight in there like so. There we go. Save a bit of time, and we're just going to move those into position ever so slightly. Just a quick tweak here, and again you can spend as much time as you want on sort of areas like this. I'm sort of just getting it done for our tutorial, just so you have an idea of what to do, where to go. Okay, so that should sort of cover that area, and we're going to switch to face mode. So that's right click on my mouse button over the object, so that's faces, and you can select all the other stuff as well. So, and then again, as we did before, just a quick extrude, and I'm just going to run that sort of to about there. Okay, not too thick, not too thin, that should be adequate enough. And then what I'm going to do is hit 3 on the keyboard and just see it, how it looks when it's smooth. As you can see, a little bit of tweaking to do still there, and a little bit down there. But also, as I said before, we need to add sort of edges like we did for the rest of the buttstock in the previous section. So we need to add a few edges here just to sharpen this guy up a bit. So I'm just going to drop back to my base mesh there, and I'm just going to grab my split edge ring tool, and I'm just going to pop one just around there and one about there. So if we hit 3 on the keyboard, as you can see, it's started to sharpen these edges up a little bit more. Now I think what we could do, we can add another one up there just to square that one off. Okay, so it's not too bad there. And we'll do the same with this little feather up here, although we're not really going to see too much of those areas. I do like to just sort of finish things like that off on a model. It just it can make a little bit of a difference, especially those who need to view it or whatever. Okay, so just going to run round into here as well, and I think what we will do, we'll just see what we've got to do there. So I'm just going to jump over to the side view. So let's just come all the way over here. So you can see it's got to be a lot smaller for the whole area. There's no pun intended there, by the way. Okay, so we'll just move this across like so. And this is just to give us an idea of where our sort of Allen key fitting, or the little nodule bit that sits in there, whereabouts it's got to go. Okay, so make it nice and smooth so it fits just right. Okay, so it's not too bad there. And we're just going to double check this guy down here. So this one's not as bad. So just a slight tweak, just there, and just pull that guy in a bit there, and we'll just okay, there we go. So that's pretty good. So just jump back over to our perspective view, And what I think we'll do is I'm just going to show last hidden, which is the rest of our rifle. Okay, so as you can see, it's not quite sitting in the middle. So I'm just going to hit F8, and we're just going to move that across. And I'm just going to jump into a front view, and again, just going to hide the unselected stuff. And I'm going to center the pivot point for that object, as you can see there. And you can get that. I've used a shortcut on my shelf, but you can go to modify, and there it is there, center pivot, and you can pop that on your shelf. Right, so I'm just going to hit X, and I'm just going to snap that to the grid, like so, and delete some history, and we're going to jump back over to our perspective view, and again, show last hidden, and there we go, so it's not looking too bad. So we've got a slight little tweak to do on the top there, and just around the bottom areas here, just so it all sort of fits into the rest of the rifle, and we'll do that now. So again, it's a very, very quick section for this. So I'm just going to grab some verts and just going to move them all into this area here. And I have my on X-ray mode. No. I am in wireframe. Okay, that's better. Okay, so there we go. So we're just going to drop these into there, because we're not going to see those anymore after that. So it's going to keep it all nice and tidy. In fact, I could run a sharper edge around there. I think, see how we get on with this. But because it's not exposed, we can hide it within the buttstock itself. So we'll just see how we look at the end of this. As you can see there, got a little bit of a gap there, so we just need to go around and tweak that into place as well. So in fact, we will go into wireframe for this particular little bit, and we'll just move these dudes along. There we go. So that's not too bad. That's great, that's fine. That's not too bad there. I don't really need to go up there too much. Okay, that's acceptable. And we'll just tweak that ever so slightly just along here. And then these guys up here, we'll just grab these in one go, and we'll just shove those up into there. There we go. So that's pretty cool. Okay, and these guys here, I think we'll grab this set and we'll just pull those into there as well. And also we can grab the verts from the cushion and we'll just squeeze those in there a little bit more. And also this top cushion needed a slight tweak, if you recall, from the last section. And again, we'll just go into our shaded view and we're just going to grab these and we're going to pull them down ever so slightly, not too much, because we don't really need to, and because we want to keep a little bit around this in between. And as you can see there, I'm probably just a little bit over the top with that one there, so we're just going to pull that to about there. That's fine. And then this guy here, let's hit 4 on the keyboard, and we're just going to try and round this guy off just ever so slightly, and then just pull that, whoops, missed out a vert there, just pull that into place around there and there as well. Okay, so it's not too bad sitting there. And again, because it's in smooth poly, you'll find that sort of these areas here will move. It's a bit like a subdivision surface, really. So you may move one and another one will move. So excuse me. So you'll have to sort of tweak it accordingly. But it takes a little bit of getting used to. But it's not too bad. It's also like NURBS curves. If those of you that use NURBS will know, you can pull one CV point and another one will move. It's just the way the smoothing works for the sort of operation that you're doing. So that's not too bad, and let's just pop over into our, that's pretty good. Let's just push that back there. Can we move it up a little bit more? Okay, so that's pretty good. That's almost like a done deal there really for that. And we'll just pop that there, and we'll just move that up just a little bit more. Now just looking at that, I'm just going to have a quick look. We'll just jump into object mode, and I'm just going to get the split edging tool, and I'm just going to try and see what I can do there, just to sort of bring this front edge in a little bit more towards that, because I don't really want to lose the roundness of the cushion. So let's just grab those there. Okay, so it's just a slight tweak, nothing too drastic. Let's have a look there, and what we'll do is we'll grab all of these, and using the scale tool, we'll just straighten them all out. It's probably best to go into our base mesh view, if you like, one on the keyboard, for those of you who are wondering what that is. Just going to tweak these round, just around here, so that's not too bad there. And I'm going to hit 3 again on the keyboard. Just needs a bit more of a push just there. That's better. And then we can move that down and push that back in. So that for me is looking pretty good. And also just need to push that guy in just at the top there. Let's just hit 1 just to see how that's looking. And again, just going to hit F8 on the keyboard, and I'm going to hide the unselected stuff, and what I want to do is just add in perhaps another loop there. In fact, we don't need to, I don't think, because we've got that set of verts there. So what I propose to do with that is if we jump over to the side view and show all the other stuff, I'm just going to hit 3 to smooth this guy. I'm just going to bring that up to about there, and I'm just going to push this back in to the handle there. So it's not too bad. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. Yep, I'm happy with that. That's cool. Also, another thing that you could do to save on any sort of extra polys and stuff like that is you can actually delete some. So I was just thinking about this while I was doing this, that you don't actually need those faces that are on the inside there. So if we just hit to F8, and again we'll just hide the unselected stuff, and we'll go back to 1 on our keyboard. We don't actually need these faces, and by doing that as well, you'll actually find that it will give you a hard edge. So the stuff that you don't need, it's that whole thing, don't make what you don't need. So yeah, just crossed my mind while we were doing that. But saying that, we may need to just sort of put in a little bit of extra geometry here and up there, just to stop any corners going too rounded. So we'll do that. I'll just give you a quick run through on that one. So we'll just add a loop in through here. Just keep that edge nice and sharp. So that one's going to run off back up to there. That's fine. And also we'll do one all the way up there. Okay, like so. And luckily for us, we've already got a set of faces up there. So what we'll do, we'll grab, let's see if we can do it with the select loop. Yeah, that's good. And then what we can do is actually select the faces. We'll convert this, oops. We'll convert this selection to faces now. And we've selected stuff we don't want. We only want the outside stuff. So what we'll need to do there very quickly is just go round and deselect all of this stuff. So this won't take us a second. you'll just bear with me. So we'll just delete those, or sorry, not delete, deselect those, I beg your pardon, because we want to keep some of this stuff. Okay, so we want to keep the top ones, because we're going to get rid of those. And also, we'll get rid of those dudes there, there, just around here. And I think we're okay for there. Okay, so what we want to do now is convert that selection to basically to select the faces there. And what you can do, you can go select, and then, where am I? I'm just down here, convert selection. Okay, this is under the select menu set. Convert selection, and then you can just go to any type of component that you want to select. So you can convert this to edges, which we're already in anyway. You can convert it to vertices, or you can convert to faces, and so on. So we want to faces, so there we go, we've done that. And we've got a couple of faces left over where I could have just deleted, or deselected, I beg your pardon. I'm obsessed with deleting stuff today. So yeah, so we just need to deselect the stuff that's just over what we need. There's only be a few little areas, I think. Like so that's only 3 so far, and we'll just have a look around here. So there's this little guy up here, so that one, oops, that one, and that one, and those are all okay. We want to get rid of all those, and these as well. That's all fine, that's great. So, and we put our geometry into place, so we can now delete some bits. And if I just go back to 3 on my keyboard, so as you can see there, the edges now remain quite hard. And if we go back, have I deleted too much? I have. La-di-da-di-da. Yep, don't want to do that. Okay, so just go back to 1 on the keyboard, just to double check that we have got rid of all the non-selected stuff. Okay, so yeah, we can go back and delete that, and then we can hit 3 on the keyboard, and it should all be quite well now, and that's okay. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, so that's all good. So as you can see, we've got some hard edges now, and it's just they've come from geometry that we don't need. And again, we're just going to show last hidden. There we go. So again, it's just unwanted geometry, and it also keeps the model a bit lighter. I mean, the model is pretty low res anyway, it's not too high. And we're just going to move these into a little place just down here, just a little bit more. Okay, like so. And that sort of covers that little area there. And also what we want to do is just grab that, and I think we could do with an extra loop in just around here. So I'm just going to put one just around that area, and a split edge ring, so I'll pop one about there. Now we can just check that out now. There we go. So that's all fine. And we can just move that up ever so slightly. Again, it's like working with subdivision surfaces. If you want a harder edge, you just add another piece of geometry or another edge loop into the sort of area that needs to be sharpened. So okay, so that covers that, I think. Okay, so that bit's done, and what we want to do now is just going to create these little sort of Allen key, whatever, sort of little extra washer bits that go in there just to tidy that up. And all we're going to use is a poly cylinder, like so, and it's a bit big. And to get the hole in the middle, it's a little bit of a trick that I tend to do. We're not going to do any booleans, we're not going to do any extruding of the middle to make the hole and then join everything up. We're going to just simply delete both ends, okay, like so. And we're then going to scale that down like so, okay. And all we need to do is just create this shape. So we're going to come up and then extrude out and then back in again. So it's really, really very, very simple. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to select that edge and that edge. And again, if you want to select the rest of the edges, you can go select contiguous edges, which will do that. And I've actually got a shortcut on my shell for that. So, and all we're going to do, whoops, if I can use the scale tool. Okay, that's cool. So I'm just going to bring that up ever so slightly, and I'm just going to pull that just out. Oh, wrong way. Okay, like so. So I've localized that to a specific area, and then we're going to extrude again. But this time we're just going to use it from the center. Okay, like so. And just going to jump into a side view just to make sure that everything is flat here for that. That's fine, that's great. Okay, so just going to do that. And to finish it off, we're going to extrude again. So we're going to do that like that, and just going to push that out. Whoops. We need to go to the middle. And just going to extrude it out ever so slightly there. And again, one more extrude, and from the center, like so, and that's it. That's all we need to do. Okay. So F8, and we'll delete some history there. And I'll just grab the rotate tool, and by pressing J to constrain it every few degrees, and now we can just pop that into place. Okay, so that's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And all we're going to do is just move that to about there, and all I'm going to do is just going to widen it ever so slightly, and then we're just going to shrink it down, just so we've got a little bit of depth to it. It's not too bad. So the idea here is to get it to fit inside that hole, like so. Okay, let's just hide my cameras. I've got some cameras in the way, and there we go. Just get rid of that. Oops, got rid of the wrong one. Let's just select this one and Control H to hide it. Okay, so we've got this guy here, so we need to just sort of shrink it down a little bit, and just going to move that up like so, and there we go. Okay, so if we now jump back to our model, and all we need to do is just widen it just a little bit more, and there we go. So that's really a fairly easy way to do that. In fact, we could probably just make that a little bit bigger, and then just thin that back in, keeping that nice little bevel that we've got there as well. And there you go. So that's that bit done. And we've done, there's no booleans been done here, no boolean operations or anything. So all it's done, it's just been extruding or just cutting holes. Because booleans can be quite performance intensive on Maya sometimes, and sometimes the result isn't always what you want. So just going to duplicate that. That's Control D on your keyboard, and I'm just going to move down into this part. Okay, and again you can do the same. There we go, and I can try and keep these the same size, so I might need to just sort of jiggle that whole bit around just very slightly, because we want to keep it all looking the same. So just need to move a couple of these vertices inside of the object that we've just made, so just by pulling those around. But you're not going to see that afterwards because it's being covered up, which is great. And there we go. So that's that pretty much done. Let's just double check that in our view, and we'll just deselect, and there we go. That's done. Done deal. Okay. So that covers that part. So that really concludes the modelling of the buttstock. So in the next section, what we're going to do, we're going to get on with the actual upper receiver area here. And again, we can probably, we'll be doing some similar little bits with the modelling. And as you can see here, we've got this little hole to cut out, which we're not, no booleans or anything like that. We're going to just add it to the geometry and just throw it all in there. And that should sort of get the modelling for that section done. There's a little bit of detail to add to the top of this as well. I'm looking down here at the actual exploded view that I have of the rifle. So there's a couple of little bits to add on there, a few little pins and stuff, which again we can borrow from the rest of the rifle that we've already made, and that should sort of cover that top bit really. And then also what we'll need to do, we'll need to probably duplicate that and run it across to the other side, because the other side is a little bit more different, but it's only because we've got one sort of extrusion to run on that part of the rifle on the other side. So we'll go from there. So hopefully you've got through that quite easily. I don't think it was that hard to do there, and just take your time, and if you want to add more detail, go for it, and we'll see you in the next section. So cheers for now. Okay, so carrying on, we're going to get on with the upper receiver now for the rifle. First of all, we just want to check that everything's on layers, which is great, so that's cool. And what I think we need to do, if we just go to the upper receiver layer here, and what we want to do, I think, is we're going to duplicate this and move it up, because what I want to do is actually build these two parts separately so we don't get too much mess going on. So we'll just pop that onto a new layer, so like so, and we'll give that a quick rename, and we'll call that upper receiver 2 underscore dis, and the dis means display layer. So save that and just make sure that the object is selected. There we go, and I'm just going to middle mouse button drag that just underneath the other one, and I'm just going to hit the reference for that as well on the layer. Okay, so we want to be getting on with the main part, so first of all we need to move that up, I think, and we'll just jump over to our side view, hit F on the keyboard to frame it, and let's have a look, see what we need to do. So I'm just going to move it down ever so slightly, about there. And as you can see, there's a few little niggly bits just in here. So what I think we'll need to do is just sort of cut in some geometry, a little bit of extruding to do, and we can go from there. And we'll do the same on the back there. Okay, so let's nip over to our perspective view, and then the first thing I actually want to do is split this in half and get rid of that part of the geometry. So I'm using MJ Poly Tools there, and just using the edge loop split straight down the middle, no fuss, and then just delete that, and that's done. Okay, so back over to our side view, and if we can just have a look, see what we've got to do. So first of all, we need to, I think, put in a section sort of just around here, okay, about there, and also around about this kind of area, and also I think we need to put one there as well, just down the end there, because if you look at the reference, this bit actually comes down a bit. And also what we'll do is just grab those verts and just move them across to about there, which is great. Okay, so what we need to do is look at this area here. We're going to need to sort of cut these parts in. But first of all, if I just hide the trigger receiver, we can see here that that part there will need to come down, and something like that. So let's just zoom out, and I'm going to grab these faces, and we're going to extrude these down. Okay, so I'm just going to go to mesh, edit mesh, keep faces together, so that's done, and just going to extrude that down to about there. Okay, and then we're going to grab the verts, and we're going to move those up to there. Okay, so it's pretty easy, nothing drastic to worry about there. Okay, so then just going to move that to around that kind of area. Alright, and then for this part we're going to do the same. Just going to extrude that and move it down. Okay, like so. Select our vertex, grab the move tool and pop it across like so. So that's pretty straightforward for that kind of area. Okay, so for this part here, we need to sort this out really, because it's kind of rounded out. And first of all, what I want to do is just have a look at this and see what we can do with the geometry there without sort of packing the area out with unnecessary stuff. So I think about there should be adequate enough, I think, for now, because this area here, if you actually look on your reference, it's actually quite rounded. So I think by doing that and grabbing these guys, we can push that across to start to round that area out. Okay, like so. And also we'll grab these ones. And move those as well. Also, before we carry on, we need to delete some faces that have been created in that extrusion, just on the other side of the mesh there. So just grab those, and also down the end here, and just delete those. So that's all done. So it should all be nice and tidy. Okay, so we should have something that resembles that at the moment. And what I'm going to do is just going to put in a little bit of shaping, and also get things to the right size. So I just want to move that down to about there. In fact, we'll just move it up to there actually. And we'll move this back as well there. Okay, so that's all sitting quite nicely there as well. And just going to bring up the trigger receiver itself. So that's all okay there, I think. Good, so we can hide that for a minute. Okay, so what I'd like to do is actually we need to keep a nice sharp edge on this. So first of all, I think I really need to just manually cut in a little bit of geometry for this part. I think we'll go, whoops, Control Z. What I think we need to do is go from there to there, and then we'll just need to follow this round. I'm not worried about this area at the moment. Okay, I think that's about right, I think so. And we'll just terminate this off all the way down here. Whoops. Let's just enter that. We'll just get rid of that edge there. I made a little bit of a mistake there. So I'll just delete that, and we'll turn off the buttstock and the cushions. And I think I've deleted some faces accidentally, but we'll soon find out a bit later on. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll just finish off that for now and leave that there. Okay, so if we just quickly move on into a top view and just hit wireframe. Okay, and all we need to do is just quickly straighten those verts out that we've just created, just in that area there, and just do that very, very easily with the scale tool. There we go, they're all aligned again, and we can just push those over a little bit more, just there. So that keeps those, excuse me, that line, excuse me, sorry about that. So it keeps that line fairly straight, and obviously this one here we don't want too straight because it's curving around. And as you can see here, there's a slight problem there, and easily sorted out by just simply doing that. And then that leaves us with 4 sides on all of those polys, and it's nice and tidy. And again, that there will then connect to the other side when we come to do that. Okay, so just want to snap that into position there. That's better. So those are fairly straight now. Excuse me again. Getting a bit of a froggy voice. Okay, so what we want to do is now see what our shape is doing. So that's not too bad. I think we do need to start adding a little bit of geometry to make this, start to look like what we need to in a smoother sort of look. Okay, so we just hit 3 there, and I'm just going to call up the trigger receiver again with our on our layers. I'm just going to zoom in and hit 5 on the keyboard. I'm just going to have a quick look at this and just really give it a quick tweak in this area. So just going to push it forward ever so slightly there, and I think what we need to do is add in a loop around here just to sort of straighten the area off. In fact, I think we'll add it sort of further on down here, so it will stop that one from popping out of place all the way down. So we'll just add that in to around there now, so it's not too bad. And also we'll put one fairly close to the edge of that, which I think will be adequate anyway. And also we'll put one about there, so we can start to see our geometry take shape quite well. And again, just need to tweak it until it starts to sit properly with the rest of that. So let's just hit 5 on the keyboard. That's looking pretty good actually, and very simple as well. Okay, so it's something along those lines. And of course this bit needs to be quite rounded, so all we're going to do is grab those verts and just push that up a little bit more and just see what's going on with the mesh itself. So it's okay to a point. I think what would be good, let's have a look, just push that in a bit too far there. I think if we grab, let's turn off the trigger receiver. I think what would be good if we could actually widen that just a little bit. Just having a look around the mesh. That's actually got to sit in underneath there, so I think we can grab those and let's just hide that and pull that out, and that one out as well. Let's just do that for a minute. And grab those. And I think we can actually lower those just a bit, just to round that out just a little bit more. Excuse me. So it's not looking too bad there now. Okay, so let's round this guy a little bit better, just along here. And we'll just drop that down. And I think we could actually do the same with those. Let's just jump into our side view and have a look. Let's see where we're going. Oh yeah, there we go. So grab that one there and we'll just lower those right down. A little bit too far. Okay, that's good. And we'll do the same with that one. And I think that one there as well. That's looking a little bit better. Okay, so that should keep that fairly smooth, coming round and underneath the gun. Okay, so I think with that in place, I think we can now move ahead just ever so slightly, not too far. I don't want to jump the gun, so to speak, too much. I just want to pop in a couple of loops around this area because it's actually quite, it's not sharp but it's not round either, so I want to just do these areas just here, and we'll just do a quick 3 on the keyboard. So we do need another one sort of around there as well. That's kind of cool. It's working quite nicely. And I think we can begin to do the middle of the gun as well, and we do need to add up here, and we'll put 2 in up there, and the reason being, the first one at the very top, let's just grab that guy, just double check that we've got everything all the way down here, and what we'll do, we'll just move him over a bit, and then we'll grab that one as well, and we'll do the same thing, and just make sure we've not got any unwanted edges. So that's kind of cool there. Whoops. Just want to push that back to about there. That's good. And just deselect that, hit F8, so object mode, and I'm just going to set to face for a minute. Set the vertex normals. It's going a bit funny in some of these places, and delete the history. Okay, so that's cool. So I think let's have a look now. That's looking very nice. Good. That's better. That's what I wanted. That's good. That's looking okay there as well. Good. So that's fine. And what we do need to do, if we just look at this area here, now there's a pin there that the actual trigger receiver hooks around, and obviously there's nothing inside here at the moment to tell us what's going on, and the reference I have in front of me isn't very helpful either. It's not actually telling me there is something there. I can't actually see anything, but in one of the photographs it's slightly silhouetted at the back there. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in a very small piece of geometry just to sort of fit into that area as best possible, really, and then we can go from there and see what we get. So I'm going to hide the other stuff again. Even then we could see how we get on, because otherwise we could just add in a small polycube just to fit in there. But like the rest of the rifle, we have actually molded a fair bit of this, so we want to try and keep it in the same vein, so to speak. So what I would suggest we do is if we just jump back to our low poly mode, and just what I think we should do is grab these 2 faces here. In fact, I think we could split that right down there, just for argument's sake. Okay, although we've got a little bit of extra geometry there, it doesn't really matter. It's not like we're chock full of geometry anyway at this moment in time, so I think we're allowed to do that. We're allowed. So I think what we need to do is, if I undo that again, I think we need to pop those together, bring that there, and we certainly need to sort that roundness out just there, so we'll do that first, and then I shall explain what we're going to do. So first of all, we need to sort that shape out just in here, because that's not good at all, because we want to keep this all rounded. Okay, just along here and also up there, and also just in there as well. So I think that will be okay. So we need to do that, and we're just going to move it across ever so slightly as well. that should suffice, I think. And we'll move this guy across as well within that. And then all we need to do is just grab that outside one, just here and here, and the final one on the end there. Whoops, what's going on there? Oh, I made a mess. Okay, so we've got to undo that. Okay, so we'll start that again. I do apologise. So we just need to level that stuff up there. Okay, so let's grab that one, and that one as well. And we're just going to pull those up ever so slightly there, and also keeping the edges fairly sharp. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just grab these. Whoops. Okay. Just move those to about there on that front one, and just zoom in on the back one here, and we'll just do the same, just move that up a bit more. Okay, so just pop that up, and that edge there, I think, just grab that, just so it rounds it off, keeps it nice. Okay, and we'll just check that. That's okay, it's looking good. Good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, so we've got out of that one. So what we need to do here is really just grab these guys here, and we just need to, we're only going to select a few, and we're just going to straighten those up using the scale tool. Once again, coming to our rescue, and I'm just going to pull those down as well, because that's the middle of the gun. So and we'll just move those down. Okay, that's great. Okay, so something similar to what we did in a previous section on the trigger receiver. We're just going to grab these faces and extrude those along to a smaller area just around here. So just going to pop in another loop somewhere for it to sit, and then what we're going to do is grab those and extrude forward. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of those, that one there and that one there, like so. And in fact, I think we'll grab that one and we'll just extrude this guy all the way along. So I think it should be that one. In fact, what I'll do, we'll grab the bottom one as well, and we'll just push that all the way along, and I'll just center that up. So we want one, I'm going to hit G on the keyboard, so that's 2, just so we're matching these edges up around here, and then one more, 3. Okay, and then again, we will need to delete some faces. So that one there, there, and there. Okay. So all of those in a side view now. Just need to line those guys up. And again, our scale tool. And just make sure we are in line, just here, very roughly. Because obviously we've got to join those upwards. So first of all, we just get those all in line, about there. And then we can grab these guys and V key, snap, V key, snap. Okay, so that's sort of done, really. So it's looking pretty good. So what we need to do now, although that's not lined up there properly. Okay, so what we need to do now, we'll just put on our border edge command. So you can see there the edges that aren't merged together or welded together have actually become thicker. So when we actually go to weld them or merge the points, you will now see, hopefully, there you go, the thickness disappears. So that's all done. That's cool. Okay. Okay, so I think what we need to do now is just quickly hit 3 on our keyboard. So you can see that, you know, what we've done is looking pretty good, you know. But what I think we need to do is just sharpen this edge up just on the inside here, because it really does just need it, really. So I'm going to grab these guys here. Going to move those down just a little bit more, and same with that one there, because those are all connected through there. So if we do decide to add more edges, we can tail some off around through that loop, which is quite tidy actually when we look at this around here. So it's going to run round there, up and round through there. It's not going to affect anything that goes off up there, which is absolutely superb, which is exactly what I wanted. Okay, so what I do need to do is now grab our split poly tool, and I'm just going to add in some geometry here, so this edge up inside is nice and sharp. So again, making full use of the N-gon, if you like, N-gon style geometry. Some people will argue that, you know, it's horrible, blah blah blah. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, and in situations like this it is an absolute lifesaver. And when you bear in mind we're not actually animating this isn't a deforming object, you know, it's not like a face or anything like that, so it's absolutely ideal to get out of situations like this and stuff like that. So that's I do like to use it in these situations, though, you know, when I've done character modeling and stuff as well, I have had to call upon the odd N-gon to get me out of certain situations, especially in the inner ear on certain stuff, but it's never done them any harm. And yeah, so if you need to use them sparingly, but, you know, also use them sensibly. That's all I can say really on that. So let's just, another one there to straighten up. So we'll just pop that guy just up there. There we go. And what we'll do first is we'll see how we're looking. See, that's looking nice. That's looking pretty good. I like that. Okay. And then I think we can move this one down. Okay, and then I think back to 1 on our keyboard, and we'll add in another edge loop up through there, which is, I think, should be about there, should be fine. And we can also end that there, and that sort of finishes that off really nicely. And also, I think just for an extra bit of sharpness, just in that edge there, there we go, we'll pop that into there as well. And just as a test, we'll add one in there just to sharpen that edge as well. If it's not looking too hot, then what we'll do, we'll remove it. And I do believe it does actually look okay. Probably just needs to sort of space that out a little bit there. So let's just go to our object mode. In fact, that's looking pretty good. That's acceptable. I like that. So that bit covers that little area there. So that's looking really cool. So if we now hopefully put the trigger receiver, that should all fit nice and flush. That's really, really good. And I think also, just to sort of finish this area off, we shall add another edge loop just in that area there, and that should cover that. That's all looking pretty good. I like that. So we're going from smooth to sort of hard edged, so that's all looking really good. And just a few little tweaks, I think, just around this area, just to round it out just a tiny bit more. So if we just come on over here, and I think what we could do is just grab this bottom area here and move it across ever so slightly. It's not actually very clear on my reference, so I'm just making the most of this, and I think what I'll do as well for that small piece is thin that out a little bit and just push that in slightly just so it sits inside there, and that's great. And that works quite well. So I think that's a good place to stop this part of the tutorial, and then for the next part we can start to add the detail and begin to finish this lower section off, because we still need to create the small rounded little plastic gizmo that sits on the front here, and we still need to make some washers and also cut in the extra sort of detail there. And this, I think, will be a good place to finish this part, and we'll carry on in the next chapter. So I shall see you in part 12. Okay, so welcome to part 12. Just before we head on, what we do need to do with this piece of geometry is we're going to have to duplicate this in this section. But before I actually go ahead and do that, I'm just going to add in one more edge loop just around this area, just to keep it nice and tidy. Okay, just like so. So I should have a fairly nice edge on that now. That's great. Okay, so what we need to do is duplicate this, because the other side of the geometry, you'll see this with your reference, is actually slightly different. There's more of a giant hole sort of cut out in this area, sort of between this part here. So what I'm going to do is, before we just duplicate that, I just want to have a quick look in our wireframe. Just want to have a look at this and just make sure that we have actually got the correct amount of geometry, so when we come to the other side we can just jump in and do that straight away. So what I propose to do is add in another loop sort of here, and also here, so we put one there and one there, because the way things are, it extrudes in, and so we need to make sure that it's all okay. And then once we've duplicated that part up, we can then merge those points together on the other side. So I'm just going to quickly add in one loop there and also another loop there, and I think just to sort of finish it off a little bit better, I'm going to put one in there and also one sort of around that area as well. This is just so we can sharpen a few edges up and sort of get everything to fit together nicely. Okay, so moving along, what I think we need to do now is just sort of, this area is just going to finalize putting in just the little bits and pieces here. Okay, so I think where we'll start is we'll start by putting this little hole in just in this area, and we'll just move over here to have a look at it. And I think what we can do is actually grab the verts on this part, and we'll just move them across ever so slightly. which I think we've got the room there to do it, so I'm going to do that. Okay, so we're going to do that about there, and also I'm just going to grab those verts as well and just shift them up ever so slightly, and on here I'm just going to push that back just a little bit. Okay, and then what we want to do, we're going to grab these faces very shortly, and then we're going to extrude those in. But first of all, we want to grab this geometry and then delete some history, and I'm going to freeze the transformation, and I'm going to flip this, so Control D, and then across the x-axis I'm just going to hit -1 in scale. Okay, so that's that part done like that, and then I'm going to freeze the transformation. Okay, and then what you need to do is check which way your face normals are going, and as you can see this is inside out, so what we need to do is reverse the faces, and that should all be okay for now. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll hide that just by using Control H and just delete the history. So we'll just press Control H to hide that part of the rifle, and now we can jump in and begin to model these parts just here. So we want those faces there, and I'm just going to do an extrude. In fact, let's add in a little bit more geometry in that area there. Okay, first of all, which we can't actually, so what I will do is 3. I'll just move that back ever so slightly. And we'll shift that back a little bit as well. Okay, so we'll grab those and we'll edit that accordingly. Okay, in there. I'm not too concerned at the moment with the way that looks, so all we'll do is just grab that and move it around a little bit, move that up, and what we'll do is we grab those verts there and there. That will round out that smaller area there, which is better. That's much nicer now. Okay, this is just so we can get this in this area. Okay, I'm not going to move anything about at the moment because we've still got the other side to do, so hopefully once everything's in place we can balance it all back out and it should be okay. So just going to do that like that. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut in, whoops, my split edge ring. Like so, and I'm just going to add in, or sorry, edit this little area here, pop that up, okay, now I'm going to grab those faces there, I'm just going to extrude that in very slightly, and I'm just checking my reference here as well, so and one more. then all we need to do is squeeze this together a little bit more. In fact, we can come out a little bit, I think, because that's just a little bit too wide, I think, there. Let's just shrink that down ever so slightly, about there, and we can extrude that again. Okay, so about there, so we'll do a small one there, and then another one, and then another one there, and I'll add another loop just in there, just to keep that. Okay, that's better, that's much nicer. The other one was way too big. Okay, that's good. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just going to hit 1 on the keyboard, and I'm going to show last hidden, and on this object I'm going to run MJ Poly Tools just to split that dead center through there, and I'm going to do the same with this one. So I'm just going to grab that edge and run edge loop split through there. So now those are all equal, and hopefully that's a little bit squarer as well. So that's fantastic. Good, so that's all fine, and we're just going to Control H to hide that part again, so that's really good, that's cool. Okay, and I think just a little bit of tweaking to do on this bit, just very tiny. That's much better already, and we shall move that over as well. That's great, good. So I'm happy with that. So all that geometry can wait, and we can straighten everything up when we come to join it all together. Excellent, okay. So that's that part done. So moving on, if you just excuse the rustling there. Right, what we're going to do now is we're going to start creating our little buttons and stuff like that. So first of all, polygon primitive, and we want a cylinder. Okay, and we'll just move that all the way down here. And I'm just going to scale it down ever so slightly. Hit E on my keyboard, and just to hit J just to constrain the rotations there. And also we're going to just add up a bit more subdivisions just to make it a little bit smoother. So I'm just going to add 30, as you can see there. I'll just middle mouse drag in with that highlighted there. Okay, and then we're just going to grab the verts, and we're just going to move those across like so. And then what I think we need to do, actually, let's just undo that a second. We don't need anything under that, so we'll just get rid of those. Again, it's geometry that we don't need, and we'll just grab these guys here. And then, as we did earlier, we're going to select the Select Edge Ring tool, double click those, and then convert those to faces. And all I'm going to do is just extrude these out, so we get a little bit of a bevel on that, not too much, and I'm just going to push those back ever so slightly. And as you can see, we've got some extra faces that have been caused there. So again, as we did before with the buttstock, is just really delete those because we don't need them. Okay, so now these can be fitted into place. Okay, so history, and just going to center the pivot on those, and I'm just going to move those upwards, and I'm going to hit 4 on my keyboard so I can see what I'm doing, and just going to pop these into position just around here, and just make it a little bit smaller. I think about there should suffice. A bit of a pixelated reference image there in the background, so I think there will do. And then Control D, want another one. It's looking a little bit strange on that one there. Let's just check my reference pictures here. Okay. So we just need to bring these forwards like so. There we go. Just bring this out just a little bit. Okay. So you should have something that resembles that. Okay. So now we just need to make this little Allen key fitting on the inside here. And what we're going to use for that is we're going to use a polysphere. Okay, there it is. And first of all, what we want to do is basically lop it in half. And just make sure we've not selected any unwanted faces. Delete that. That's all done. Okay. And F8. And again, I'm going to hit J to constrain this. And actually what I could have done, just go back again, and we'll just add some more divisions in. We'll make that 30 all round. Okay, so nice and smooth for us. Jump into my side view, select those, delete those, F8, center pivot, okay, from my object, and again pressing J to constrain that around its axis. And then what we're going to do is just going to grab these faces on the inside, just here. These ones just here, I think. And all we're going to do is we're going to extrude those in. So it gives us an impression that something goes in there. To lock this all together. Pardon my silence while I concentrate, while I'm trying to talk as well at the same time. And also we'll flatten that off, because we don't need that. So just flatten that right way down, and another extrude all the way in. And that should suffice with that. And I'm just going to jump over to my side view here and just have a quick look. And just going to have a look, see if we can level out some of these to give them a bit more of a sort of flattened inner edge. And we'll grab those and those. And we've got 5. Let's see what we got. So we grab those 5 first. And let's see if we can straighten these out. And what have we got there? 6, 7. Okay, a bit of an odd one there. Okay, let's just grab those 5 at the top then. Because an Allen key is slightly rounded with flat edges, so grab those there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and what we'll do is we will rotate this round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's have a look at that there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's grab those. So I'm just trying to work out whereabouts to flatten these guys. Okay, so we've got slightly rounded corners. Let's freeze the transformation on that so I haven't got to fuss around too much with my tools. That's better. Okay, that's great. And we'll just move that one down as well, and we'll do the same on the bottom here. Whoops, wrong one. Okay, and there as well. And we'll just move that up ever so slightly, as with the other one. And then we'll hit E on the keyboard again. F8 and J to constrain it once again. Okay, so we've got something like that. And then the top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoops. Okay. 3, 4, 5. So hopefully we should have a half decent Allen key style fitting for this little bit of detail. Okay, let's just pop that back just a little bit there. See how we're getting on in there. So that's okay, that's looking good for me. Okay, so just going to hit F8, have a look at that. That's okay for me, and delete the history. And we'll just scale that down. Okay, and we'll just pop that on there. And we're going to hit wireframe on shaded and hit F. Wireframe and shaded, should have done it in this view. I'm going to hit V just to snap that to there. There we go, that's cool, looking good. And I think what we can do is just shrink this down a little bit more. Look in the view, there we go, that's much nicer. Good. And we'll just move that across. And that should snap to there. Come on, into the center. There we go, that's looking pretty good. And I'm just going to hit F to frame that up. That's looking fine. Good. And let's just check where else we need to go. We need to go over here as well, I think. And that one there can actually be an enlarged version because there's a plating that goes there instead. And what we need to do is just pop that onto there, like so. And that should fit onto a piece of plating that's around there. So what we'll use for that is this. Excuse me. And I'm looking at more, just looking at some more of the references I've got here. I've actually got 2 different lots, so a little bit of confusion there on my part. So what I'm going to do is actually get rid of those. And what we're going to do, in fact no we won't, we'll keep those. And for this we're going to actually make the back part of that, which this will fit onto, and by doing that we can actually get rid of that half like so, and we'll hit F8, and what we'll do is go to commands and hide unselected objects, okay, like so. And what I need to do is very quickly extrude those edges there. Whoops. And pop that one onto there. And we just need to line everything up. Like so. And then all we're going to do is we're going to snap that up to there, that one up to there, that one there, that one there. And then all we need to do is just basically merge those up. And we'll do that one there. And there as well. Great. So then what that leads us to do is extrude these faces together. That one, that one, that one, and that one. So if we go back to our reference, see this actually comes to the edge of that. So by showing last hidden, what we can do is now extrude that for our object and then just take it straight along to the edge of there. And also what we need to do is we do need to actually put that part back that, if you remember, in the last part we actually deleted by accident on my part. That was my fault. So okay, so it's looking pretty good, and I think that should suffice for that area. I'm just checking through my reference here. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Okay, so I have got a couple of different sets of reference here in front of me. I actually prefer this one as opposed to another set that I've got. So there's more little bits and pieces on here. So what we'll do, we'll just add a shader that we should already have to that. There we go. And just turn off wireframe unshaded. So you can see what we've got now. So it's really sort of just popped a little bit more just by adding those little nuts and bolts there. So that's fantastic. And also what we do need to do is I'm going to duplicate, if we just go to the trigger receiver, which is that one there, I'm just going to unreference that particular layer. And by grabbing that piece there, I'm just going to Control D and just going to move that into this area as well. And just hit F on the keyboard. There we go. And just going to scale this up just so that sits on there just nicely, which is great. And just move it down just a little bit, zoom in, and what we can do is just move these verts over a little bit now, just so that it all sits nice and comfortable just on this part. And that should cover that part very nicely. And I'll just push that into there. That's great. Okay, so if we just jump back. And all of these pieces I'm now going to add to the upper receiver layer. So, and including that part. Okay, and that should then cover all of that, and then all I need to do now is just grab this, extrude that, well, push those points back, okay, like so, and we'll just have that sticking out ever so slightly on there, so that should sort of finish that little part off there. And just looking at the reference I have here, there's also a little one of these guys just sitting underneath here. In fact, it looks to be like an Allen key. So what we'll do, we'll grab this guy and we'll duplicate him, move him down, and scale him down as well, and push him back. Into the right area, and there we go. Okay, and we'll just make sure that he is on that layer as well. Okay, so that really concludes that little part there. What we'll do in the next section is that we'll begin to do the top half here. And the other half that we did hide, That's the upper receiver. Let me just command show all. And this half here will do just very similar to what we did with this hole here. And then there's a little bit of framework to build in with what we'll use is a polycube for that, so that it just sits sort of flush to the bodywork there. And then that should actually conclude that particular section. But as you can see, it's all coming along very nicely. And we'll just hide that at the moment. And we'll end that part there. So that actually concludes really the front end there. I can't really see much more to do for that. And again, what we'll do, we'll add any little detail when we join the two halves together. So I have a feeling we'll probably need to pop in a little bit more geometry. So that's looking pretty good for me now. So yep, we'll end part 12 now, and I shall see you in part 13. Okay, so part 13, here we go. We're going to start on the second part of the upper receiver area for our gun. And first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to grab the uppermost section, and we're going to stick the other part onto a reference layer, and the same with that, so we don't select anything that we don't need to. Okay, so, and also what I will do, I'm going to go to wireframe unshaded so we can see what's going on as well. So first of all, I think what we do need to do is duplicate this again, because I'm going to break this down into a few little parts, and also it's just going to make life a lot easier, modeling it. We can get more of a sort of hard surface object, and we won't have to worry about too much of adding of edge loops if we've got a few separate parts going on. Especially for these little square bits here, it's just going to save us a lot of time. So first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to shrink this guy down. So here we go. So that's one, and what we'll do, we're going to move this guy towards the back as well. Okay, so just going to pop him into place. Just jump over to my reference and hit F. I'm just going to move him down, and what we'll do is we'll quickly shape these guys up by doing this. Okay. So F8, and I'm just going to duplicate this guy again because we want the smaller part as well. And first of all, we'll just move that guy out of the way. And what we need to do is add another loop just in here, around there. That will enable us then to actually just grab the verts on this, push that up, push this across, and that's pretty much done, barring the fact all we need to do is make it a little bit slimmer, because otherwise it's not going to fit. So we're going to do that around there. That's pretty good. I'll just have a look at my reference on the exploded view. I think we'll leave it to around there. And then what I will do is just going to add in some extra edges just to keep it sharp-ish for the actual, when we do a poly smooth. Okay, so it should look nice and sharp in those areas, and also across the top here, and also across the bottom. I've just hit 3, so we're going to need another one just up in there. And I think we do need to keep it fairly sharp on that part of the model. So that bit's really done. Okay, so I think what we can do is move it into place. Now I'll just move that one out of the way. This guy's got to sit just on in here, like so. And I think we do need to go a little bit thinner. Looking at that, Control Z, let's just center the pivot on that and just narrow it down ever so slightly. And that's looking pretty good to me. Okay, so then just move that back onto there so it sits just on that, and we just need to make sure that everything is in the right place for us. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly jump to my side view here, That's all looking pretty good. And I'm just going to select some faces and just going to hit 1. I'm going to get rid of the bottom faces on this because we don't need them. Okay, so that's pretty cool on that part of the rifle so far. And we'll just hit 3 just to make that nice and smooth again. That's great. And also we're going to do the same with this one. So just going to grab the verts on this and I'm going to make that quite thin again. But this time, this one, what we do need to do is actually grab the back points there. Whoops, one too many. And just pull those forward ever so slightly like so. And just going to zoom in and just going to reposition these. Go about there. And that one there. And those guys can come down to about there. So that's going to fit into this small remaining part just there. Okay. So I'm just going to zoom right over. And again, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to delete the bottom faces there because I don't need them. And I'm just going to shift these guys back in ever so slightly there. And just double check that we've not veered off course too much. Okay, so that's that sort of covered there. And there as well. And again, we'll just add in some edge loops just to keep those edges nice and beveled or sharp. Okay, and one on there. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. I think what I'll do is I'll add another one there and another one sort of there, and we'll put one through the middle-ish sort of place. And history, delete that. And I think what we will do is add just one more. Just in this area just here, just so it sort of livens that up a bit more, which is better already for that. Okay, so, and all we need to do now is just move it down into position and across. Let's just widen it. Whoops. Again, center the pivot, just so we don't move off our space, our object doesn't go wandering. And again, just need to really just grab those and lengthen that out just so it sits into there. Okay, like so. And I think what we will need to do is we can just grab the upper receiver original part, and what we'll do is we'll grab these verts just here, push those back slightly as well, and then we'll just hit F8, and if we just hide the unselected stuff, okay, like so. I'm just going to hit 1 on the keyboard. What I'm going to do is just going to extrude this stuff out like we did before, because we really need to just finish this end of the model off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And do I need to do that one there? I think. Actually, let's do this. How far we got down? 2, 3, 4. Let's go downwards. That'll be a lot easier. Okay, so we're going to extrude these down. So just going to go 1 and just straighten those edges up. And then I'm going to hit G and 2, G, 3, and again, whoops, this one out, and one more, and that should just pop that down to the bottom there. So we've got a little bit of fitting to do just on that part, nothing drastic. Okay, just about there. So let's go ahead and point snap all that stuff. We veered off slightly just there. But, never mind. Okay, so let's pop that onto there. Not too worried about it just being slightly out, because we can go in and correct that shortly after. Another one there. And that one there. That one there. That one there. And there. Good. Okay, so what we'll do is just zoom in on there again. And we'll merge the points. This is probably one of the most technically challenging tutorials that I've done. So it's been good fun doing this. I hope you enjoy it as well. A few little tricky parts, that's for sure. So let's just pop that back into there, is that right? Yeah, that's all okay. So we'll merge that there. Yes, as I was saying, this has been quite a technically challenging one for me as well, because I mainly concentrate on vehicles and character stuff as well. So this has made a nice change to demonstrate something a bit more hard surface in terms of subject. It's all good practice for me as it is for you. So, and we'll just merge these guys up. Let's get in there. Done, done, done. Okay, so just going to jump into a side view, and let's just grab these guys and make sure they are all straight. And just do that, tweak that one. Let's just make sure these are all lined up together. Good. That one as well. Excellent. These are all looking pretty good. So that's cool. And that one's done as well. Great. Okay. So just slightly off course down here. So we'll just grab those and just move those back into play. And that one as well. That's not too bad actually, that. Okay, so if we hit 3 on the keyboard, so that should sort that out quite nicely. Okay, and what we can do is, so look here. In fact, I think that's all fine, just in there. Yep, that all works. So what we need to do is just push that back into there, and just check my reference just here. And just pop that there, and we can also just move that up into there just a little bit, just so it all aligns nicely there. And also this part here, that can all sit nice and flush in there now, which is great. Okay. So now we can carry on with the top part. So what I think we need to do is, I'm just going to look at my reference here. So we're going to move this across. So I want a little bit of space. because this is going to actually sit in behind that, and also we're going to sit in over the top of this block area here that we've created for the other part. So I'm just going to see where we need to align ourselves. Just make sure we're on track. So about there is pretty good. Stay with there, that's good for me. Okay, so we need to sort of come back really, right back to the end here. Just about there. And jump into our side view. And we're going to grab our verts, and just going to move these back at the front, of course. Just pop that around there. And also going to grab those, and we're going to pop these just on the back of that as well. And of course, we need to drop them down about there. Okay. So now we have a little tricky bit to do. So what I do need to do is come back to the perspective, and what we've got is it kind of tapers at the top here. When you look at the reference, it's actually tapering at the top in this sort of area, more towards the front. If you can see that just there, that kind of shaded area, as opposed to this area here. So, excuse me, what we need to do is really cut in some geometry that will work for both parts, but we'll also need to cut some areas out in order to get that shape looking right. So let's do that now. So I think I'm going to go with that there. Just see if that's working. That looks pretty good. Okay, we're going to let that one go on there. And then what that needs to do, I think we need to cut in this one here. Okay, so I'm just going to pop it to one side there for now. I think there's going to suffice. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll cut that one there, which will be our starting point for that hole. And also, I think we need to add it to around there as well, for the end part. Okay, so now what I do need to do is actually grab that one, that one, that one, that one, and we're going to move those across like there. Okay, and then these guys here, let me just double check this. Okay, so those two, I think it's 1, 2, okay, so those are going to be even wider there. So about that kind of area. And then what we need to do is have a look at that in the side view and drop that down to there. Just have a look in here. And then just move this guy down and this one down to there. Let's take that back up. Okay. Okay, right, so this is a on-the-fly job here at the moment. This is a little bit of a tricky number. So we're going to extrude that in, deselect those, then we're going to jump into there, grab those, move those to there. For now. Okay, and then we're going to grab these guys. I'm going to move them down to about there. And then we're going to cut a loop there and a loop there. And then convert those to faces, to points. Oh, not done it. Never mind. So we're going to straighten these guys out all the way along here. Okay, like so. Whoops, missed a couple out. I'm going to grab those like that. I'm going to move them down. And we're going to do the same with these all the way along. Okay, like that. There we go. So then we go to our top view. Have a look at this, see how we're doing. So this little area here is going to need to be cut out around there. So what I propose to do is we're going to split that straight down the middle of here. Okay. Just to give us a guideline of where we got to go. And then with the edges here, we're going to grab that one and that one. Just make sure we've got the right ones here, which we have. And we're going to delete that. And then we need to grab that, like so. Okay. And then what we're going to do, we're going to grab our split poly tool and we're going to go from there to there, all the way around to there. And what we're going to do is we are going to get rid of that triangle. And then we're going to hide everything. And we can work on this part now. So what we need to do is get this guy and run it all the way around, but we need to terminate it somewhere. So we're going to have a look, see what we can do, bring it up here and maybe get rid of that edge there. Okay, so if we grab that one, oops, that one there, and we can go all the way along here, and then from here we can do that, and then hopefully we should have a four-sided by deleting that. Yes, we do. Great. Okay, so that works out really well. Excuse me. Okay, so what we need to do first, I think, is just realign everything in this new set of edges that we just put in. So if we can do that first. Okay. And we'll just line those up like so. Excuse me. That's working out quite well. Let's just check that one. What's that one? Right, okay, cool. So just scale those in. Move that across, like so. That's done. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, so what we want to do now is give this kind of an inside. So we're going to extrude some edges. It'll be a little bit tricky in this little part. Okay, so we'll start here and we'll start to push in like so. As you can see, it's not looking too bad. Okay. And then I think what we can do, let's see how far we can push those in. Oops. Okay. I'll just grab that, just straighten that out. Okay. So we need to just straighten a little bit of geometry up. Like so. Have to excuse the silence again as I'm concentrating on what's going on as well as trying to explain what to do. So it's a little bit testing, especially in this little part. This is very tricky, but I think it's getting there quite well. And what we need to do is just grab those guys and do that, and then move those across to there, so we've got the same thickness really all round, and then we can just move those into play there. That's looking pretty good. Great, that's nice and tidy. So 1, 2, let's move it down there. 1, 2. See, that's what it looks like on a smooth at the moment. It's not very nice at all. So we still need to add a few bits and pieces. So can we have a look? Let's have a look in here. In fact, what I might try is to grab that edge and fill the hole, and then we can work out where to go from there. Or maybe not. So that can go back. Actually, let's try that. Let's just grab this and extrude that inwards, like so. And let's have a look there. So what we can do, let's have a look. Let's grab that and that one, like so. And can we do those? Let's see. And that one there, and that one there. That's worked out quite well. So I think what I need to do is really just straighten these guys up. So let's grab those faces. They're not very straight there, so we need to straighten that area. Whoops, we've got an odd number. We may have some odd faces there. Let's have a look. Okay, what's going on up in here? Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so let's see if we can make amends with this part. Run that all the way down there if we can. Okay, and then I just need to straighten all these guys out, so I'm just going to merge those together. And then there's a face in there somewhere. There it is. Just merge these guys up. Oops. Okay. So now it's a very tricky area, this. Okay, so I've got an edge there I can get rid of. Okay, that's cool. Oops, no it's not. In fact, what we'll do is we can go to the side view, grab that straight, and then we can just get rid of these, I think. Let's have a look. Nope, I think what we'll do is we'll just extrude that in, and then we'll terminate those off another way. So let's just grab all those faces we've just made and get rid of those. So again, it's just that thinking on the fly, little situations that you have to try and figure out. I mean, it happens to me all the time, even with a plan. When I'm doing production models, stuff like that, it does happen. There's nothing you can do about it. So it's just one of those things. So let's just grab these and get rid of those from the model. In fact, those are okay. I think we'll leave those in. So just be, yeah. Okay. So we got those, got that. So we can get rid of that. That's extruded in, and so are they. Okay, what we'll do, we'll leave those there for now, and we'll continue onwards. So if we just head off down to the front end, and what we'll do, we'll start to sharpen this area up just a little bit more. It's looking pretty good. And then we can add some geometry just onto there, and also around there. It's slightly different. Let's have a look, see how we're getting on. Okay. So we can pop in some geometry just here. We'll start to sharpen these areas up first. in there. And I'll pop some just there. And also there. And let's see what happens with that. Okay, that's good. And the bottom as well. But I think with that part we can actually delete that, perhaps. We'll have to have a look. And also we'll add some extra bits just down these ends as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, well that was a bit of a struggle, just in that part there. I think what we can do, have a look at that. And we'll turn off wireframe unshaded and just have a look, see how we're getting on. It's not bad, a little bit of a pinch going on up here. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's just because of that part there, I think. So we may be able to add some geometry just in there to help alleviate that. Let's have a look. Okay, let's see where we go from there. Let's just grab that and just move it away from there a little bit. So it's just that corner there by the look of it. So, do I add another loop? Okay, let's have a look. So there's obviously a little problem going on in there. Let's see which is the culprit. And 3, let's move that away, so it could well be that one. And could also be that one. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can sort that out. Good, so that's that one sorted. So now we've just got to add the sharpness to this edge just down here. Let's have a look. So let's go to 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're getting more than more sides than what I want just on this area here. So we can come across there. Okay, so we need to cut in there and also there, and I think just there. So we still should have 4 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 3. That's good. So now we just need to sort out this edge with an extra edge down there. Okay, like so. And that should do that area. There we go. So that's that little bit done, and I think what we need to do is just add in a little bit more geometry there just to sharpen that part off, and I think we're pretty much done for that little section there. So if we just quickly have a look at this, it's not looking too bad at all. Got it a little bit round there for my liking. So I think what we'll do, we'll add in another loop just there. That's better. Okay. So we'll conclude this part here, and we'll just highlight everything. And as you can see, the gun has really taken shape here, and we'll carry on with the little bits and pieces that go on the top there, and so that's going to take us sort of heading towards the sort of remainder of the tutorial. So hopefully you've gotten through that. That was quite a bit of a mission to do on that particular part, but hopefully if you followed that along with myself, and hopefully it should have got you somewhere. So I shall see you in part 14, and we shall continue with the upper receiver part 2. So take care. Okay, so welcome to part 14. This is going to be a little bit of a shorter section, I think, for this one, because the last one sort of overran into sort of 40 minutes or so, building this guy here. So what I think we need to do, first of all, is we're going to hide all the other stuff, and we're going to concentrate just on the front end here, just for this particular section. And what I want to do is going to add in another loop just around here, and then we're going to extrude up this little bit here for the gun sight, and then we're going to get a poly cylinder, and we're going to create the actual sight itself. So jumping into a side view, let's just going to have a look at our geometry that we've got made available for us. What I propose is to stick in another loop or two just around here, and I think we're going to pop one about there. And also, just to finish things off a little bit more nicer in this area, just going to run in another edge loop just around there. So if I hit 3, let's have a look, see where we're going. So that should square that whole section off a little bit more in there, which is kind of cool. Okay, so that's all looking pretty damn good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So I think we can safely get on with the gun sight base at the top here. So I think, in fact, we will run another one just in there. Actually, no, we won't. We'll grab what we have, and we will utilize that instead. But first, I think I just need to check my reference. So we'll grab those, and those there, and those there as well. We'll just come in just slightly short there, so I don't want to have too many edges sort of going on just there. Although we could use a separate piece of geometry for that, but I want to try and keep it flush in with the model just for this part, because the top bit's going to have to be separate anyway. So I think we'll do this bit molded from here. We'll use a little bit of artistic license, I think, at the same time. So without further ado, we're going to extrude this up like so, and just going to have a quick look at this. Whoops, Control Z, and just going to bring that back down and just bring it in a little bit. And also what we'll do, we'll taper this slowly inwards to about there, and we're going to hit G again, and we're going to go up, and hopefully we should be able to begin to see the rough kind of shape for this part. So there, and then we'll grab those faces once more and hit G, and we'll center that up, and we'll just do that. So that should pretty much cover that there. And then I think what we can do is just lower it slightly, and then we'll bring that up and inwards. Whoops. Center that up and bring that in, and also just push that in around there. Okay, something like that. So if we hit 3 on our keyboard, and it will probably be a mess. It's not too bad actually. So what I think I'm going to do is actually grab these verts. So as I said, just going to use a little bit of artistic license on this particular section, and we're just going to bring that sort of out to there. And we'll just push that into there as well, and grab those and pop them there. So that's kind of cool. I'm happy with that. Okay, so it should have something sitting there like that. So hang on, we've got a little bit of overlap going on there with some faces. There we go. So I'm going to grab those guys there. I'm just going to bring those out to about here. Let's see what we get there. That's better. And then we'll grab those. And pop them there. And let's just grab these, push these back a bit. Okay, that's better. Okay. So now I just want to taper that in just a tiny bit more. And then also just going to dip this bit down. And then what we're going to do, we're going to add in a small loop just in there. Okay. And I think we could probably do with another one more towards the top there. And also what we'll do, we'll grab these and just pull these back out a little bit because they've gone a little bit just off course. Just in there. And then hopefully we should be able to run an edge loop there and also an edge loop about there. So that will sharpen that off, and hopefully you won't have any problems with the mesh anywhere, except for what's going on there. But I think what we do need there, that's gone a bit funny there. Let's just pull those back out. Okay. And I think we just need to straighten these little bits up here a little bit more because they've gone a bit strange, and all we need to do is just rotate those back in. Okay, it's not too bad. I think what we could do is pull that one forward. And the same with these guys here. So just going to push them ever so slightly there. And jump into the side view and do it there. And just grab those. You can see where I've tapered those in that they've actually just sort of become just slightly misaligned. And those aren't too bad that end, so that's pretty good. Okay. Okay, that's good. Good. That's looking clean. Okay, so what we need to do now is we're basically going to grab these again, just push those back in just a tiny bit more, and then we're going to create a poly cylinder. And there she blows. And what we're going to do, I'm not going to build the bottom half that slots into there, we're just going to build the necessary cylindrical area. And for this, what we're going to do is we're going to increase the subdivisions. We'll go to 30, I think, again. And we're going to grab the faces and delete those. Okay. And to get a little bit of thickness on there, all I'm going to do is just extrude it, like so. Okay. And then going to grab the faces either end, and we're going to extrude that again. And then hopefully we can put a little taper on it, just so we get a nice little beveled edge all the way around, which is kind of cool. Okay, so you should have something like that. Let's just move those up a little bit more. There we go, that's better. Okay, that's great. Okay, so F8, back to object mode, and then what we're going to do is we're going to rotate that. So pressing J to constrain it to its axis or orientation, and then hit R, scale that down, and then we're going to slide that into a position up here. And it looks like there is a little kind of straight bit just coming out from beneath that. So what we'll do is I'm just going to scale this down just a little bit more to about there. And we're going to try and match that up as best possible to that. And then just going to try and grab some of those faces underneath there and extrude those into there. But first of all, what we need to do is actually try and get that shape. You can see that it kind of tapers outwards. So the easiest way to do that for me would be to create a lattice, and you can go to your animation menu set there and create deformers and lattice, and you'll get all your numbers and values come up in your channel box here on the right, and it's just up to you how you want to how many divisions you want to use for this. I'm just going to use the two divisions for that, and all I'm doing is selecting the lattice points and just pulling that out will allow me to deform my object, as you can see here. And all you need to do to get rid of the lattice is delete your history, and that's done. Okay. But what I will do as well, I think I do need to do for this, in fact we need our, okay, like so, and do that one as well. I'm just going to scale that in a bit more just to make it a little bit thicker. Okay. And we're just going to push that back out to about there. Fantastic. Okay, so that's cool. So all we need to do now is just select some faces underneath here, and I think we'll go with these guys here, that one, that one, that one, that one there, those as well, and these last three at the back. And all we're going to do is extrude downwards and just center that out, and I'm just going to push that down, and we're going to do that, and I'm just going to push it back in to the actual sorry, beg your pardon, just concentrating on what I'm doing. Just going to push that back down into this area just to make sure that's all okay. But I think, looking at that, it's not actually needed. Again, I'm looking at two different versions, and I'm concentrating on the version with a nice curved bit there that enables that to just sit in the top of that, so we can just actually do this, and we'll just scale that across like so. And that should then sit quite flush with that. Okay, so something like that. And we'll just push those back in. Okay, I'll just tweak that ever so slightly as well. Let's see how we're doing for size on that. It's not too bad. Let's just scale it down just a little bit more. And we'll just pop that in there. And go to our front view, and we'll just give that a good old tweak, just so it fits in nice and flush, just under there. That's fine. And that's fine there. So the version I was looking at is actually isn't actually correct for what I wanted to do. It's actually, this one is correct. It's just a little bit difficult to see. So I've got the other reference image here in front of me. So a little bit of disorganization there on my part. So I do apologize if you are following this word for word. So that's pretty much done there. And just looking at that, it looks like we could do with another Allen key little thing to sit under there. So I will do that now, and we shall now highlight the rest of the gun, and we'll grab one of these. We'll use the smaller one and duplicate that and take this across and into position. And the size is almost right, so I think we just need to bring that down ever so slightly to about there. So that's pretty good. And what we'll do is freeze the transformation there, and we'll move the pivot point and hit Control D, and we'll do -1 across the X, and we'll freeze the transformation again, set the vertex normals just to make sure everything's okay, check our face normals, that's inside out, so they need reversing. There we go, turn those off, that's done. Okay, so that's just a very small part there, because the next part we're going to just finish off this entire top part of the model. We've got a little bit of detail to add in around here as well, and we need to put in the lever and some top detail, and then just copy these guys across, and that entire top section is done. So hopefully that wasn't too painful for you for this part. a little bit. As I said, I do apologise for my misinterpretation between my reference images here. But hopefully, once you see this, you should be able to get by pretty well. So I shall see you in part 15. Cheers for now. Okay, so carrying on, what we're going to do first is we're going to duplicate these guys just up here first. We're going to flip those across to the other side. So I'm just going to get rid of some history there. And also what we're going to do is we're going to hit W and I'm going to hit D. So that turns on the insert. This is sort of like a substitute keyboard shortcut for the insert key. So you can press the D on and off and you can see it toggles between the pivot point and the move tool, so it enables you to move it. And then all I'm going to do is hit X and just snap that to the center of the gun, and then I'm going to duplicate that and do -1 on the X scale for that, and that then will then flip that across. And what you need to do is freeze your transformations. I have a shortcut on my shelf, but that can be found under Modify, Freeze Transformations. And also what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on Face Normals. Because we flipped it, what's happened is the faces are turned inside out, so you need to show your face normals, and they're also available in display under Polygon and Face Normals. So all you need to do is show those, and you can make a shortcut on your shelf like so. And then all you need to do is, again, if you go to your Polygons menu and show normals, and you've got reverse normals or normal set to face, and what I've got here is another little shortcut on my shelf which will reverse the normals, and there you go, and you can then turn off your face normals. And again, all we're going to do is repeat the process with this guy. So I'm going to press D, X and snap to our center of the grid, and then again Control D and -1 on X like so. There it is. And again, freeze the transformation and show your face normals just to see, make sure it is going the right way or the wrong way. And then if they are, just flip those across and then turn your normals off. So that bit's done. So moving along, we can come up here to the groove area that we made for this. We're going to make this handle now. And what we're going to use is a polycube. So we're going to do a polycube. Now I'm just going to drop this guy in. And first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a colour. We're going to use the same black plastic colour that we've been using for the other small parts on the gun. So there we go, that's in there now. And first of all, I'm actually going to take off the rear face, the bottom face, and the two end faces for that, because we're not really going to need anything else. And hit F8, and just going to pop us back into the gun here. And also what we're going to do, we're going to just grab this guy and we're just going to move him, stretch him along a bit. Let's just hit 4 so we can see what we're doing. And just going to move that guy along to the end there, and just going to go to vertex mode and just give it a little final tweak just on the end, just here. Okay, so you should have something like that. And then what we need to do is get these guys and pull those in to the center of the gun. So it's going to hit 5, so you can see what we've done here. Pretty straightforward. So I'm just going to pop on the inside here, and I'm just going to grab those verts there. I'm just going to line that up. Whoops, I'm going to move this one out there. Whoops. There it is. Okay, so we've got those. Let's just pull those inside ever so slightly. Okay. And then we're going to grab these guys. We're going to move those down. So we actually get that little area there to sort of match up. Okay. And then what we need to do then is obviously do the same with the top. And the best way to think for this one will be to actually get it into the front view. I'm just going to move that down a little bit, so it's a little bit too high. And I'm just noticing something there. We need to just move this guy across a little bit as well. It's just offset a little bit. And I'm just going to set his pivot to the center again, and so that one, and we'll just freeze the transformation on that, that's fine. And just check the normals on it. Yeah, that's fine, good. Okay, so back to the task in hand. So I just want to sort this little area out. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to sort of cover this space that we've got going on just here. You can see just in there, just enlarge the work area. So you can see this gap that we've got. So what we really need to do is add a little bit more geometry. So we're going to do that with our measuring tool. So I'm going to pop one just about there. Okay, and I'm going to do another one there. And I'm also going to run another one, I think, about there. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so then I'm just going to grab these guys, and I'm just going to move them up and into position just here. Okay, so this is a little bit high, so we need to just level these dudes out just here. And I'll just grab that end one. Just jump into our front view again. And we'll push these guys all the way up there. And also, actually we'll leave that there for now. Okay, so it's only that small area there. But if we hit 3, you'll see that the gap has reappeared. And this needs a little bit of editing as well. So what I need to do is, just go back to 1 on our keyboard. We need to add another loop sort of around there just to keep it square, and we'll put one around there and another one sort of more closer to home up there, one there I think, and one in the middle, and we'll pop one just on this side as well. And if we hit 3 on the keyboard just to smooth that out, we can now have a look. It's not looking too bad. Probably a bit much of a pinch going on there, just looking at my reference. So what we can do, I think we need to just remove that one there. So I'm just going to delete that edge. That's probably a bit better. And what we'll do is add another one just up on the inside here, just to make that a little bit nicer, just in there. Okay. There we go, that's better. That's much better there. And what I think we can do is just go to 1 on the keyboard. And I think what we can do, we can give it a bit of a squeeze actually, just to take it back a bit. So I'm just going to use the scale tool, and I'm just going to move those back ever so slightly, like so, and hit 3 again, just to see how it's going, and that's better. Okay, excuse me. So I think what we can do now is just tinker with this, just to move it into a better position. So around there, and I think we need to add one more loop just in there, just to square that off, so it's a little bit squarer on this, on the inside part, and I think we can just lower that. Okay, and we'll just deselect those because we don't need those, and we'll just drop this guy down ever so slightly. There we go. So that's that little bit taken care of. Okay, so we're going to move along. I'm just going to jump down here. And what we need to do is just jump into our side view. And we're going to make this big sucker handle here. So I'm going to split the end part here to around there. Again, if you recall from the earlier part, we're just going to use a tiny bit of artistic license on this bit because of this area here, so I think that's quite adequate for that part. And I'm just going to run another edge through there, and another one through there, and I'm going to select the face. I think that's the right one that we've got there. There we go, great. And what we need to do is just going to extrude this guy out. So we're going to do one. Just going to taper that in a bit. Do another one there. And bring that in a little bit more. Like so. And then I'm going to create this huge looking button thing. So we're going to just sort of move it back a little bit with what we've already got in place. And I'm just going to sort of give these a little bit of a bevel while I'm extruding, like so, and we'll do another one. We'll just taper that down. And what I think we need to do is just give that a little bit of scale. So I'm just going to push these out just a little bit more. Oops. Just going to grab, what I want to do is grab those. Okay. And we're just going to scale that out just a little bit more. Okay. And what we need to do there is just square that off ever so slightly on that area. I'm just going to hit 3 just to smooth that out. That's pretty good. Though I'm going to just round it off just a little bit more. There's almost actually like a flatness to the edges there, so just going to pop in some geometry just there, 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 and also there. See how we're looking? That's better. And I might actually just run another one through there. And another one just through there. So that's great. Okay. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, so that's that part done. And what we'll do there is we'll delete some history, which is cool. And I'm just going to quick look at my reference. If you can excuse the shuffling of paper. Okay, so we're going to just move on to this sort of final little top part just across here. And first of all, we're going to start with a real easy maneuver. We're going to grab one of these pins from before. We're just going to duplicate that and move that up here. And we're going to add that to the upper receiver objects layer there. Now, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to rotate that around the z-axis at 90 degrees, like so. Okay, and all I'm going to do then is just snap that to X on the grid. And I'm just going to double check that we're in the right place. Here we are, good. And I'm just going to place one of these that will sit about there on the gun itself, and we're just going to scale that down. Just going to pop that into the surface there. So it looks like we've got something in a position there, and I'm just going to duplicate that again. And I'm just going to run that all the way back down here, and I'm going to reset the rotation. And I'm just going to pop this guy just in here. To about there. Okay, and then we're going to move the pivot point again to snap that to the grid. Do Control D, and just going to freeze the transforms on that, otherwise it's not going to work properly. And -1, and we've got another duplication of that on this side. And what we're going to do, see our face normals and reverse them. No, they're fine, they're the right way around. So just double check that. There we go, turn those off, that's great. So what I'll quickly do is just check this guy. And his normals are the right way around as well. So that's very cool. And all we need to do is go back to object mode and just delete some history. And actually we didn't freeze the transform on that, so that is probably going to be the wrong way around, so there we go. Okay, so that's my fault there. And back to F8 and delete the history. And this one here just freezes transformations. So that's all we've done on that one. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create another polycube up here. Okay. And again, I'm just going to apply the plastic parts for this. And I'm going to drop this into the position just here. And I'm just going to scale this in ever so slightly. And down as well. And I'm just going to jump over to the side view, hit F to frame that up. And what we're going to do is just going to drop this down to about there. Just double check in my perspective. It's not too bad. And then what we're going to do, we're going to grab the verts, I'm just going to stretch this guy to about the end of that there. In fact, we'll take it back a little bit. Grab these, push these back just ever so slightly, and this guy here we can push forward like so, and we're going to push that down just a little bit as well, and then we're going to grab ourselves the split edge ring tool. It's about there. I'm just going to go in my top view for this. Hit 5 on the keyboard. Do around the same there. I think that's about right, so that's cool. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some faces just on the side here and here, and we're going to extrude those forwards like so. And I'm just going to push back the edges just here. Just lower them ever so slightly, and also I'm just going to drop this guy just a little bit more, just there, and then I'm going to grab the edges here, so I can grab that one there, that one and that one, that one and that one, to about there. And I'm just going to bring these back a little bit more. It's a little bit difficult to tell with the exploded view because the detail is very, very fine and it's not that fantastic. Okay, so just look about there. I'm just going to pull that up a bit more, get a bit more curve on that. Okay, and then all remains to be done is we're going to hit 3. As you can see, it's not really ideal. It looks more like a stag beetle at the moment. So we're going to add some edges. So we're going to put one across here, put one across there. Sort of the usual places like we've been doing throughout the entirety of the tutorial. And we'll put one in the middle there, which is about right. And one there. There. Let's see how we go. Okay, so it's not looking too bad. Although I think those could be a little bit higher. Just put that back a little bit more. And this guy at the back, I think what we can do is we'll grab him and just pull those to there. And then what I'll do is we'll just pop these edges in just here. And that's done. Okay, so I just need to just a slight tweak on here. And again, just going to select the verts, sorry, the faces for that, because we don't need the bottom ones again. So I'm just going to delete those. That should sharpen all that up, which is really good. And also, I'm just going to go over here, grab some verts there, and just pull these back a little bit more, just to round that shape out. It's just a little bit pinched. So that should do the trick there. Just going to hit 3. And let's have a look, see what that's doing. Okay. And I think what we need to do with that, we grab these guys, just pull them back there a bit, and just add in another one there, and hopefully that should correct any of those problems that we've got going on there. I think it has, good. And also, just going to grab these verts here, and just push those forwards a little bit more, just to round out that form. And that's not too bad at all. And there as well. Okay, so that's looking good. Okay, there's lots of little screws and things on the top of this. And what I think we need to do is we're going to duplicate this guy. I'm just going to bring that up to the top here. Now we're going to move this over. I'm going to rotate this guy around. And that's going to be around the z-axis. 90. And snap that to our x on our grid. Let's just double check that in the front view. It's not looking too bad. Good. Okay. And move that up ever so slightly. And what we're going to do then is I'm just going to squash it a little bit and just shrink that right down to about that size. And just push that forward a little bit more. Okay, and that bit's done. And just going to grab those and add them to the upper receiver area. And we'll do the same, just make sure everything's in there. Get rid of some of that history. Whoops. Something's got some history on it. Is it that? Yeah, it's that. Okay. I know why. Just nip over to the hypergraph and just frame this stuff up. This is what happens when you use the MJ Polytools script. So you just have to run a mesh cleanup and then it runs. I'll supply this script for you, or you can download it from the download section of SimplyMaya.com, and it's been made available there for you. Okay, so that bit's done there. That's all looking pretty good. Okay, so we're going to finalize this part of the tutorial now, and what we're going to do is we're going to bring in another polycube, in fact 2 polycubes, so we need to just add a little sight bit just in there with a hole in the middle. So first of all we're going to bring in 2 polycubes, so this should start to finalize this part of the tutorial. And again, I'm going to colour this black, so I'm just going to apply the plastic part there, and, sorry, the plastic shader for that, and I'm just going to pop that there out of the way. And I'm going to grab this guy and we're going to flatten him right down like so, and we're going to narrow that down as well. And all we're going to do is we're going to grab the verts and we're going to move these along. The other one to about there. Okay, and then what we need to do actually is we're just going to squash those back a bit, and what we're going to do is we're going to select the faces here, and I'm just going to extrude those out just a little bit, so a little bit of end geometry going on there. Okay, like so. And I think what we can do is actually grab that and just put that back a bit. We're going to center the pivot point and just push it forwards. And I'm just going to put that down into there for a minute. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to grab these edges and taper those in like so. Okay, and hit F8. In fact, what we'll do, we're going to add a little bit of depth just to that, just so it looks like it's sitting on there properly. Otherwise it just looks like it's just too thin. So again, just a little bit of artistic license just to clarify that area, because I don't really want to, there's not really a lot you can see on the reference, on the photograph here in the scene, but it is actually here on the reference in front of me. So just going to add that just so it looks like there's a little bit more depth to that. Well, that's not loads. Okay, and just going to delete some history on there. So first of all, what we're going to do, I'm going to grab my MJ Polytools because it's going to center up my geometry for me automatically. So I'm just going to add a loop there, and I'm going to put another one there. And what we're going to do, these are going to be used for extrusions, so it's going to be like every other one. So I probably need to just double check. One there, 2, 3. And that one there, which is great. And hit F8. I'm just going to delete the history of that. and again the cleanup tool for that, which is going to be made available to you as well. So what we want to do is grab these guys on the ends here, and just going to do that one, whoops, oh, I need one more. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll grab these and we'll just add one in manually. I think about there. Just one out, typical. So I'm just going to grab that, push that back in a bit. Okay, so start again. So 1, come on, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, cool. Okay, and all we need to do with this is extrude it up, like so, and just squeeze those in. And this is actually going to stay sort of hard surface. And I'm just going to put a tiny little bevel on that, on the edges there. Okay, like so, and just ever so tiny, because that's going to be really cool to catch the light when you come to render the model. And again, just going to delete the history, just move that forward ever so slightly, just checking that the roundness is there. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Again, it's not got to be round, but it's just got to be a good shape, because this is more of a hard sort of surface part of this. And then all we're going to do is, again, we're going to grab our little dude here, and we're just going to move him into place about there. And what I think we need to do is just scale him up. Okay, like so. And also move him along to this end as well, and then grab the ends of those and just square those up until they look about right. It's not too bad. And around there as well, so that's cool. Okay, so that's that part done. Okay, so you should have something like that. And last of all, we're going to make the gun sight area. And again, just going to delete some faces, like that. And then what we're going to do is something similar to what we've been doing sort of in the tutorial for making holes, which is what we did for the buttstock area, for the sort of support bit in between. And all we're going to do is do a simple extrusion just to create the hole there, like so. And just double checking the size of that, so it'll be a little bit smaller. Okay, like that, and just going to delete that. And just going to try something out here for this part. And we can get rid of that one. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to add an edge loop in just in here, just around this area. And I'm going to pull these parts out, like so. Just jump into my top view, just line those up. There we go, that's all good. Okay, and what we want to do now is we're just going to grab these faces and extrude those. So just on that area, like so. As you can see, because we've done that, it's just gone a little bit out of shape. So just jump over to our side view here, and just hit F8, and in fact, okay, like so. Just push those across. That's it. That should cover that. And there we go. So that's covered that. It's a little bit tricky, but that should do that part. And that actually finishes that area for the gun. And the next part, what we'll do, we'll just carry on. We need to just do the front end here with the barrel, and then last of all is the magazine. And it's just a case of flipping our model across and just finishing that last bit of detail there, which is not a very long piece to do. And then again, as I said, flip all the geometry over and merge it all up, and the gun is done. So I should be able to achieve all that in the next chapter, and I shall see you then. So cheers. Okay, so moving along, we're sort of like on the final push now of this model. And what we're going to start off with now is we're going to do the front end of the rifle. There's a small bit of detail there, which is this part here. So we're just going to move this all into position and begin sort of shaping it up and getting it as it looks on the model that we've got here. So I'm just going to sort of scale this up and down and just get that fitting just under there. Okay, like so. Just going to move that in. There we go. And I'm just going to push that up as well. There's a kind of perspective to this whole sort of orthographic picture on here. You can see the front of the rifle there. You can see how the roundness of the barrel. So some slight sort of bending, if you like, or perspective to the photograph on the orthographic one. So you'll have to forgive that. So I'm just going to move that out like so. Okay, so what we need to do is we're going to select an edge, and I'm going to grab my edge loop split tool, and then what I'm going to do is grab these guys on the edge. I'm just going to move those up like so. Okay, so if we do a smooth, at the moment it's not looking too hot, so what we need to do is add some edges, a little bit of geometry, and hopefully we'll pull that all back in. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to grab our split edge ring tool, and I'm just going to pop one through there, and I'll pop one through there, and through there, one at the top there. Okay, so now if we hit that, it's starting to take shape a lot better now. That's a lot nicer. And also, we'll just see if we can add another one just in there as well. I think what we need to do is add a division through there. Okay, let's pop one through there, and through there as well, and we'll do another one through the middle. So we hit 3 on our keyboard. It's looking a lot better now. It's more like our reference. The reference that we've got isn't super fantastic for this particular section, so you will have to sort of persevere with that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add in another loop just there, and another one just there. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, you'll have to persevere with this because the images that we've got aren't very clear. We have a sort of exploded diagram view of it, but it's quite tiny on the actual image itself. So if you can find some more on the web, if you decide to purchase this tutorial, then that's really good, because then it will make your model even better than the one that we're making right now, which is always a good thing. Okay, so what I need to do now is we need to grab a couple of edges, and also we need to run our MJ Polysource script just through the middle there. And all I'm going to do now is go back to 1 on our keyboard to grab these guys. Just going to move these down ever so slightly, so you can see there the roundness has sort of disappeared out of there. So we're going to sort of bring that back a little bit. Okay, like so. And that really should sort of cover that little part there. Okay, so what we want to do now is we need to extrude this a little bit, just down ever so slightly. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab some faces. Just going to jump back into our base level, or our unsmooth part of the model. Whoops. Okay, I'm just going to extrude these down. And this is going to be pretty straightforward to do, I hope. And I'm just going to keep that extra edge there. And I'm going to do another extrude, like so. And we're going to check in our side view. And like so again. And I'm just going to use the scale. Oops, used the wrong one. Okay, so just going to use scale just to flatten that back out there like so. And just going to move that down. And I'm just going to extrude that one more, so we can pop in sort of an extra edge to keep that sharp. So now we need to check it out, how it's smoothing out. So it's not too bad, got a little bit of sort of bits and pieces going on just there. So I'm just going to add in another edge loop just there. Okay, and I think what we need to do is add one about there, and also one to sort of about there. And then we need to see how that's affecting the rest of our mesh. That's not too bad. Okay, so I think what we can do now is add in some geometry there, either side of that, and we can just lower that down completely, and that should sort that area out completely for that part of the model. So let's just grab these. Again, sort of very little similar problems on the model that we've encountered before in a couple of other of these sections. So I'm just going to grab the edges just here, and just going to run edge loop split and another one there. I'm going to hit G on the keyboard. Right, so I'm going to hit 3 and see what we can do with these couple of guys that we just added in. And there you can see that puts that exactly where we need it to go. Okay, so it's not too bad. Let's see if we can just scale those in. That's good. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so if we just jump over to our side view, and I think what we need to do is just add in a couple of edges. One there, and one just in there. So that should keep that all quite tidy now. And there we go. So that's looking good. So we'll delete the history on that, so that part's done. And now what we need to do is I'm just going to add in that plastic shader that we've put on, or the blend shader that we've added. Right, so there's this little sort of rounded piece just on the edge here, and there's only one of those to do. it's not actually mirrored on the other side, so we haven't got to worry about doing that later on. So we're going to do that now, and what I think we need to do is we're going to grab a poly cylinder, okay, like so, and we're going to grab the rotate tool, and I'm going to constrain this by pressing J. So as you can see, it constrains it every few degrees. You can see it sort of snaps, so that's always easy to make sure things align properly, like so. And then all we can do is scale that guy down, and I'm just going to move him out a bit more. There we go. Okay, so again, as I said, this is a little bit tricky on this part, and what we need to do really is add some divisions as well to this guy. So it's going to crack that up to about, let's go generous and be 28 on that one for now. And we're going to scale this inwards as well, like so. And I'm just trying to check out how that's actually working there. So it is, oops, it's small, but it's quite sort of wide as well. But it also sits flush with the this part of the rifle, so it's a little bit odd. So again, you can see there, let's just bring that out and thin it a little bit more. Okay, to about there. That's kind of good enough, I think. Okay, so we're sort of looking at that kind of area for that part of our rifle. Okay, so in order to achieve that sort of look that it's got, we need to delete that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to just get all the faces. I'm just going to extrude them in, like so. So you should have something like that. Okay. And I think it's looking about right. In fact, I think it still looks a little bit big. It's a little bit difficult to judge. So let's just scale that down just a little bit more. And I think that's going to be good enough for what we need for our tutorial. In fact, it's a lot smaller than that. It looks bigger on this reference, but I've got some other reference here in front of me. It's actually a lot smaller. So what I'm going to do is take it back, make it thicker, and then we're going to shrink it down. Okay, like so. That's much better. Much, much better. Okay, that's great. And what I'll do, I'm just going to lower that just a tiny, tiny bit. Okay. So now what we need to do is just shape it to the rest of the model. So I'm just going to move that up ever so slightly there. And then we're going to get rid of some faces. And we're going to choose those guys just there. And I think what we'll do is we'll get rid of these ones here as well. Okay, like so. And then we'll grab the edges here, but not those ones. Don't want those. Just want those four there. And all we're going to do is extrude those. Okay, like so. And then we're going to give those kind of a tapered look, and then just push those in and against the mesh there. So it looks like it's actually part of the molding as well. And I think what we'll do the same with this as well. And I think what we can do is afford to lose a little bit more of the geometry just there. And we'll just delete those. Oops, missed that one out again. And we'll get rid of that. Okay. And then what we can do is we'll grab the edges here and here. Okay. And we're going to extrude. Oops. Like so. And if I'm correct, I think, in fact, no, I'm wrong. I think what we need to do is grab those there and just angle those. In fact, it's just that there. Just need to angle that. So if we can go to our front view, There we go. There, that's all it needed. Then that can sit into there. And what we'll do is grab R to scale those in. And we'll do exactly what we've just done with the top one here. We'll grab some edges. So we'll grab those guys there, like so, and we'll extrude those as well, and we'll taper those out. And there we go. So what we do need to do now is actually grab those on the inside there and scale those back out ever so slightly, because we've lost a little bit of form there, as you can see. So it's just a case of grabbing those like so. And we're going to grab some verts as well. Grab those there, and I'm just going to pull those back out so nice and straight. And that's done. So that's all rectified as well, that's good. And then all that remains is to add in some extra loops for our geometry there, and sort of roundabouts in the middle there, and again there, and there, and there. I'm just going to hit 3 on the keyboard, see how we're doing. And I think that one should be quite good. So yep, that's done. So I'm just going to scale that in just a little bit more. It's a bit too sort of overwhelming on that area. And just going to jump into the front view and just grab those verts. Just make sure everything's sitting inside this area. And we're just going to add the black shader to it as well. And there we go. So that's that part done as well. So I'm just going to grab those and delete some history. And just freeze our transformations on that as well, because they're not going anywhere. Okay, so that's done. So I think what we can do, we'll do a real easy part now, and we'll pop on the barrel. So we're going to create, believe it or not, it's going to be the polycylinder. So it's going to be a bit of a tough one to model this, so just watch out. Okay, so basically all we need to do is rotate that. So we want that round to our 90 degrees. I've constrained it again using J, and we give this 36 divisions because we want to keep that nice and tidy, nice and smooth. Okay, and then all we're going to do is going to grab it, scale it down, move him up to about there. Okay, and I'm just going to push this guy back like so, and I'm going to grab these verts and push those out to about there. And I'm going to grab these faces now, and we're going to do a small extrusion. So I'm just going to pull those out like so. Whoops, wrong view. And we're just going to scale that up to about there. Just going to pull that. Okay, to about there. I'm going to hit G and just going to push that all the way along to the end. And then again, just going to hit G again. Take that out to the front there of the barrel, and just going to scale that in. And we'll finish that off ever so short in a short second. We're going to add some more loops around there just to give it a little bit of roundness. And then I'm going to hit G. And I don't actually have reference for the opening of this. I'm just going to use a little bit of artistic license to achieve that. And I'm just going to pull that out just a tiny bit there. G again. And in. And we're just going to take that back inside like so, and delete that Just don't need those edges. And then all we're going to do is we're going to add another edge loop there, just to give that a little bit more roundness. And we'll add another one as well, just to sort of graduate that ever so slightly. Okay, and we'll do the same here. Okay, like so. And there we go. Well, that's our barrel done. I mean, that's the killer part of the tutorial done. That was a lot of hard work to do. And all we'll do, we'll just assign our black shader to it, and just delete some history, set the vertex normals. Okay, so I need to sort those out. Okay, so we're just going to grab those, that one and that one. And those, just going to sort these out into hard edges. There we go, that's better. Much nicer. Okay, so delete the history on that. So that covers that part of the gun. That's pretty much done. And what we're going to do now, we're going to just conclude this chapter by beginning the small area for the magazine. And what we need to do is, while I've been spinning around, I've noticed that this is quite a thin area that we've actually got at the moment on the rifle. And you know, it's not made of paper. This is made of thick plastic. So what we're going to do is just going to add in a very small piece of geometry for this for our next section, where we're going to begin to create the magazine for our rifle. And I'm just going to hide all the unselected stuff. So hide that. And all we're going to do is extrude these edges in just here, and hopefully get a little bit better shape for us to fit in, make the area for the magazine to fit in a little bit more convincing. So I'm just going to hit 1 on the keyboard, and we'll just zoom in here. Okay, so grab that one, that one there, there, that one there. Okay, so we want to go all the way up to the top here, or to the front rather, and there. Okay, so these are the area. This is the area we want. Be very careful. You don't select this one because it may cause problems. So we're just really concentrating on the inside here. So all we want to do is grab that edge. Sorry, grab the extrude tool, not the edge tool, and I'm just going to center the location for that, its actual world space. So I'm just going to extrude that in like so. Okay. And again, I'm just using artistic license for this part. And also, all we're going to do is just extrude that in like so. Okay. And then we're going to do another extrude. And this time it's going to go straight up like that. Okay, we're not going to do a lot here. This is just really to sort of finish that area of the model. As you can see, it's gone off at a funny angle, so all you need to do is just like push that back, and that's sorted. Okay. And in order to finish this off, all we need to do now is grab these edges just here, and we're going to use the scale tool just to straighten those up. So we're going to grab that one and that one. In fact, we'll just use the move tool for now, and I'm just going to put those into position because we've still got to get all these points in a sort of straight order down the axis here for when we come to flip this half of the model towards the very end of the tutorial. Okay, so as you can see, that's done, and all you need to do is we're going to add in just one more sort of edge just there, and one more just around there as well, just to keep that sort of sharp and not too rounded. And if you hit 3 on your keyboard, you'll see that is all nice and thick now, and it hasn't interfered with any of the rest of the model at all. That's all looking pretty good. So we can now delete the history on that. That's done. And commands, show last hidden. which is the rest of the rifle. So as you can see, I'm just going to hide the camera. Okay, so as you can see, the rifle is pretty much there. So the next section will cover the magazine, and then what we can do is add that little detail just on the side, and then we're ready to go and flip the trigger receiver area, and we're pretty much there. So hopefully you've enjoyed this section, and we'll see you in the next one. So cheers for now. Okay, so here we are. This is where we left off. In the last chapter we finished off with the barrel. This section we're going to cover the magazine, and also as we left off as well in the last section, we just added that small thickness detail just to that area that's going to house the magazine itself. So we're going to jump in and we're going to do that now. So we're going to create a polycube. It's going to be the easiest way to do this. And we're just going to jump over to our side view, and we're just going to move this downwards. And the best way for us to do this, I think, is going to, let's just rotate this to an appropriate angle, and then what we can do is we can scale that up and then down. Now I'm just going to keep that sort of around there. Okay. In fact, I think we'll scale it down just a little bit more to sort of that area there. Okay. So that should do that about there. And what we'll do is we're going to put in a little bit of detail just there. Okay. And then what we'll do is we're going to grab these verts just here, and I'm just going to move those in like so. Okay. And we're going to rotate that back to 0. Okay, so you should have something like that. And then what we can do is we're going to grab these guys here, and we're just going to extrude that straight up. Okay, like so. And we're going to delete that top part there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to grab the two faces just in there, and we're going to extrude those like so. Okay, just going to bring that up ever so slightly just there. I'm going to push that in as well, just sort of there. Okay, and then all we're going to do is going to get rid of these faces at the top here. I'm going to flatten those out. Okay, and then what we're going to do is going to jump over to our front view. So it's a little bit thick, and we're going to, just to make sure that we get the kind of right scale on this, I'm not going to scale it all together. But in fact, you see, it will work. So, oh, okay, we'll do it that way. That's okay. It's not too bad. So, I just wanted to, I didn't want these to be affected, which was my initial thought behind that. But I think it's going to be pretty okay in that respect. So, that really is the magazine for that part. And what I think we need to do, so if we just press 3 on the keyboard, it's not very good, is it? So what we need to do is add some more detail to this guy, and we're going to start off in the middle, and I'm going to use MJ Poly Tools because it gives me the middle straight away when I click on there. Okay, and then now we're going to switch back to our edge split edge ring tool, which is about there, and I'm going to pop another one just in there. Okay, and then hopefully that should have followed all the way around that side. Okay, and then what we're going to do, we're going to put another one right in there, and another one, whoops, we've already got that one, don't want that one there, I want one there as well. Okay, and we're going to do the same for the opposite side. Okay, like so, so that's done, and then that's done there as well. Okay, and then what we need to do is add some detail just on these sides as well, through the middle, and just down onto the lower half here. And we'll pop in another one there. So I'm going to hit 3 now, see how we're getting on. Much better. Still need a little bit more geometry because it's still looking a bit rubbery there. So if we just switch back to F8 on our keyboard, you can see it's not quite there, but it's getting there. So I'm going to go back to 1 on my keyboard, take us back to our unsmooth version. Okay, and just going to add in a loop about there, and I'm going to pop in a couple more all the way up as well. Okay, like so. And again, we can press 3 on the keyboard. So we're looking, and we're there. That's it, it's done. So I think that's pretty much it for the magazine. There's not really a lot else to cover for that. And then all we need to do is assign our black material, delete some history, and we'll just move that into position like so. Okay, so that's all pretty good, ready to roll. So we could probably increase that thickness there now, just so that houses everything a lot nicer in there. And I'm just going to jump over to the side view, just have a look there. I think that's okay. Yeah, it's looking about right. It's looking quite lined up quite nicely. So I think we could actually thicken those areas as well. And I'm going to command shelf, and I'm going to hide the unselected stuff. Just hit 1 on the keyboard there. And I think what we can do is grab these guys all the way around. See how far we've got. Good. Okay, and I'm just going to convert those to faces, and just going to grow that selection region one more time, and I'm going to hit R to get the scale tool. Okay, like so. And I'm going to deselect those faces there. Okay. I'm also going to deselect these faces for now. I'm going to push those back to about there. Okay, and then we're going to grab these guys again. Whoops, missed one out. Yep. Missed those 2 out. And what we'll do is we'll push those. Whoops, missed another one. That one there and that one there. And then what we can do is push those back towards the magazine, which is about there. And then just jump into our side view and just move those down back into their original position. And we can hit 3 on the keyboard again. And that's pretty much covered. So I think what we can do, we can just allow a little bit of artistic license and just narrow that magazine ever so slightly, stop it crumpling through that part of the mesh on the trigger receiver, and then we can show the rest of the model there. So now that's pretty much ready for that area to flip across, as is the buttstock as well. So all those little parts to do, which is all going to look pretty cool once it's done. Okay, so before we do that, we're going to end this section with a small little bit of modelling just on this side of the rifle, and all we're going to need for that really is a polycube. So we're going to create a polycube. Okay, so I'm going to move this up into position, and just going to move that out to about there, and I'm going to shrink this down. In fact, before I do, I'm going to duplicate it because we're going to need another one very shortly. Okay, so I'm just going to move this over to here. Okay, and just going to scale this down. Whoops, in its height and in its width, so it's going to be very, very sort of fine just there. Okay, so it's going to sort of go about there. And then what we need to do is just take the height down ever so slightly, just a little bit more, and we're just going to increase the length of that to around that area, and I'm just going to move that back a little bit more as well, so it just sits behind there and then just starts to filter into this sort of position where the trigger is housed. So just going to move that, scale that a little bit more. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward, and what we'll do, because we don't need it, we'll delete this back face here. Okay, and then what we need to do is just add a little bit of geometry just to give it a nice edge going on there. Okay, so I'm going to put that to about there as well, because this actual piece of the rifle is actually a little bit more rounder on the corners. So we're going to sort of add a bit more of a smoother object to this, and then we're going to pop one just sort of around there through the middle. So hopefully you should have something like that. Okay, and then we'll assign the black material again. Okay, and then we'll just sit that nice and flush on the side of the rifle. So that's that covered. Okay, so for this guy is actually the sort of framework that houses that part, and it's a little bit odd looking. And what we're going to do, we're going to just squeeze this guy together like so. Okay, and we're going to push that back to about there. Just get this guy into position as well. Okay. And what we need to do is we're going to move that up to about there. And in fact, that is a little bit wider than I originally anticipated. And that actually almost sits just underneath that edge just there. So, and then that can actually come down a little bit more. And that can come down a little bit more to about there as well. And that can come about there. So the thickness of that has got to be pretty much the same as that. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to split that. In fact, what I'll do, I'll just extrude the face like so. There we go. So I'm just going to extrude that down. Just going to jump into a side view. Okay. Just make sure that's kind of square, which it is. That's good. And then I'm going to hit G. Whoops, missed. Okay, and just going to extrude that all the way along. To about there. Okay, so I'm going to hit G again, just to invoke the extrude tool. And again, just pull that out. Okay. I'm going to hit G and just going to run that up to the top there. Okay, just over there slightly. Okay, just going to move that in. That's better. And then on the top here, these little bits here and here can now slope down ever so slightly. Okay, and then what we want to do is we're going to sharpen this up just a little bit in the corners there. Again, just make it a little bit rounder, and then there and there. And just to give it a quick test to see how we're looking, we're going to need to add a little bit of geometry there, and also about there for that one through the middle. Again, this part's quite organic. It's not as hard surface looking as you think, but you'll see that once you get to the modeling process anyway. So there we go. And then for us to enable that to sit nicely on the back there, what we'll need to do is just hide the unselected stuff and just go back to 1 on my keyboard. And we're going to select the faces and we're going to get rid of all the back faces once again, like we did before with the other part. There we go. That's done, so we'll delete that. So now when we hit 3, the back part of that is actually nice and sharp. So show last hidden, there we go. Okay, so just going to grab that and get rid of the history, and we're going to freeze and center the pivot for that, and just going to scale that back ever so slightly, and there we go. So that's that part done. So that's going to cover this very short and sweet section of the rifle model. In the final section of modeling, what we're going to do is just going to cover the flipping of objects and welding of points or vertices, whichever way you wish to say those. And then the following chapter we'll have a brief look at UVs and also a little bit of rendering using a couple of shaders, hopefully a metal ray shader, and also procedural texture from Maya, just to achieve a slightly sort of rough, grainy, plastic look for the model. So we're nearly there. 1 or 2 chapters, as I said before, to go, and we're pretty much done, and you can get on with the rifle yourself. So thanks for watching. See you next time. Okay, so welcome to part 18. This section we're going to sort of really finish off the model. We're going to duplicate the little parts across and over to the other side, and we're going to duplicate the parts here that are unfinished and need to be obviously the holes need to be filled in. So we're going to do that as well. And first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to start off with this area because while we've been spinning around and making the model, I noticed a little something that needs to be sorted out with that. So we're going to do that right now. So I'm just going to hide everything else, and all it is really is just this little section here. So we've got a hole in that. So all we're going to do is just grab this guy, duplicate that. It's Control D on your keyboard, and do -1. Whoops. No, we won't. So what we'll do first, we'll move the center pivot. So I'm using D to invoke that on and off to toggle it. So D and then X to snap the tool itself to the grid, which is very easy to do, and I use that all the time instead of the insert tool. So because the D is sort of like around the same sort of area as the Control A and everything else that you would use to get to your attribute editor and stuff like that. So now what we can do is Control D and then -1, and there we go, that's much nicer. And what we need to do is, I'm just going to go back to our unsmooth version of our model, and I'm going to combine these together like so. So now we have one complete shell, And what we need to do is now join up all the points for these polys, and we're going to just jump over to our front view here, and I'm just going to go into wireframe, and as you can see it's a little bit thick all the way through there, so just by doing that and merging those points together it'll make that all nice. So there we go, that's that done. And then what we're going to do is hit 3 on the keyboard just to show the smoothness, and then we'll quickly rename that. So that's upper receiver large. Okay, so that's all done, so that's looking good. So we're going to show light hidden. So we're going to run through a few bits on the rifle, and it's going to be pretty much the same all round for that. We're going to do the trigger receiver itself now. So I'm going to hide all the other stuff again. And again, just need to make sure that this the tool is on the sort of the edge or the axis, the center axis. So D, and just move that across like so. And then Control D, and then -1 across that axis, across the x-axis. And then we need to freeze out the transformations. And I'm just going to hit 1 on the keyboard, and we're just going to show the face normals. And as you can see, they're inside out, whereas this side isn't. So we need to flip those back over, like so, which is done. Turn those off, and what we'll do, we'll just combine those guys together. And then this time we're going to run the border edge command. And as you can see, the border edges are the areas that aren't actually joined to any other geometry. And these are represented for both of these shells at the moment by these thick lines. So what we need to do is just jump into a front view and select the points from those particular edges in the center that belong to each half. And I'm just going to use the scale tool and just squish those together, and then W and then X to make sure they're snapped to the grid. Okay, and they are. And then once again, just going to merge those together, and that's all done. So I'm just going to hit F8, delete some history, hit 3 on the keyboard just to give that our nice smoothing that we've been working towards, and that's done. So then show light hidden. So we're going to do another 4 objects in the same process, just to make sure that you're very familiar with that, and then we'll move on to getting all the detail across to the other side. Okay, so I'm just going to hide this, just going to frame that up, again using D and then X to snap that across. Okay, and then just going to hit 1, Control D, -1 that across, that's good. And then what we need to do is freeze the transforms, just show our face normals, flip those back across, hide those again. And as you can see, we've got the same problem once again, where the edges of each of these models isn't sitting exactly on our center pivot, or sorry, our center axis, I beg your pardon. So I'm just going to combine those together again, and then we're just going to jump over to our front view, right click, select the verts there. Okay, I'm just going to run that border edge command if it's going to let me. Yep, there we go. So selecting our verts, you can see those border edges are thick, so all we need to do is just squeeze those guys together, hit X on our keyboard just to snap that back, then once again, there we go, that's done. Delete some history, give that a name, so that's the trigger. Okay, so that's done. There we go. Okay, so we're going to do the other remaining parts now in exactly the same way. So I'm just going to get these parts of the model done. Oh, hello, what's that? Looks like we've got a stray poly or 2 there. So we'll need to sort that out, and I think the best way for us to do that is if we just move that across to about there for now. But yeah, that just needs putting over, and all of these actually do need to be scaled together, so I'll just do that, W and then X to snap those. There we go, that's better. Okay, so that's all on the center of the grid now, and once again Control D, -1, What's happened to that? Ah, that's what's happened. Okay, so we just undo that. Just need to get that center across there. So if I do that now, and then -1, there we go, that's better, that's got it. So we need to freeze transformations. Face normals will need flipping. Turned off. Okay, that's good. There we go. Now I'll just center the pivot up there, and then what we'll do, we'll run the border edges command again all the way through the center. That's sorted. Some of you may be wondering, what about UVs for the model? Well, are we going to do them in one half, or are we going to do them in as a whole object? For this particular tutorial, I'm not overly worried about the UVs in particular. I am going to go through a UV process in the next chapter, and then we're going to get onto some rendering there as well. But overall, we're just going to be getting on with just a small amount of, well, this is just for the modeling really, this tutorial. And we're going to be, like I said before, we'll add a procedural shader and stuff to this. But overall, UVs we're not going to worry about too much. But as I say, I will explain the process. But you can do them in one half, on one half of the model, and then duplicate that across. So it should make things easier to do that way. Some of you may want to choose to do them as a whole. But that part is done for this, I believe. Let's have a quick look. Yep, there we go. So yeah, we'll cover a bit of UV mapping in the next section before we get onto rendering and stuff. So okay, so that's good. Okay, and what we're going to do, show lights hidden. Okay, so all that remains now really are the cushions, and we'll do those together. One on the keyboard. The texture we're going to add anyway to the rifle itself is very, very simple, procedural, sort of grainy, procedural, noisy texture. It's one of Maya's own. So we really don't need to cover UVs in a great deal for this tutorial, unless you're putting sort of like the decals and stuff on the rifle, which we're not actually going to cover in this. But there are other tutorials available to you at SimplyMaya that do cover the UV process. I believe there is a free downloadable one by Mike McKinley, who did that a little while back. And regardless of the time frame, the principles do actually remain the same. But also don't forget to check in your help menus up here, My Help. It will have the UV mapping notes in there for you, and also there's tons and tons on the web, so there's plenty to look out for. Okay, so I centered those points up for that, and what we need to do is just put the pivot points in the right area. Okay, so do Control D and then -1. Okay, like so. And then what we're going to do is freeze that one out. Okay, and show the normals, flip those across just to make sure everything's sitting pretty. Combine that one. Okay, so that one's there like so. Just going to grab those, merge those points together. And just delete the history. And we'll just give that a name, cushion 1. And center the pivot. Okay, and again, we'll do the same with this guy. -1. Okay, and then freeze those and just double check our normals, combine those guys together, center the pivot. So there's a little bit of repetitive processes rather to do when you're modeling, but once you get into a good workflow, you should, it's pretty much second to none how to sort of correct stuff and make things look right. Okay, so that's done, and 3 on the keyboard. Just delete some history, and that was cushion 1, cushion 2, and I believe that that should be all of those parts of the rifle put together and complete, which is really, really good, which is what we wanted. Okay, so all that remains now is the smaller detail that we have on the side here. So what we need to do is grab all of these pieces, okay, and what we're going to do is flip those all the way across. So it's just these, we don't want this guy, we want this one, this one, this one, this one, that one, that one and that one. Okay, so just want to do Control D, -1. Is that for most of those? I think I've not grabbed one of them, which I think will be that one there. Okay. Okay, so his pivot point needs to be centered across, like so. So do Control D, then do -1. Hopefully he should be across the other side, as with everything else that we've just done. And then all we need to do is exactly the same as we've been doing for all these other parts. And that is to freeze their transformations, like so. Check their face normals, which they're all inside out, and just flip those back across like so. Turn those off, and they're done. So that now completes the entire rifle model. So I hope you've enjoyed modeling this. It's been an absolutely awesome model to make. And if you do have any problems with the model, please do feel free to drop us a line at SimplyMaya.com. In the next section, what we'll do, we're going to cover a little bit of UV mapping, and then what we're going to do is run onto a bit of rendering using Mental Ray. And we're going to use one of Maya's procedural shaders, probably noise, something like that, or a small fractal, just to give the plastic a sort of rough, or sort of just a surface texture, really, like sort of that molded plastic look. And we'll use for the black areas, we'll use a sort of more of a smooth plastic, and we'll go from there. So I hope you've enjoyed that section. That covers the that completes the modeling, and we'll see you in part 19. Cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to the final part of our tutorial. Hopefully you've made it this far, and it's still going well. For this part of the tutorial, we're going to just cover a small bit of UV mapping, and also we're going to cover a little bit of rendering using Final Gather and Mental Ray. So first of all, what I propose we do is we have a quick look at UV mapping, and I think what we'll do, we'll have a look at this guy just down the back here, because it's a very simple object to look at. And we're just going to hide unselected stuff, and just going to zoom in on this dude. So this is our final model. And what we need to do is apply textures to it, and our object hasn't got any UVs on it because we've manipulated it about, and it's a bit of a mess. And There are a few options available to map these kinds of things, and what we're going to do, we're just going to nip over to our polygon menu, and if you go to the create UVs, you've got planar mapping, cylindrical mapping, spherical mapping, and automatic mapping. Automatic mapping does what it says on the tin. It will automatically create UVs for you, and it may do them in 5 bits, it may do them in 20 bits. It just really depends on what you tell it to do. In this case, this is set to 5, so it will simplify this into 5 pieces as well, and it will say fewer pieces because we've got that highlighted from the radio button. But it will, in essence, project UVs from every conceivable angle that it can, and try and optimize, the mesh for you to create a texture for. Not always ideal. Sometimes it can be, because sometimes you don't want to sit there and create planar projections for everything. So sometimes by projecting this automatically, it does it for you. Then all you need to do is stitch stuff together. So I think that's what we'll do for this, just to show you how to do that. So we're going to go project. Okay, so there you go. You can see it's created all these projections for us. Okay, so we're just going to nip over to our layouts and go to my UV layout that I have set up. And as you can see here, there's the automatic projections that it's done for us. And what we can do is now move these about. And also, if you select the edges, you can see what part is connected to what part. And as you can see, it's sort of like flipped all over the place, stuff like that. So I think what we'll do is we'll just grab this guy here. Okay, and we'll just rotate him about a little bit and scale him up, because really the way it's placed it as well, it's not really ideal, so you can end up sort of moving things around, stuff like that. So I think just by doing that, it probably would take longer to do for this part. So what we'll do, we'll actually have a look at planar mapping, and because we've got these automatically mapped coordinates for our UVs already, what I think we'll do, we'll use them to our advantage, but also we'll use them to map the rest of the object. And as you can see here, I've got 2 sides selected, but also I've got the top selected as well, and I don't really want the top. So all I'm going to do is deselect those like that. Okay, and we're going to do a projection, planar map, and we're going to do that through the x-axis. That's the way we've highlighted. So I'm just going to project that through, and as you can see there, it's fitted that to the 0 to 1 coordinates in the UV editor. So really you want to squish those down a bit just to make them look pretty much like what they are on the model. That's always key to good UVs as well, is making sure that the UVs resemble your model itself. So it's kind of like a 2D version, sort of unwrapped, almost like an animal skin if you like, unwrapped in 2D space, so 3D to 2D. Okay, so you're probably wondering where the other half is. Well, all you need to do is select UV, select one point, go to select shell, hit your move tool, and hopefully you should be able to just move that across, and all should be well. Okay, so we're going to do the front and the back now together, so we'll just select those faces from the UV editor, and this time we're going to project it down the Z-axis or the Z-axis. So just going to open up the menu set again, I'm going to hit Z and project, and there we go. So you can see there, and again just need to squish them up just a little bit, and we'll just grab both of those, select the shell and hit W and just move those across like so. Okay, and then we'll select shell and separate that out, and there we go. Okay, so that's done. So all that remains now are really the top and the bottom. So what we'll do for that is we're going to use the planar projection. This time we're going to go on the y-axis. Okay, and that's all done. So I'm just going to grab those UVs and we're just going to shrink those down like so. Okay, And then all we need to do, once again, select the shell and just move that across and out of the way. So now these are sort of like more optimized for our scene, and what we need to do as well is flip that, because that doesn't actually sit like that. Okay, in fact we'll flip those the other way, because the front, that's actually the part that's actually showing for the model. And what we do need to do is now find the edges on the inside of that, and that will need flipping as well on that one. So I'll just flip that across. And I'll just grab these guys again, and we'll just move those there, and we'll grab those and move those to about there. Okay, like so. And then that should be that edge there, which it is, which is great. So that will enable us to move that up as near as we can to there. And then all we need to do is grab those polygons, move and so. And we need to do that with this. And I'm not going to cover it in this particular section, but what you'll need to do is get hold of what they call a UV texture map, which is a texture with lots of little numbers and stuff on, and apply that to this part of the model. And what that will do will enable you to see where your stretching is occurring on your model, and then you'll be able to move your UVs about until they're not stretched anymore. And actually that's not looking too bad. Okay, so we're just going to grab these UVs here, and we're going to flip those like so. I'm just going to move those up, so these ones belong to the top up here. Now flip those down, just make sure we've got the right ones. Yeah, we have. And just going to grab the UVs. We're just going to make those a little bit bigger, scale those up to about there, and then all we're going to do is grab the edges and then sew those as well. Okay, so then all you need to do is just to scale those so they fit. And these ones are flipped, so just flip those across. But this is a really simple object that I'm doing at the moment, and so bear in mind that obviously the more complex your model is, the longer your UVs will take, but do take your time with them, because they can get a little bit tricky. I do actually enjoy doing them. I'm probably one of the few people that do enjoy just chilling out, creating the UVs. Usually stick my iPod on and away you go. So you can lose yourself, you can get in the zone, and it's just one of those things that you can relax to doing. Some people though actually really hate doing them, but I don't really have a problem. So that's our UVs roughed out really for that. It's just a case of tweaking these areas to get them to look right, you know, look like what they do on the model and stuff like that. So we're going to leave that there. So it's just a quick overview of creating UVs. So what we're going to get onto now is a bit of rendering. And as you can see, we've got a scene that I'd already set up for us before we started, which is all nice and tidy. And I just want to show our gun now, which is cool. Okay, so this is the view we're going to be rendering from, and also this is we're going to be using mental ray to get this going. I did think about using mental ray shaders for this, but it's such a simple object. It's made of plastic. I'm just going to stick with using blend shaders for this exercise. So we'll go from there. So what we want to do is we want to jump over to your render settings and open it up and go to mental ray. And what I've done, I've gone down to final gather and just tick that box for now. And we're just going to leave that as is, because we're not going to be doing a heavy amount of rendering, so we're not going to need to really up the ante really with anything else. So first of all, I think what we need to do is to do a quick render, and while it renders I'm going to pause and then we'll come straight back. So I'll see you very shortly. Okay, so welcome back. So as you can see, our render has popped, and just looking at the model, you can see we've got a lot of sharp edges, and that's not how we modeled it. And the thing is really is because we're using the renderer, Mental Ray, it's not actually smoothing this out, and depending on what version of Maya you're using, and if you're like myself using 2008, you won't have the option to smooth the mesh out in render time. You can, however, go to your mesh and smooth the meshes to make them all nice and smooth and stuff like that. But if you don't want to add more geometry, you want to keep it quite sort of low resolution, you can actually get Mental Ray to use an approximation node, which is a node that you'd use really for displacement rendering. And what you can do, you can apply that node to your sort of hard surface model to sort of give it more smoother look and feel to its mesh, but also just keeping the mesh at a very low resolution. So it only actually divides it at render time. It's not doing it physically there in front of you. It's all going on sort of behind the scenes. And it's actually a very similar way of rendering like they do with the RenderMan render engine. So you apply a RenderMan node to a very low resolution and rough model, and it will smooth it all out really nicely. So we're going to be doing something like that, and in order to do that, what I've done using it in the outliner, I've actually grouped the model together, and then what I've done is kept the parts of the rifle that I want to keep sort of like hard edged and everything else, I've kept those in a group, and the stuff that wants to have nice sort of beveled edges and smooth edges, I've put in another group, and that's the group we want to use to apply our approximation node to. So with that selected, we're going to head on up to Window and go to Rendering Editors, Mental Ray, and Approximation Editor. Okay, and we want this guy here. We want subdivisions, polygon and subdivision surfaces, and derive from Maya and create. And that will now put an approximation node onto our mesh. So that's really good. Okay, so that will now enable us to have a nice smooth rendered rifle on those grey areas that we have there. And I think also what we need to do now as well is add another light, because this is very, very flat and it's really not doing anything for us. So we're going to go to, I've got a rendering shell, so I'm just going to create a directional light. I'm just going to zoom out in my perspective view just down here. Okay, just going to spin that round, just give it a bit of a direction. And I'm going to use ray trace shadows, and I'm going to use ray trace soft shadows. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put in a couple of figures here that I usually like to use for that. That would enable us to have slightly softer shadows for ray tracing. You could use depth map if you wanted, but I'm using ray trace because we're using Final Gather as well, so, and it should render pretty quick, so we're not doing too bad. Okay, so again, I'm just going to pause while we do a quick render, and I shall see you shortly. Okay, so there we go. So there's our render. That's popped out nicely. That's very, very good. It's only taken sort of like 24 seconds to do, but as you can see now, you know, it's started to show our nice little edges and highlights and stuff. We still want to see a little bit more going on with our plastic and our barrel and stuff, and also the cushion. But also I think what we need to do is actually give a slight bump texture to the plastic here. So what we'll do, I think, we'll select the main rifle plastic, and I'm just going to drop the color down just a little bit as well because it's a little bit bright, and I'm just going to increase the specular on that, and if you can see that sort of taking place there in the view there. So I'm just going to increase the specular setting for that ever so slightly. Now I'm just going to jump over to bump mapping, and I'm actually going to grab the noise. I think I'm going to grab a noise for the bump, and I'm just going to drop that right down, so I know it'll be quite powerful. So I'm going to do 0.08 for now with that. Okay, and then we're going to jump over onto the actual node itself, go to the UV coordinates, and we're going to repeat those. So I think what we'll do is, let's do 90 for now on the repeats because we don't want the pattern to be too big. We want to give it like that grainy plastic feel. So I think what we'll do a quick IPR render, okay, and then we'll have a quick look and see how Mental Ray has updated that for us. And hopefully it shouldn't take too long to do. So there we go, here we go, start to come through now. Okay, it's not looking too bad. It's probably a little bit rough. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just jump over to our setting there and we'll drop that down to actually 0.008. Okay, so now that should start to update again. That's looking better already. And there we go. So that's already started to work its magic. So what we'll do, I'm going to pause and we'll do a big render and we'll go from there. Okay, so welcome back. That didn't take long to do at all. I think the settings just dropped off there as I've pressed my pause button again. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. It's not too bad, a little bit rough because we can't really see it probably because it's such a low resolution there, but I'm sure that'll be absolutely fine. So I think what we need to do now is sort of have a look at the other plastic areas. So we'll just give those a slight highlight just to start to make those pop, and we'll just dull down the other parts of that as well. And I think the cushion itself, it's not looking too bad, although it could do with a bit more of a highlight there. Okay, so we could probably add a slight bump to that as well, which I think we'll do. And I think what we'll do, we'll choose the leather that we've got there. Again, we're just using the Maya procedurals for this particular tutorial. We're not doing anything fancy. And of course, we're almost matching what's going on with our actual reference as well, because the gun is very, very simple. So again, we're going to use 0.00. I think we'll use, let's do 1 actually this time. Okay, for that. So that's for our bump with that. And what we'll need to do, because this is a 3D texture, we'll need to drop the scale right down to about 0.02, I think, and we'll do the same again. Whoops, 0.2. Okay, so that should work out quite nicely. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to up the settings just a little bit for the final gather, so it might take a little bit longer to do. I'm not worried about putting in a final gather light map for this tutorial as well. I'm just going to do this so we just get a nice render out, because it's rendering quickly anyway, so we don't really need to worry about it. And also I'm just going to crank up the settings ever so slightly on the light. We're going to put that to about 1.25, I think, as well, just to start to pick out the highlights and stuff. And let's just tweak that just ever so slightly as well for the plastic lever parts. And what we'll do, we'll come back to you very shortly. Okay, so there we go. So that's really a basic overview of how to crack a render out really in Mental Ray using the subdivision approximation node, and hopefully it's covered everything you've really needed to know for modeling as well with this tutorial. And if you do have any problems whatsoever, don't hesitate to contact us at www.simplymaya.com, and we'll be happy to answer any of the problems regarding this tutorial. Thanks for buying this, and hopefully we'll catch up with you again with another great tutorial from SimplyMaya. Cheers for now.